be hoping to build on that, probably get a half century. He looked poised for a half century in the first innings, just missed out.
And most definitely, he also will be going through a rigorous examination here from Kelvin Pittman. It's good to see him back on the field in the first inning. Of course, he had that toothache that led to a migraine and was only able to bowl the 3 overs. And he's up for the task this morning, starting with the ball in hand.
And again, I think that's exactly what it is the batsman wants him to do, which is to play at deliveries he doesn't necessarily have to play at, especially this early in his innings. And as you saw there, he was playing well away from his body. And luckily for him, he got an under edge, but it quitted out on the onside when he was really trying to drive it through the offside.
It seemed like the bottom hand took over there slightly. 47 runs to him in the first innings. Got out playing an uncharacteristic shot, really. Normally he's a grafter, but when tried to get a little bit adventurous, lost his wicket to the spinner Bishop.
And again, playing well away from his body there, trying to get that horizontal shot going. And Pittman really doing the job here. He has the 2 slips in place, or 3 slips on a gully, or 2 slips, a gully and a sort of a backward point close in. So there are players in positions for anything uppish going that region. But Jeremiah seems unperturbed. He's looked like he's prepared to play his shots.
You're just wondering what is the mindset, and you mentioned it this morning. It's all to play for the game, more or less evenly poised. He's looking to be attacking this morning.
Again, he's not finding the middle of the bat, just having his issues here with his timing. And suppose that's something he has to work through.
Quite right you are. Those balls are pitched wide outside of the off stump. And you know, as an opening batter or on the morning of the first over at least, anything outside of the off stump, you're looking to let it go, get your eye in, get yourself settled. And it has been the modus operandi of Jeremiah in the past, but it seems to be a different strategy this morning. He's going after a couple deliveries, although they're full pitch, but they're wide outside of the off stump. That bottom hand taking over and tugging it into the onside.
This time he is watchful, allowing it to go through. And a pretty good over to start proceedings. I think Pittman would be happy with that. With a maiden over, 35 without loss.
Interesting that Pittman was the one to start this morning from that southern end. We've seen Nathan Edward pick up the bowling, open the bowling from that end. And in between the break as well, he started from that end. But this morning, Pittman, fresh, ready to go, gets the new ball, and it's going to be Jediah Blades. He is going to start from the northern end. He bowled particularly well from this end in the first innings yesterday as well. Just 4 overs from him yesterday.
Yeah, he really was bending his back for his team. He bowled a couple deliveries that did a little extra and really deceived the batsman, but unfortunately for him, he didn't hit the wicket. And it was just one of those things. You wonder on another day, he probably would have had 2 or 3 wickets already.
He has the ability, his left arm over the wicket, of course, and has the ability to bring that ball back into the right-hand batter. And yesterday, Damel Evelyn there, he's taking strike. Found it particularly difficult to read the ones that were coming back in. He left a couple of them that shaved the off stump and one just fractionally over the middle stump. 2 deliveries that did come back, but for the most part, he's looking to leave balls outside of the off stump, hoping that it goes across with the angle. And Blades has been very proficient at getting the one to come back into the right hander, causing difficulties.
Well, bowled again, and both batsmen having their issues here, finding the middle of the bat, and that's a testament to the quality of the bowling this early in the morning session.
Yeah, that one just drawing him forward, and he's searching for it as it goes across him outside of the off stump, outside outside of the outside edge as well. Bit of a tangle there. I have as much difficulty reading it as saying it.
Again, well bowled. So he's not giving the batsman uh, too much to work with by way of width at the moment. So he's, as we say, he's thereabouts, and Evelyn has to be watchful.
A good start here from Jediah Bleeds. Bang on target with his line and his length. Lead currently 43. They're trying to knock that off. And with the shots we've seen from the captain, Jeremiah, seems as though they want to get rid of that total and make it even Stevens as soon as possible.
Yeah, and that is probably their first objective, is for this pair to see off those 78 runs, the deficit, and then try to build from there. Just starting to move a little too early, so by the time it gets to the batsman, it's going down. But it's a big asset of his to be able to move the ball back into the right-hander, and then even if you don't move it away, but all you need for it to do is straighten, and that variation could cause problems.
Yeah, and he has almost perfect conditions as well to get that ball to move around. One, the ball is new. Two, it's overcast. There is some rain around. There is moisture in the air. He is getting the ball to talk.
That's brilliant fielding there again, and coming across and not allowing them to even get a single. So that's pressure, to keeping the pressure on the batsman. Motara doing his best there to come across.
The advantage of youth on his side, did very well to cover the ground and to get a hand on it and hang on to it and sprung back into action, ready to throw the stumps down if need be.
And that helps the bowlers, because you feel like you're getting the support in the field. And all he has to do now is pick a pep up. That's nicely played. That's a good feeling when it comes off the middle of the bat. And even though he doesn't get a run for it, two shots in succession that he probably felt he would have gotten some runs, nothing doing. But at the end of it, it remains 35 without loss, another maiden.
Damel Evelyn there in stark contrast to his captain at the other end. He's facing up the blade in that blades in that over, and he just middled a couple there. It sounded good off the bat. Nice high elbow. And getting to the pitch of the ball, had difficulty against Blades yesterday with the ball coming back in.
I may have to lodge a complaint here, and because Tony Gray went into the cafeteria
He's
and
taking
came out,
advantage.
yeah, and he came up with one cup of coffee. So he has all the aroma blowing in the air, and I don't understand him. Again, the ball is moving, and this was Jeremiah shoulder in arms and almost lost his off stump. The ball came back at him appreciably, and he's now looking at the slip corner as if to say, "What are you guys fussing about?" But they saw the ball moving back at him, and this is something we saw a couple times yesterday.
Well, the tumbling take from Tucker behind the stumps indicated to his right that that ball did come back a long way from Pittman. Jeremiah shouldering arms.
That's one of the prettiest sights in cricket, when a batsman shoulders arms and gets bowled down.
Shouldered arms, but shooting blanks.
Yep. And sometimes it's only because they either pick up the wrong line entirely, or the ball moved appreciably and on pitching, or both. Because sometimes they pick up the wrong line, and even though the ball might move, instead of hitting off time, might hit middle, because you've seen that on occasion. And these are not like new batsmen. Sometimes these are set batsmen who, for whatever reason, like, they just get a brain freeze.
And could be why as well he's getting the drives off the first over this morning from Pittman, coming off the inner portion of the bat. Was Pittman getting that ball to drift into the left-hander? And the latter one being the case, maybe misjudging the line as well as the movement with the one that he left alone. But he's not looking to leave too many of them alone.
Yeah, he's prepared to play his shots, especially to balls outside the off stump. And I mean, Pittman was probably thinking, if I can just pitch one slightly outside and bring it back, he's still going to go after it. Might go through the gate.
Much better shot there.
And his length is what is going to be crucial here. If he could just get that in between length and make him feel as if he can drive it and then bring it back at him, that might very well be the recipe.
The 3 on the onside. No back pad for anything that might be swinging back into him inside edge of the pad, but no back pad is there.
Not for the first time. He's getting either the under edge or the inside edge of the bat. He's trying again. You can see the adjustment. Look at the rehearsed shot. It's a different shot to the one he played. Go far away from the body. He's playing that. And when he's rehearsing with the pad, with the bat close to the pad. All you want him to do now is when he's playing the original shot to bring the leg into play as well.
They're more or less kind of swatting at that ball far outside the off stump and closing the bat face, not making proper contact. No sign of a high elbow there, as Tony Gray indicated, is a sign of somebody who can drive the ball well.
And again, and we saw that yesterday. And it almost happened again. Well, and but he survives, and that is really tough going to be dismissed like that because the ball was not going to hit the stump by any way. He was swinging, trying to swing it to leg, but it hit him and almost found its way back onto the stumps. But again, because he has a little footballing skill, he's able to keep it out. But it's another maiden over. That's 2 on the trot from Pittman and 1 from Blades. From Blades, who is going to continue from this end, and no doubt trying to keep the pressure on.
We did see one dismissal, Shakiri Paris, with one playing one Motara that trickled back onto the stumps and was dismissed. Unfortunate dismissal for him. It was the second wicket that Motara got, getting the wicket of Paris for 52. And he played it onto his pad, hit the pad, and rolled back toward the stump. And we were trying to establish whether he again kicked it back onto the stump or if it hit the stump.
Before the boot got there. But he was so close with his leg, and that I really got the impression that he played it onto the stump well, in his effort to try to pull it back. It just didn't happen for him. But these are nice, cool conditions for bowling here, and these two are doing a good job.
Yeah, that wicket, the wicket of Paris, really signaled when the slide, if you want to call it a slide, started. And then with the introduction of Motara and spin into the innings at the 43rd over, they were batting 5 for 176 and all out for 238. The CCC in the first innings. Bishop getting 6 wickets in that innings. Motara 2.
Yeah, both of them will probably have a big role to play again today. But for the moment, these two seam bowlers are taking center stage.
Yeah, this is the challenge here from Evelyn. That one going across him. So Blaze was just challenging maybe 3 across and 3 coming back in, or mixing it up as he goes along. But he is maintaining a very good line and length for his deliveries.
Yeah, so it's good bowling. It's obviously a plan. They've come out here with a
this morning, Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
And again, leaving it alone and the ball finding the bat. Where did we see that before?
Very much so. And BK Joseph had that pattern of trying to leave it alone, bat up in the air, and just coming off the bottom edge, not quite getting the bat out of the way. Look at it here again. Yeah, just leaving it alone too late, making the decision, and not dropping the hands or raising the bat high above the head, but just almost just that's a Stephen Smith style leave alone. But it wasn't left alone. Came off the bottom edge.
He was probably trying to get the best of both worlds there. He could say he was leaving it alone, and if it had gone for 4, he said it was deliberate.
There'll be a call for yes, 2, come for 2.
And this is a good concentrated attack. He's not like coming onto his pads very much. And I hope I don't jinx him by saying that, but he is really starting off stump, outside the off stump, and encouraging the batsman to probably come out there. And, so he's playing on his patience right now.
Yeah, that one is a little bit wider. There are 2 slips in place under a gully, but he's pushing it across the right-hand batter. And we saw a lot of this in the first innings. A very crouched stance there from Damel Evelyn. And just for good measure, digging one a little bit short of a length and rising up, striking him on the glove on the right hand. End of the over 35 without loss. 13 overs gone. We have a look at it here again, rising up, getting appreciable bounce there, Ruskin.
And, we were just making the point there's no forward short leg or anything like that. But maybe with the ball doing this, a little bit extra, it might not be a bad investment to maybe just invest either in a forward short leg, just to give the batsman something else to think about. And who knows?
Particularly as you have overcast conditions. It's a relatively new ball in your hand, 13 overs old. The ball is moving around. And in addition to that, to add to the possibilities of that, you do have that cushion of another 43-run lead to play with.
This is absorbing stuff because they haven't scored a run for the morning so far. 4 overs completed. And that might change here.
Excellent fielding.
Eventually it does. But even then, he wasn't so convincing with the drive. He kind of hit it hard into the ground. But to his credit, he hit it straight. He didn't try to hit it maybe square of the wicket. He came with a straight bat.
Yeah,
but now this might be the change now. We finally have the right hand up at this end now, facing up to Pittman. Eugene or Evelyn.
And that is the advantage when you can rotate the strike. You change the lines of the bowler, particularly when you have a right-hand, left-hand combination. So he's going to have to adjust now, Pittman. You just have to change his line. He did stay over the wicket for the left-hander. We saw them quite a few times go around the wicket. Not in this morning so far. And that is the issue now. He has to adjust right-hand, left-hand combination. And that would have been an excellent delivery to Jeremiah.
Kepka would have been just outside his off stump. Unfortunately, he's bowling to a batsman on the other side now. And he has to just canter the radar a little bit.
2 slips remain. Teddy Bishop and Hakeem Ogis, first and second respectively, and Bishop at gully. We have a Fit Johnson at backward point.
That's another excellent delivery. Well played in the end, but certainly the bowlers have. It's almost like if they had a discussion on how they were going to approach things this morning, and they've come out here and they're executing superbly. They're not giving too much away.
Yeah, they're searching for their first win, and the talk in the dressing room would have been, we do have a lead. Let's try to maximize it. Try to get a wicket or 2 before that lead diminishes. And just as we sing their praises, a full delivery to Evelyn.
Happens
It
every
never
time.
fails.
But even then, he can't get rid of it. So that is a.
He would have been disappointed with that. Hit it straight to Johnson at point. Got enough bat on it, but the direction couldn't quite find the gap between cover and point.
Look on the bright side. He didn't hit it straight to Johnson. Hit it straight in his hand, in his lap. Because how often have you seen a full toss? When you say the same thing, he could hit it anywhere, and then he hit it straight into a fielder's hand, and then you say, well, he did hit it somewhere. It's just picked out the fielder. It's a good delivery again. This is good bowling from Pittman. And
Well, Geese did walk down and had a word with him after that full delivery. Remember, he pitched one that went down the leg side, which would have been to the left-hander, a good delivery, and then a full delivery. Geese had a word with him and corrected the line, although he still was able, Evelyn, to turn it into the onside and get a single. 37 without loss, 14 gone. One ball to come in the over, rather. Just the umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr., switching over with the field.
So it will be interesting to see how long the batsmen are prepared to be patient and play on merit. Still can't find the middle of the bat the way he would like to, Evelyn. But we're just pressing just that little bit. The end of the over, and it's 37 now without loss.
He might do well to invest some more in timing rather than power, because the bottom hand is taking over in those shots that he's trying to force back past the bowler. And he's losing some shape, and the ball being tugged into the onside on quite a few occasions when he's trying to be aggressive. Maybe just look to lead with a high elbow and punch it straight back. We saw it once so far, but he's still trying to tug the ball across the line.
It is and on the other end, if you look at how Evelyn is playing pretty much in the V. He's not prepared to go across the ball too much. He's playing on merit. He's playing straight as often as he possibly can. But he has a real challenge on his hand from Blades. Another peach of a delivery. Those don't often get wickets. They're too good. They beat the bat, they beat the stump, they beat everything.
Beating all ends up.
Yep.
Look at it there, pitching just short of a length, going across him. Just a nod of the head from Evelyn, telling himself as well as the bowler he thought he dropped his hand below the line of delivery. Should we give him the benefit of the doubt? But he certainly did look beaten.
Yeah, that's a great delivery, because another batsman might have touched it on the way through. It didn't happen for him. And as you said, if you give him the benefit of the doubt of dropping his hands in time.
Leaving the one. So mixing it up here, Blades. One coming back in. Just beating the top of the gloves over the middle stump, and one going across the off stump. And just some banter going on there now. Just a couple of words from Mbike Joseph at mid-wicket to Damel Evelyn. Just discussing how they both would have left that one alone.
Well, he'll probably tell him, what, you want a bat borrowed or something? I can go in the dressing room and lend you one, Yes.
Mbike Joseph finding his voice with 65 runs in the first innings. Evelyn with a couple 50s and 1 century for the 2025 season thus far. He did get to 88 in the second innings against Guyana. So he's in good form.
That's glorious. Brilliant fielding as well. A diving effort there, just sprawling by Clark to get out there, and look at the support from his teammates. They all want to give him a touch just to show appreciation for a job well done.
And he's been superb in the field, and the effort matched the shot as well. Diving away to his left, the right-hander, and stopping what would have been a certain boundary. And he's been so good in the field, Rivaldo Clark. Can't say the same when he's in the slip. Had to put one down on another difficult one. But definitely he is one for the outfield.
And he also moved out the way of one. Remember, the white in the free. I was but wait, but why did he just stop the
He
ball?
refused to take accountability for that one. We shall call it the steam harvesting delivery of the innings. Having a look at Evelyn just turning away, knowing that he middled that one and he isn't getting much. Back to live action here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
again, bringing the bat down and the inner movement of the ball coming off the inner portion of the bat. And for a moment there, Evelyn wasn't too sure where the ball had gone. He knew it didn't go where he intended it to. And he was kind of blinded because he wasn't sure if it was going back towards the stump.
Yeah, that close look at the stance. Have a look at where this exactly comes off. He's shutting the bat face, trying to fetch one outside of the off stump, and it comes off the inner edge into the onside. No run. Just dragging the length back now, Blaze. Bit of a cloudy morning, not just in the skies, but across the ground as well, as we see some ash blowing across the field.
Something is burning somewhere. Somebody's burning something. We've seen some of the remnants blowing coming this way.
It doesn't quite create for an ideal atmosphere for the players out in the middle. Maybe some of them, particularly Blades, who would be controlling his breathing with some deep breaths as he walked back to the top of his mark. Pretty sure it'll blow over quickly.
And once the breeze continues to blow, that might be the case. Again, the line remains consistent throughout, and another decent over. I mean, from Jediah Blades, and at the end of it, it's 37 without loss.
Yeah, slow going this morning thus far. 6 overs gone, just 2 runs added to the total. Yeah, the batsman just looking curiously across, talking to the umpire as well, with the smoke coming across the ground. And speaking of things coming in, blowing in a fresh breath of air, the aerodynamic Tony Gray, new haircut and all. Welcome, Mr. Gray.
Yes, good morning to you, Billy. Good morning to our listeners and viewers. Thanks for that compliment.
You know, it's only compliments across on the strike from the non-striker. Spitman to continue. And it's short and cutting away. Johnson is the man at backward point. Can't quite stop it. It makes its way down to the boundary, but it's going to stop. And they're going to look for 3. Excellent running from Evelyn there. Recognizing the opportunity to come back for a third, but what made that possible was the running hard for the first couple of runs.
Yes, brilliant running between the wickets. And you look at Jeremiah, who's looking for runs. His intent has been very, very positive. Ball that was short and wide. So given the opportunity to cut the ball, wasn't in the air for a while, but just short of the fielder. Misjudged the line of it and afforded them 3 runs.
It looked like he was trying to get up and under. It come up the top portion of the bat, but there you see Evelyn hustling the third run, realizing that Johnson was slowing up in the outfield as the ball approached the boundary rope, and he had enough time and distance to beat the throw.
It's well bowled. He's really put in effort. He's bending his back, Pittman. And it seems that he is a lot more comfortable from the southern end rather than the northern end. Remember, he had 3 overs in the first innings and came off because of a niggle, but he looks fully fit.
Unless he has the wisdom to bowl again from the south end where he started. Never mind, he may not have his wisdom tooth intact.
No pun intended.
Suffering the agonizing pain associated with a toothache. Wasn't able to continue on the first day of play. And there is the ash just blowing across the bowler, blowing across the field. You could see there from the view, just a little bit gloomy, and it's not just from the overcast conditions.
Well, I was going to say that these are excellent conditions. It reminds me of England in summer, not in winter because it's really cold in winter, but in summer, these are the sort of conditions that you expect in England. Oh, well ball. Moving off the seam, that delivery in the right areas. We talk about the right areas is the top of off stump, but you can bowl that fourth stump line if there's movement away from the batsman. And we know that Evelyn has the inclination to go after those balls outside the off stump, but it's a reflex action as a batter. That's why you have those initial 3 slips in place. Now we have 2, and that gully in place. So Pittman has shown good qualities here.
It's a good battle ensuing at the moment. Yeah, umpire Kelman Cowlesser there at the southern end. He's been very much on the ball. He's just having a look at where the right foot of Pittman landed on his follow through there. Keeping an eye on the time as well, looking at continuous. He's looking as well as the ball switches from player to player in the outfield with the bowler at the top of him. Mark, just probably keep an eye on the clock, want to keep things moving on.
Yeah, watch these guys, the West Indies Academy players, they seem to be able to take information really well because there's definite improvement, individual improvement. The faster bowlers look really well organized. You've seen all of the bowlers, Blades from the other end, he has bowled a very good spell, so it's been continued discipline.
And that one pitched up. Good take there by Bowen Tuckett. Yeah, now with the game, so we'll say evenly poised for the moment because no wicket has fallen, although there is a lead, a very slender lead now. But the game is much evenly poised, so the players can feel more comfortable knowing what the game situation is as opposed to the first innings. So just 2 days to go, it's all to play for, and honours even.
I'll hold again, concentrating on that off-stump line. It's the end of the over, and that was the 16th over, 40 without loss. Now, the thing about it is that you want to protect the lead. In the context of the game, the West Indies Academy had a healthy lead, but they have not protected it properly at all. You have to give kudos to the batting side, CCC, and the opening partnership. They have done well. The approach of the captain is far different from what we saw in the first innings. In the first innings, he was more subdued, obviously looking to build a good total, first innings total to set up the game. But here he has to go a little bit more aggressive to get the game going and to try to dismantle the efforts of the young bowlers.
Well, 7 overs bowled this morning so far, just 5 runs added. We had a run rate of just about 4 yesterday, and now it's come down to 2.5. So there has been some level of control from the bowlers this morning in terms of run and in terms of line and length as well. And there is going to be a bowling change. As we mentioned, line and length. It's going to be still a left-hander in that of Nathan Edward, and he's going to replace Jediah Blades, who had 8 runs conceded in his 7 overs, just 3 overs from him this morning. And Edwards overnight 3 overs from him, conceding 13 runs. He's going to continue from the northern end now. Short and pulled away, hammered, and it's going to go all the way for 6 over where a long on would have been a wideish long one, just short of a length. But Jeremiah is saying looking to be aggressive this morning and get something that he could put away.
That's an excellent shot. He was into line very quickly, and he had a lot of leverage to play that shot. And it was so short. Now, Edward is not fast at all. He's not tall. Those short deliveries will be not bouncing type deliveries. Wouldn't trouble the batsman who has laid a foundation already. And with an excellent pull shot, an aggressive shot, treated with disdain.
I say a Friday delivery.
A warm-up delivery.
Trinidad and Tobago. Casual Friday, as some calls it.
It's well bowled. That's better. As I said before, he doesn't have extreme pace, so he's got to concentrate on that middle and off-stump lines, and he's got to do it consistently. Now, Blades bowled quite well. He was frugal, and you want to keep the pressure from this end. I like the fact that they changed ends from the first innings when he bowled from the other end, Edward, and the Blades bowled from this end. So we're getting not just a change of ends, but fast bowlers have to learn different things from different ends. That's well bowled. That's better. Concentrating on that off-stump line. There's movement still there with the newish ball, with the 2 slips in place.
Yeah, the Blades were bowling from this end, and once Joshua Bishop took over this end, it meant that the fast bowlers had to bowl from the opposite end, the southern end, in the first innings, because he bowled unchanged, 33 overs from him. And the rotation of the bowlers on that end was more frequent because of the fact that Pittman was unavailable. And we were asking the question, when are we going to see Mutara, particularly that Pittman was off the field. Mutara came in and got the breakthrough. And he's flashing and flashing hard, and it goes over the gully into the boundary for 4. And the intention is clear. Jeremiah wants to get rid of this lead as soon as possible. 50, that brings up the 50 with that boundary. 50 off 100 deliveries.
Yeah, I think that he bats better when he's going after the ball, although that was not a good control shot. It was a good delivery that was pitched up and in outside the wall stump. Not good control at all. He was looking to play it perhaps over the top, but he sliced that one over point for 4 runs. A lucky shot, but I like the intent, because most times he's in a good position with the intention being to score runs.
And with boundaries, you find player being aggressive. You will find a change in the field. The second slip comes out, goes into the extra cover position. Still a 5-4 field.
Shot. Lovely shot. Excellent shot. Looking for the second run, maybe 3. If they run quickly enough, put some pressure on the fielder, but just 2 runs. So Edward has not been able to control most of the deliveries in this over, overcompensating there and bowling full on the leg stump. And that one whipped on the onside.
Just seeing that the umpire's consulting with that smoke blowing across the ground. The volume of ash has increased, blowing across from that easterly direction. And I'm not quite sure Jeremiah wants to go for a break right now, because in this 1 over, they've gotten 12 runs. So whereas the first 7 overs, just 5 runs, and now 12 runs in this over, and before we're not going to even see the completion of the overs, the umpire have decided to take the players off the field as conditions have gotten a little bit worse and is not seeming to get any better.
Yeah, I think it's a good umpiring. Obviously, the health of the players are very important, and then you have a situation where it's gotten worse, as you mentioned. So the right decision has been made. Now, the thing about it is that you talked about the momentum of the CCC team, the way they've been batting. Jeremiah scoring more frequently now, 38 of 39 deliveries. And the momentum have been broken here because the players are off the field. So CCC would not have liked it. And maybe it is for the advantage of the academy team, because runs will come in.
Yeah, so a good start here. The 50 coming up on the board in the 17th over, and it's a good healthy run rate now of 3 runs and over. And with the news that the players have come off the field, not wanting to risk anything with smoke inhalation, as the visibility as well may have been affected with the cloud smoke thickening across the outfield. What we can do is just have a look at some of the scores across the region. Last night in Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica, Jamaica in the first innings, 372 runs with Javel Glenn, 140 not out. Excellent innings from him. And Abijay Mansingh, 67. Joshua James got 3 wickets, as well as Carey Pierre in that innings. Yannick Correa, however, only bowled 5.5 overs and picked up a hamstring injury and wasn't able to bowl for the rest of the innings. Trinidad and Tobago, in reply, suffered the loss of early wickets, 171 of just 44.2 overs. But Captain Joshua De Silva went up to 86, and he was really farming the strike with Correa at the other end, and his immobility couldn't run for singles and retarded the scoring somewhat. But he did manage to get to 86 and hitting some 20 plus runs in one particular over against the leg spin of Mansingh. and just raced up to 86 as the field spread. He farmed the strike, trying to get to 100, but more importantly, trying to knock off the runs for the follow-on. I know you have a few interesting comments about that. It is the extras as well. Before you come in, Tony, was 29 extras in 25 rather in that total of 171 with 19 no balls.
Yeah, first of all, we have to compliment Joshua De Silva. Remember, he's had what, 3 centuries, back-to-back centuries in the early parts of the tournament. So he's been in fantastic form. I like the way he went about that, as you mentioned, farming the strike, and he was very situational. Aggressive, yes, with aggressive intent because he had to be. And that's how you play in those sort of situations. To me, a lot of batsmen go out there and try to defend and work the ball around and try to recapture the momentum. But you have to be aggressive with intelligence in those situations. He was.
Would you say that he showed good leadership ability, Mr.
Yeah, it's something that we're talking about in the Caribbean now when it pertains to our captains and that sort of thing. We've seen it here with Teddy Bishop, the way he batted. He batted in accordance to the situation of the game. And he knew that, he had a lot of responsibility of building a good total. And he got 99, unfortunate for him. But coming back to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they did a good job in Barbados, winning in 2 days. And that should be a template for us in the Caribbean to learn from. Home advantage, your thoughts?
It plays a big factor with any side. It's not easy to be on tour away from your family. You're always in a training camp. And with this particular setup now where players can rotate in and out of the CCC and some in the West Indies Academy, players get a lot more opportunity, but it does mean that they have to work harder. And it's pretty difficult. But home advantage, when you get back home in your own conditions, it's not just relaxing, but it's a boost of confidence. Do you know your surroundings and your environment to perform well?
I think that, that game, Barbados Pride versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, that Barbados Pride lost in 2 days, is a good template for us to learn from, because it's a microcosm of what is happening internationally. Home advantage to me and the potency of it is not home advantage again because of the coming of franchise cricket. Players are playing cricket all over the world. India lost to New Zealand 3-0 in India because, to me, players are playing in different cricketing environments. You had a situation where they're playing against different bowlers. It's the same thing like in Trinidad, Trinidad Red Force playing against Barbados in Barbados. The perception was that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen cannot bat pace. So there was a green top. I think that was strategically wrong because what you had in the early parts of the tournament are placid pitches. You don't take a chance of taking your batsmen, especially, out of their comfort zone. And then on the 4th rung, remember the juke ball came into play. So it was double whammy in a sense that you psychologically, and Ruskin Mark talked about it, you psychologically distracted your batsmen and they couldn't withstand consistent seam bowling from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers.
Well, a couple of things. I thought firstly that you were going to allude to the fact about the rivalry between the two teams and to beat them at home. Second point that you're making as well with things like the CPL going wrong and players are familiar in all conditions now. It seems as though there is no home ground anymore for any one of these players that who are on tour and play franchise cricket as well. And to that point as well, Barbados with a green top, knowing that Trinidad and Tobago's bowling lineup for the last couple of years, but more particularly this year, and having that one individual, perhaps the number one bowler, fast bowler in the region, Jaden Seals there in your armory. It's a questionable decision to put some grass on that too.
Yeah, that's right. So psychologically, batsmen who are accustomed playing on placid pitches, and when I say placid pitches, really placid pitches, because in the first 3 rounds of cricket this year, you had 19 centuries. So that's a lot of centuries, and you have to look at the record books to see if regional cricket, first 3 rounds of cricket, you had 19 centuries, if that ever happened before. But in 4 rounds of cricket, you had 26 centuries. So it tells me that the playing conditions generally have been advantageous to the batsmen. So you don't put your team on a green top and expect them to perform if you don't have that strategy at the beginning of the tournament.
So that's going to lead us into a bigger question, but we'll come to that. And maybe I'll leave that question for you and Mr. Ruskin Mark to handle in terms of the West Indies a series that is going to come up against the Australians and the armory that we do have with our fast bowlers. But of course, the Australian fast bowlers are going to come as well. And it's going to be a huge battle of the fast bowlers. And I'll leave that one up for both of you to deliberate. But what I wanted to get back to as well as we look at that Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago game is that where the points table is concerned and Trinidad sitting just under Guyana. And in the Guyana game, Guyana are currently batting 137 for the loss of 1 wicket, having made 193 in the first innings. And Leeward Islands amassing a total of 335 with Carty 92. Hamilton 80, 73 from Mikhail Louis, because we're going to look at that very closely as well, because we're looking at opening batsman as well for that Australia tour. And just trailing now Guyana by 5 runs. So a very intense battle going on there as well. And back here at Trinidad and Tobago for that position fight at top for the top place.
Yes, highly competitive. What Guyana has done right is that they are very good at accumulating the points, the bonus points. They're very good at doing the maths and very good at implementing the strategies to get the bonus points. But it is highly competitive, and they are also good at coming back into the game. Against Barbados, the first game they played at Providence, they came back into the game in the latter half. Of course, the spin bowlers were very good because of the dry nature of the pitch on the third day or the fourth day. So you have to look at Guyana as a team that could come back into the game. They're really well led by Tevin Imlach. He's a very intelligent player and a captain, very good tactically. And I like the way he handles the media. So he's got that level of respect from his players, and he's got that level of stability for his team.
Yeah, he commands authority in any position that he holds, whether it be with the gloves, whether it be as captain, or even when he's out there in the middle batting. And he has got experience, he has got runs under his belt. So, another good leader, another name being thrown into the bag. But we're not going to get to that point. We're going to leave that.
Yeah, it's amazing. Before this round started, you had Joshua De Silva scoring 300s. And I think it was about 370 overall, 70-something overall. And you look at Tevin Imlach was close by less than 2 runs or something like that. So it's good that Tevin Imlach has taken over the wicket-keeping duties. And also, Joshua De Silva seemed to be motivated by, losing his place with the bat because he got 300. So I like to see competition, and the more competition you have, the better it is.
Shall we not call it losing your place, but just because you have a variety
of options. He lost his place. Come on, Billy.
It's a rotation, shall we say?
Looking very fit there.
Yeah. Well, the hair could help. So you're inspiring me to go get mine and do a clean shave as well. But we were looking at that, and we do have here the most runs for the tournament leading up into this round. And of course, Jason Mohammed at 519 runs, and Jonathan Griggs at 416. And we do have a delay, not missing any cricket, but we are going to resume very shortly because the umpires, it has cleared up, and the umpires are making their way out. And the 2 batsmen eager, of course, to get back out into the middle. But just to continue on, leading up into this round, Joshua De Silva, 379 runs. And right under him, Tevin Imlach, 377 runs. Just 2 runs difference between the two. And if we look across at the hundreds, 300s to Joshua De Silva, of course, and an 86 in this game. And 2 to Tevin Imlach. So they neck and neck to the wicket. And it's a good thing to have if you're looking at for the selectors. Good option for them to have.
Yeah, the thing with some players, they can get complacent in their positions. I like to see competition, and you have to, create that environment as a coach, as selectors too, because selectors are important when it comes to maintaining competition or creating competition, so that players don't get complacent. And what you're seeing from that position, the wicket-keeping duties, is that it's become highly competitive because you have some wicketkeeper batsmen at this level who are also competing for that position. And you want the spin bowlers to do the same thing. You want the batsmen to do the same thing. And if there's an environment of competition, you'll get better performances because guys have to work harder at the game.
Of course, and we won't eliminate the option of playing more than one wicketkeeper if they're both in great nick and tremendous form, particularly as they are at home. Mr. Gary about to resume here. Nathan Edward with just one delivery to come in his fourth over. And it's been an over of sorts. 12 runs in that over. The 50 coming up in that over. In the 17 overs gone, 52 without loss.
Yeah, and batsmen need to concentrate on every bowler. Not that Edwards is not quick and he doesn't move the ball as much as Blades. Same left arm, medium fast. But he cannot be complacent. None of the batsmen can be complacent. They have to keep focus on all bowlers. Edward would be different in that he doesn't get bounce. So they have to look to come forward. As I say, welcome to my good friend and my good critic, Ruskin Mark.
I don't ever criticize you. I critique you. I don't criticize you.
You always criticize me,
No,
Ruskin.
I never criticize.
Come
I
on.
critique you. I don't criticize you.
You criticize me.
If I was
You can be verbally harsh sometimes,
If I was
Ruskin.
trying to describe your haircut now, criticizing your haircut.
You see what?
I'll critique your haircut.
All right, go ahead and let's hear you. I can take it.
So we're looking at the continuation here. The players are back out in the middle, which is good to see. We didn't get much of a break, 10 minutes or so, thereabouts. They went off just for a brief period. But I think the umpires did the smart thing, and just to give the players a chance, maybe just to catch themselves, because even here, where we are located, you could have felt the air quality changed drastically.
Yeah, that's a benefit of having the breeze come from the easterly direction because the smoke is coming from that direction. So the breeze would have pushed it across the ground. And as you mentioned, the right thing was done. You got to protect the health of the players.
Yeah, even the umpires themselves, remember they're out there also. So they too must have been feeling a little bit uncomfortable with it. And I don't know how sensitive they are to it. Could have been the eyes burning, the throat scratching. And that was a good delivery again. But you still have to tip your hats to Pittman and company. They've really done a decent job limiting the scoring options for these two openers for the CCC.
Yeah.
And even though they haven't been separated, they've been trying to get at the bowling. We had the one pull shot that went for 6 early on, but not much else. And they've really been forced to be patient, and and sometimes they struggled. But we have 4 maidens on the trot to start proceedings here this morning.
Yeah, I mentioned it that you have to protect your lead. It's was a healthy lead. It's now 24 runs to go. And you have to protect it because you've worked very hard. And, you have to try to get wickets at the same time, but you have to be frugal and really disciplined. So there must be a balance in the way you approach your bowling. I think that they have been impressive because they're young bowlers and they've shown that level of discipline. And they've targeted the areas in which you would hope to see them bowling consistently. Oh, well bowled. That's excellent.
More of the same there. The putting the balls in those areas that gives them the best chance to get wickets. Because right now the batsmen are just trying, like you said, trying to get on top of the bowling. I think before they went off, for a moment there, they started to score a little bit freer. And so the break probably came not at the right time for them. However, they're not separated, so they're still back out there. So they know probably have to play themselves in again and then get back to that point where they can get on top of the bowling, but they can't take it for granted. Or beautifully bowled. And T. Grape bounces his head in approval, as if to suggest that he likes what he's seeing.
You like it because you keep the batsman honest when you bowl that 1 or 2 short delivery, well-directed delivery, really bending his back. And the ball very away from the batsman. He played it well, kept its hands low. And that's the right way to look at the bongs first of all. And it's the right technique to keep your hands low.
Keep your eyes on the ball, because a lot of times some batsmen tend to turn their heads. And if it doesn't get up, then you might be wearing a little tattoo.
Well, bowl again. This has been impressive. Well-controlled run-up. He's a big, strong guy. Last year, I don't think that he had this level of alignment, but it's not a complicated action. As we see the end of the 18th over, it's 54 without loss.
Yeah, we were looking at him. Well, on the first day, we didn't get to see much of him, as you mentioned earlier, because he only had 3 overs, and he went off because of that toothache, and which eventually, as you said, went into a bit of a migraine and stuff. You ever had a migraine?
Yeah.
You had migraine?
Yeah,
You suffer from migraines?
I suffered from epilepsy as a child.
Mhm.
I had to fight it through, but I don't, I outgrew the fits and that sort of thing. But it is not an easy thing to deal with when you have a migraine, especially when you have a bad haircut.
When you were,
You look surprised, Ross.
I was just about to say, when you were bumping and weaving just now in approval, I thought you were trying to shake your locks, but then but you have no locks. Is it bumping everything? We see the danger man is back into the attack. He bowled so well in the first innings, Joshua Bishop, and with 6 for 78, and now he's back again, trying to see if he could do a similar job. They do have a forward short leg for him, just a 1 slip. And maybe if you're looking for wickets, Tigre, I suppose since he's just starting, but if he gets turned, we saw he got bonks in the first innings. Maybe you might bring another close-in fielder just to put some pressure on him.
Yeah, listen, we saw yesterday when the CCC team bowled, there was ample turn, especially the latter stages of the day. So you expect the ball to get a little older. You expect the pitch to be a little bit more abrasive, and you expect a little bit more turn. He's going to be a lot more comfortable bowling against a right-hand batsman rather than a left-hander. So we'll see what happens. But I expect a little bit more bonks or odd bonks and a little bit more turn. Well, bowl.
Yeah, and what I would have liked to have seen at some point for him to bowl a bit from the bottom end, and just to see what he can get out of that side of the wicket, this end of the wicket. But we haven't seen that at all in this game. And that's because he's picked up wickets from this end, so they've kind of stuck with him at this end. But remember when we had the great spinners in TNT, in Chumas and Inch and Ranji. This is well played. That is a lovely shot. He got right out to the pitch of it and helped himself. He just lifted it, didn't try to overhit it, and he just timed it beautifully, hit it straight, and got 6 runs.
You see him clean that front leg. He's a strong young man. Look at his shoulders. He's really powerfully built. And it was a flight to delivery and just cleared that front leg so he could have accessed the ball properly. And he played through the line of the ball for a huge 6. Well done.
Very well played. And a good comeback delivery as well. And this is how the game has changed, Tigre, because back in the day, you would have probably tried to drive that through the covers to get 4. Now, because they play so much T20 cricket, once the ball is up in the air, the tendency is to try to get under it. And he did that well, 55 without loss at the end of the over.
Yeah, the mental changes that have taken
Should be
place,
61 rather.
mental changes that have taken place over the years as relates to batsmanship. The element of risk is minimized now. They go after the ball. Years ago, you had batsmen trying to build an innings, thinking about getting out or maybe getting out. So they were sort of defensive minded, not Sir Vivian Richards and most of the West Indian batsmen. But now you have a situation where batsmen are free to play shots. They don't think about the risk that is involved.
Remember Jim Allen?
Oh, yeah. Good all-rounder.
Yeah.
Excellent all-rounder.
But he played his cricket that way.
Yeah.
He didn't worry too much about state of the game or anything like that. He just put back the ball. It was good to see him. Until, as I said, I think of Richard Gabriel played the game like that. I remember when Gabe used to hit the ball in the air, they used to bowl at him.
Are you doing that?
And now that is like commonplace. It's accepted. From around the wicket is Pittman now still fighting there for his team.
Yeah, you could talk a lot about the technical aspect of batsmanship, the running between the wickets, but that internal aspect of the freedom of mind and, not thinking too much about doubt, being, positive and understanding at the same time what is happening out there, what the bowlers are trying to do. It's a combination of things, not just the technical proficiency of the batsman.
Here he goes again, and this could be a chance. This is going to take some catching, and he got his hands to it, and he just couldn't hold on to it there. Give him credit, though, because Jediah Blades turned, chased it, got sight of it, got his hands to it. He just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, not an easy catch to take. Great effort, fantastic effort. He was running downhill, and it's not an easy catch to judge in the first place. It went miles in the air, and just not controlling that catch at all. Have to dive forward, and that's not easy at all, Ruskin.
Yeah, you would know about diving and stuff like that.
Come on.
Seeing that you were the goalkeeper in the group here. That's a fast bowler's response.
And that's an excellent pacey delivery, bending his back again. Again, a lengthy spell, not bad at all. He's a strong man. And I said that these guys are well coached. You can see it. They've not overdone the bouncers. This is not the pitch for that. It's more to keep the batsman honest. But the short deliveries have been well-directed deliveries.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they probably start, go to it a little bit more just to make sure that they keep the batsman pinned. It's going to be close, and Tuck not able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's been efficient to tuck it, but I didn't think that he was in the right position there. He got close to the line of the ball, but got down in an uncomfortable position, didn't collect properly at all. But you have to say that Puckett has been very, very good behind the stumps. Now, you really want to see the wicket keepers up to the stumps to see the efficiency, because it's easier, in my opinion, to keep to the faster bowlers. Not when the ball is going all over the place, but it's harder to keep to the spinners, especially when you're turning the ball on pitches that are conducive to turn. It's well bowled.
Yeah, he's bowled. This has been a good spell from him. Tigre, you know that the West Indies are set to face off with Australia here in the West Indies coming up. And of course, the West Indies home series full of energy. Home series, the action will unfold in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and St. Kitts, with 3 tests followed by 5 action-filled T20 internationals. And you can get your tickets early via the westindiescricket.com. Children under 16 are free for all test matches and get 50% off T20 internationals. Tucker trying to get to that one. sort of pushed it around the post as he was sprawling going across. For senior citizens also enjoy a 50% off all T20 matches. West Indies full of energy for the West Indies home series versus Australia. And you can get your tickets today. So a great opportunity for fans to come out. Let me just tell them the over comes to an end. It's 66 without loss.
Are you going to go to Barbados? They said senior citizens.
Actually, I enjoy cricket in Barbados. I do enjoy cricket in
Go
Barbados.
to Barbados. It's right about half an hour away from Trinidad. I plane. They said senior citizens, Ruskin.
I would go as a senior citizen.
All
I
right.
went for my driver's permit this morning, and I did, as a senior citizen, and I didn't have to make an appointment. I just walked in, presented them. I had to get a medical. I did that, and I went and I
When you talk about medical,
got to,
you're talking about a comprehensive
no,
type
not
medical?
this is not a comprehensive.
Yeah, because
medical.
you have to test brain and everything.
Well, that is not so much medical. That's, you know. But what I have to say is that it was very efficient. It didn't take me that. I was worried. Good anticipation in the field, but it was seamless, and it was very organized. Once you handed in the form, it didn't take very long for it to get to where it was supposed to go. So you had the picture taken, and voila, that's a good delivery. They handed you the permit, the renewal permits. And so I know it's been, a lot of these agencies and this is a big hit. That's going to go all the way. You could see him getting under it and making no mistake once again to deposit that one over mid-wicket for another 6.
If you're bowling a short ball, and he's bowled a short ball here, it was a sluggish short ball. Give the batsman every time possible to play that shot. Kept looking at the ball. He didn't go too hard initially. He was in the right position. You got to look at those deliveries onto the bat. But it was an aggressive type shot for 6 runs. So clearly a different approach to batting from Jeremiah in this innings.
Well, he's on to 49 now. Remember, he made 47 in the first innings.
Sure, that's a good
And
shot.
that could bring up his 50. It's brilliantly played, and that's 4 good-looking runs. So a 50 to Jeremiah. Again, he had 47 in the first innings, and he's improved on that, getting to his 50, and that will bring the score up to 76 now. 4 4s and 2 6s in this 50.
Yeah, an excellent effort from him thus far, but he has to convert. He got to 50 in the first innings and then didn't go on to 100, but he needs to go on to 100. And I like his approach because his technique has improved with his approach. This is good running again, playing with soft hands and realizing that there was a single there and excellent response. So besides the shot making that we've seen from him, we've seen good batsmanship in way of running between the wickets. And these two have batted well. It's now 73 for the loss of no wicket.
Yep.
In 21 overs.
So they're 5 away from wiping off the deficit, and that which was the first aim.
So I guess that he had to bat this way because the intention is to win the game. At the end of the game,
because they lost on first innings. They don't have a choice now.
So they have to go after the runs and be a lot more assertive than they were in the first innings. And with a lot more time on this game still, you have a day and 2 sessions to go after this one ends.
So that's roughly 5 sessions that you have. Let's just do a little forward thinking in the sense that given the propensity to score quickly, what they need, a 250 lead?
A 250 lead, but it depends on the surface. At the end of the day, you will analyze the surface if it's cracking up, because it's still a good batting surface. We've not seen fluctuation and bounce, and it's not too pace. It cannot be described as too pace. So it depends on the surface. They don't want to lose this game at the end. So I think they would be looking for 300 or more runs.
Still firing away there is Pittman, trying his best for his team. But now, do they bat through the day? and maybe the first hour in the morning,
First hour.
because you don't want to lose the game, so you don't want to give them
That's
too
right.
much time to get the runs. Because if somebody comes, swings the bat, and as we saw yesterday, almost everybody who came to the wicket wanted to hit the boundary of the first ball. So they obviously have intentions to do damage. So it's really a situation here where are we going to let them, chase down the 310, 320 in 2 sessions in an hour?
And the other thing is that the captain, Jeremiah, has to erase from his mind what happened in the first innings, because he's got a bat for himself too and the team. A lot of times, because his team capitulated in the first innings, he would be thinking about what happened to them.
Yeah.
No, he's free there. He's got to be continued playing the role that he's playing. He's got to be positive right through.
Yeah, and he's shaping very well. He's not afraid to put bat to ball. He knows the business, and he just continuing to trug along.
That's a good ball. You've seen some wicket-taking deliveries. You've seen some excellent effort. These guys are fit, and we talk about the breaks between the games. I think it's the ideal situation. It's putting on to what is necessary where West Indies cricket is concerned, because you can have active recuperation after the first 3 rounds. You want your coaches to work with players during the break. And don't think that coaches could really make great changes during the competition stage. I think that you need those breaks in between games or in between blocks of games to work on the deficiencies of players. Good shot, excellent shot, excellent shot. That's full of time in there. Not really going hard at the ball again, but getting out to the line of the ball and then opening the face, using the pace of that delivery from Pittman.
Yeah,
Excellent shot.
he certainly timed it very well. And Pittman just given him enough width there to work with, and he didn't miss out on it at all. He stayed on top of it, and he placed it beautifully into the gap and down to the boundary for 4 runs.
And they say when you're driving at the ball, you must throw both arms at the ball and not use your bottom hand too much. The top hand is the most dominant hand, but you must throw both arms at the ball. He did that perfectly well there.
So we still have a little bit of the, I suppose, the smoke in around us. And again, he's trying to, even though he's played some good shots in between, he's found difficulty finding the middle of the bat. And so he's always giving the bowler, some kind of encouragement. And, as the over comes to an end, you look at it again, look at where the foot is, look where the bat is. Well away from the bat he's playing and well away from his body, and the ball hitting the inner portion of the bat. And I think the players are going off again because the smoke is coming back. It's becoming a little bit difficult, I think, for the umpires as well.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, Ruskin. It's unfortunate because what we have seen is good cricket by these two teams. And, it's something that cannot be stopped easily. Again, the smoke coming from the east and blowing across the ground. And it's the right thing to do again and again. So you don't want to lose time and overs in this particular game because it's an interestingly poised game. You have both teams, and we said that at the start of the game that both teams are balanced where talent is concerned. Of course, the CCC team is a little bit more experienced with international players at the senior team level. But this game is such an interesting game, and you want to see the overs being maximized, the time being maximized because of the balance that we've seen in the game at the moment.
Yes, and it has to. The only way it could change is if somebody gets a big 100 here, and they do it quickly, and then the others kind of bat around, like how these two have approached things here. One is taking the lead, the other one is just nudging and supporting in that regard, understanding his role in this partnership. Should Jeremiah get out, then we probably see Evelyn step up and take responsibility while the other or the new batsman kind of plays himself in and gets in the groove. But it's really understanding, and this is where the camp life is so important, because you talk about different scenarios. Even the coaches, when they sit with you and they tell you what it is, it doesn't end there. Players, either you're rooming with somebody so you could have discussions with them. Let me just say, due to the smoke covering the ground, there is some fire, something is burning to the east of us. And so maybe that is what is causing the smoke. And so the umpires are taking it very seriously, and they have opted to take the players off for the second time. We had about a 10-minute break earlier, and just about 11:17 now, we've gone off again. So hopefully it won't be much longer than the first break that we had. But the score right now, 82 without loss. So they've wiped off the deficit, and now they're trying to build some partnership. Look at Evelyn, 59 to Jeremiah, but Evelyn is on 20. So that is the situation here. And you know, it really allows players to discuss things when they're in a camp life. You know, you could talk, you learn about your teammate. You might be from another country, have a different background to yours. Their bringing might have been different to yours. You know, so you learn. It's constant learning, and that is where West Indies captaincy is a kind of novel experience, because you might take a captain from, say, let's say for argument's sake, from Antigua, but he has to lead men from Guyana, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, all with different scenarios or different stories to deal with. But plus, they also have different attitudes to the game and what have you. So, as a captain, and that's why it's not an easy job being a West Indies captain. The first thing I would imagine you have to learn is man management, but you also have to have an appreciator. You have to be big enough to understand the personalities that you're dealing with.
Yeah, excellent point, Ruskin. I've always said it.
Still ain't get no coffee for me. Excellent point. I ain't get no coffee.
People consistently said in the past that Sir Clive Lloyd wasn't a great captain. That's nonsense, because of the points that you brought up just now. You got to understand how to manage people first of all. And the thing about West Indies captaincy is that you get in players from all over the region, from different cultures, from different socio-economic backgrounds, from different cricket habits, different personalities. So it's very difficult. And the captaincy of the West Indies team is very difficult. So to me, I think you have to educate your captains from an early age, perhaps on the 17, on the 19. And you mentioned the academy. The academy is supposed to do those things. I remember you had a one-day workshop in the Queen's Park Oval. Mike Brelly, the former great England captain, and I went to it, and it was just amazing. Somebody asked him about the personality of Ian Botham. How do you get Ian Botham to respond properly because he's got a strong personality? Well, yeah, the question was answered this way. He paused a little while, because remember, Braley was a clinical psychologist.
Yeah.
And he studied at, I think it was Oxford or Cambridge, human relations. So people don't realize that his black background helped him with his leadership. And he led England in the right way, although he didn't really contribute with the bat or with the ball. So for me, he said, he paused a long time and said, well, first of all, we want to win. That's the first thing and Botham would be impactful that way. You know what I mean? So you got to understand that it is not just about the tactical part of the game on the field, but it's how you manage the player. And Darren Sammy has been excellent at doing that in the past.
Yeah, but also when you consider that you also had Jason Holder, who was given that responsibility at a very young age, and I thought he did an amazing job at it. But before you answer that, and before the umpires come back out, well, they're making their way back out in the middle, so we didn't really lose much time. I think we went off at about 18 past, and it's just about 5 minutes later than that, and the batsmen and the players are making their way back out in the middle. 82 without loss, and 59 to Jeremiah. Good half century, 50 from 53 balls with 4 fours and 2 sixes. And this was a splendid effort. And so when you look at him, he would have had a good all-round game with the bat already, both innings. So he had 47 in the first innings. He's 59 here. So he could be happy with his performance, but so too could be several others. Teddy Bishop is opposite number. Very unfortunate to not get 100, but was deserving of that 100.
Definitely. And you just think
And then
about
Becky Joseph.
Yeah,
as
you
well.
just think about captains. So now you're looking at Jeremiah, a very good innings in the first innings of 50. He batted for very long. He had to come on the field yesterday and manage his team, tactical changes. And now he is batting and he got a 50 already. So he's been on the field for a long period of time and he's contributed immensely in this game, a captain's innings. But the sad truth about these breaks, Ruskin, it is harder for batsmen to recapture their focus, and it's easier for bowlers, in my opinion.
Well, it's easy because remember, as a bowler, you probably just nothing has changed as far as your mindset is concerned. You just go about the business. The batsman, on the other hand, would probably now try to play himself back in, so he's going to make sure he gets the timing right. But that shouldn't affect these two, and I'll tell you why. Because, for example, you look at Damel Evelyn, his approach hasn't changed. He's still, playing with a straight bat. Evelyn, or rather, Jeremiah, on the other hand, is the one who I think that might be a little more difficult to do because he's a little bit more risky and risky when he plays his shots, and it helps him sometimes. So it's the end of the over. 82 without loss, 22 overs gone.
That's a good point.
As we welcome you back here again, we hope you go on out and support West Indies cricket. Buy your tickets early and don't allow yourself to be kept out of the venues. And you saw the venues there for the action. Are you happy with those venues? Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Obviously,
At that time of the year, too, it's
yeah.
important because the lower part of the West Indies will be really seasoned,
it's-
more or less.
Yeah, it's amazing, Ruskin, that that win against Australia in Australia prompted a 3-test match series. It would have been 2 test matches, but it's now a 3-test match series. So that win was really beneficial to the people of the Caribbean. This is good batting. Gap finding, playing with soft hands, opening the face, getting 1 run. Rotating strike, not allowing the bowler to bowl to 1 batsman. Excellent cricket, yeah. And then remember the last test match is supposed to be a day-night scenario, yeah, in Jamaica. So that should be interesting too, because the Australians are very adept at playing with a pink ball. We've not had a lot of experience, but in the region, in this 4-day tournament, you've seen pink ball cricket more and more.
I think this is Trinidad and Tobago's third game.
Third game,
pink
yeah.
ball.
Okay.
This year alone, Plus, the local players played the North-South Classic as a day-night game in preparation for this regional series. And that's a good shot. That's excellently played. He might only get a single, but he was on top of it again. And you look in the distance, you see a little birdie flying into Piarco Airport. I think T. Gray probably has a ticket. waiting for him.
Well played. But the CWI has really and truly tried their very best to simulate what is happening internationally, and that's the way to go, Ruskin. You have to get your players into the mental and physical habits of what is going on internationally. So it's a good thing that
In
pink
the
ball
air,
cricket, yeah,
it went in the air for a long while, just dropping short. I don't think Blades had a chance to get to that one. But again, it's just the little bunks. You could see the bunks
Yeah.
that he's getting there. Always when 84 without loss, a maiden over completed there.
Yeah, so they have tried their very best to simulate what is happening internationally, and that is important. So players get used to the habits of playing international cricket. What happened there is that he was falling over slightly to the off side. His head was not straight in accordance to the line of the ball, and he just got that inside edge of the bat. What happens in that situation is that you have to line up your head and not just the bat, so that you have full control of playing a defensive shot.
Plus, he wasn't to the pitch of the balls, and he was still kind of reaching for it. And luckily for him, he didn't play it straight into the hand of the forward short leg. He got enough bat on it that took it away from him almost towards mid-wicket as opposed to the man square on the onside. So interesting battle is still going on here. These two have done the first part. Now they're trying to do the second part, which is to pad this lead and as quickly and as big a lead as possible. Again, pushing uppishly back past the bowler. So all of a sudden, both batsmen, and maybe this is what the break does. You still play like you were playing before, and but your timing isn't there just yet.
You know, he's playing too early there. He's closing the face of the bat, and he's got to be very careful that he doesn't send a return catch or play uppishly, and you can get a leading edge also, turning the face of the bat too quickly. The ball is a bit older now, and the pitch is a bit drier. The ball might not come through as it did earlier this morning.
That's better.
Ah,
That's so much better, and that's beautifully played for four. I don't know if they're going to cut it off. I doubt very much. So it's going to go into the boundary, and you could just see Evelyn going for a little jog. And that probably made him feel good about himself here. Look at it, right out again, keeping the head still and letting the ball come to him and then just stroking it.
It's one of the pleasing shots in world cricket, the square drive. He played it in front of square, but it was full of timing and the positioning, really nice position. It's one of the pleasing shots, an aesthetically pleasing shot to look at in world cricket. Brian Lara's have played it. So Vivian Richards. Gordon Greenidge was excellent at the square drive. So Richie Richardson was excellent at the square drive. So we've had
The
very
smoke
good
is coming back again,
components.
and
Yeah.
we may have to go off
What's going on here?
yet again. And so I may ask Tony Gray to go and find the fire and just stomp on it a little bit and put it
On it.
stomp on it and put it out.
That's a good one, Russ.
Yeah, just put it out.
I wear size 17.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I chose you. I wouldn't ask Vinu to do that. That's why I picked you.
But you have to explain to the listeners why you said what you said. So I will help you with that.
The thing is, we only wanted to out the fire. We don't want it to damage the ground or anything like that. Out the fire.
As I talk about that, I remember being in New Zealand and, the test tour with the West Indies team and having to borrow Joel Garner's batting shoes, right? And this is no joke, he wore what, size 19, 18 or something like that. And I had to put on extra socks because that guy was a giant of a man. People say 6'8", but it's more like 6'10" and a half. It's 6'10" and a half is the right height. All right, but Joel Garner, what a lovely individual, tried to help all the young fast bowlers on tour. And it would have been tremendously hard as a batsman facing Joel Garner because of that extreme height. You talk about mechanics with fast bowlers. In that era, you had different types of bowling actions, but it seemed that all the fast bowlers were big and strong, tall men. So they had physical intimidation where the batsmen are concerned. Joel Garner releasing the ball from about 10 feet. getting extreme bonks and the Yorkers. So a lot of times it is not about just, facing the bowler, but it's the intimidatory part of it.
Well, and Joel, he presented a different obstacle to batsmen because of his height. You probably, a lot of them, I don't think, ever faced somebody
That's right.
that high, and remember, although I'm sure he was given the new ball on occasion, he really was not the first
Yeah. So
two
Andy
bowlers
Roberts
you'll
and
face. He
Michael
would probably be
Hoagland.
the
That's
first
right.
change, and
Then you had
sometimes the
Colin Clough.
second change,
Yeah.
and that is what made that quartet. Well, not really a quartet because we had like about 8 of them, So it really wasn't a quartet of fast bowlers. Only 4 would have played at any one time, but it was just so constant with them. And when I was going through that recently and looking at and saying, but these West Indian bowlers, we came out of the Hall and Griffith era, right? And even then, we had other capable fast bowlers at the time, including Sagari, right? Although he wasn't like lightning quick, but he did produce one or two things. But we had Boyce, and you had Boyce and Holder. Now Holder was more of a control bowler,
swung the ball.
but Keith Boyce was really tear away fast. And what I love about Keith Boyce, one was his run up, because although we talk about Keith Boyce in terms of his aggression, he had one of the smoothest run-ups, and because it was a consistent run-up. He was straight, it was dead straight, and he used to just fly into the wicket.
But my point, Ruskin, is that when you look at our fast bowlers years going back, I mean, you could talk about Larry Joseph having a really good run-up. Maybe not perfect in his bowling action, but to me, all the fast bowlers had run-ups that suited their physical makeup. You talk about Joel Garner, for example. How else could you get that physical body to be controlled at the point of delivery, not starting the way he started?
Yeah.
Remember, he started low and then he climbed nicely like a plane, an airplane.
He kind of uncoiled.
Right. So I'm saying that maybe the boy days that we had years ago impacted the mechanics that we saw from our fast bowlers. Colin Clough. For me, I think he had a smooth, nice run-up too. We talk about Michael Hoagland a lot, and he is, the greatest run-up that we've ever seen, the greatest mechanics we've ever seen. But we don't talk about the other bowlers. The late
Andy Roberts.
That's right.
Had a good run-up.
The late Malcolm Marshall.
And Malcolm Marshall again brought a different element. You know what I always used to look at? Malcolm Marshall at one end used to take a wide angle and come in. Going at Julian at the other end, he used to take a wide angle and with his left arm and make a C. When he's coming into bowl, and Marshall used to do a similar thing, but from the other side of the wicket with his right hand. So if you watch the boot mark after you see this, you see this thing. Wait, who's running here? But it's one right-hander from one end and a left-hander from the other end.
But it's a tremendous study that we need to study, research on why we had a perpetuation of fast bowlers during that era. I believe that we don't research enough, and there are certain things that can be brought back into this era for us to improve the efficiency of our fast bowlers. What we can learn from the past.
Well, we can always learn from the past, but the key is to build on what you have.
That's right.
But you have to also pay homage to what went before. And what went before was a period of excellence in West Indies cricket. And I don't mean that purely from the standpoint of the 90s, the 80s and 90s.
Of dominance. Yeah.
I'm speaking about
before. Yeah.
Because my old man and his friends would always be talking
Hall and Griffith.
About and you know who I got a lot of knowledge from, and I always, we laugh at him and make fun of him, was Mikey. Short Mikey.
Oh.
Remember Miserable Mikey?
He used to say, Lara.
The late Mikey. Whenever I spoke to Mikey in a quiet moments when he wasn't abusing somebody or shouting at somebody or something.
In the stands.
Yeah. But when you got to sit with him, because my thing was Mikey and they spent all their time in the savannah in front of the grandstand. So they saw all the great footballers play. Right? And they would also go and watch the cricket. Remember, the savannah was the hub of activity. So they saw it. I didn't. My old man used to just go occasionally, so he himself probably didn't see all. So when I spoke to Mike, you'll listen to them more than anything else, talk about the quality of players. And he was the one who opened my eyes to this. And my old man also agreed that the first real superstar that we had in West Indies cricket was Sir Larry Constantine, be- because of just his whole dynamism,
Yeah.
just the way he approached the game. And it was like unlike anything that they'd seen, because he could bowl, he could bat, and he would feel anywhere, and he was electric in the field. And then he had the charisma to go along with it, and hence the reason why when with the excessive appealing that we were seeing at times here, and I remember I made the point to you, I don't think I've ever seen an umpire reverse a decision based on a second, third, fourth, or fifth appeal. So that's what I'm saying. If you appeal and the umpire says not out, whether you agree with it or not, it ends there. It
Get on with the
doesn't
game.
have to
Yeah.
to go on to all the shenanigans. And I'm sure you're disappointed.
Yeah.
All right, fine. But after you get over that initial disappointment, you have to get back to business. You,
Yep.
you have to focus on what is happening. You know where you see that a lot now? You see that in basketball. You have to have very, very short memories in basketball. Because as soon as the ball goes
Start
to the
back.
basket,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
the referee blows
Yeah.
the whistle, it's going the other way most times. So you have to get back on defense and organize. And that is what I really think that the cricketers have to come to terms with. The umpire made a decision. He's
Yeah.
going to change that decision just so. I mean, third umpire
Yeah.
now and the technology might help, but generally, once you appeal and the umpire says not
Yeah.
out,
Yeah,
your job is just to get out
Yeah,
of
there are
the game
certain
and
times
go
of the
back.
game you can switch off. I mean, you have those periods where you can switch off. I mean, bowlers, for example, might not get an appeal going their way by the umpire, but walking back to the mark, for example, you can cool down, you can think about things, you can revisualize what you want to do, and you would want to compose yourself. So there are certain periods you might be angry because you're a human being, you might be emotional, but there are certain periods on the field where you can switch off and then switch back on.
Well,
Help with that emotional control.
Tigre, I know we could discuss this till the cows come home, but let me just tell you, and you might like this even more, is that they've taken the lunch break, and I'm sure you don't want to hear my voice, when you could probably be helping yourself to some delicacies.
That's for sure.
Yeah. So it's 88 without loss at lunch, with a 10-run advantage right now for the CCC. Evelyn is not out on 25, and his captain, Jeremiah, is on 60. These two are batted superbly. So we'll take a break, and then we come back in a short while for play after lunch. Hopefully the weather will cooperate, and in terms of just the atmospheric conditions here at the Sir Frank Royal Park, with the CCC batting a second time at 88 without loss. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Sir Frank Worrell enclosure here in St. Augustine, Trinidad, East Trinidad, where we set to have the resumption of play after the interval. And remember, this the break was about at 11:32, and the players eventually had lunch. So now we're getting ready to resume play. We had two breaks. The first one was just about 10 minutes, and that was primarily because of the air quality. We did have some smoke coming across the ground, and the visibility even deteriorated significantly. They came back out after that, and then another sort of breeze or strong wind brought some more of the same clouds or dark plumes across the ground, and the umpires took them off. But we're happy to say that play is about to resume after lunch. And the score once again, the CCC 38 without loss after they resumed this morning, and 35 for no loss. And so far, it's the captain, Jeremiah, who made 47 in the first innings, is unbeaten on 60 in the second innings. As I say, good afternoon again to Billy Furlong. And Billy, seems like nothing has changed in terms of the way these two have approached things, and they've put themselves in a good position, on a good launching pad to possibly present a big score.
Well, we anticipated, good afternoon, everyone. We anticipated a stop-start day as we had some dark clouds looming around. The forecast was maybe for some rain interruptions at some point. But we did have that problem with visibility and smoke inhalation blowing across the ground. But we're back here.
He's bowling from around the wicket this time, Blaze. He's trying a slightly different strategy. See if he could prize out a wicket here for his team. I would imagine they would have discussed that during the break as to how they should approach things, just tweaking it a little bit.
Yeah, both teams as well, because 89 without loss, they were motoring along, a very good run rate indeed, overcoming that deficit runs of 78, and now they're in the ascendancy, not having lost a wicket, 11 runs in the lead, and to be interrupted as they were twice, having to curtail what was shaping up to be a very aggressive and bold start to the innings.
Yeah, they've done very, very well. And this man has been a model of concentration. Evelyn, just as I say so, he edges one, but it went down, and it went between first slip and the keeper, and you don't see that too often. And so it just tells you that Teddy Bishop has probably made a step or two to his right, leaving that gap there, but the ball really went down, and no chance of a catch.
Well, I'll tell you who will not be amused is that Jediah Blaze. Now, Teddy Bishop has stepped across to where maybe a 1.5 slip position. He's certainly not in a first slip position, and there isn't a second slip in place. But with the resumption there, still overcast conditions, and maybe still getting some movement with the ball, particularly Jediah Blades. And one chance going through the vacant first slip. We'll call it vacant for now as he steps back across to his left, trying to narrow the gap between himself and Bowen Tuckett. There is still a little bit of a gap there, Erskine.
But the thing is, they're almost in line with each other. The first slip, you would think, would be a little withdrawn and could cover that gap. But both of them are actually shoulder to shoulder almost.
It's very peculiar indeed. You just saw as well one go between them. He stepped one step across to his left, and another one goes past the outside edge, and only one slip in place. And they haven't made that an adjustment, and I don't think they're going to.
Well, and the thing is, when you're at slip, I think we've spoken about this enough. If you're feeling at first slip, you probably want to be going in one direction, because if you're in that kind of in-between slip, like where the ball passed, if that was a catch, he would have had to go to his left to try to take that catch, as opposed to one that is, say, close to second slip, where he would be going to his right, and that would be the expected movement.
And you don't want a catch to come and it be left on your left. You want to either take it straight at you or have to move to your right, especially if there's no second slip. So you always want to be moving to your right in anticipation as the over comes to an end, 93 without loss after 24, in anticipation of Bowen Tuckett coming across to take anything on his right.
Yes, it's I suppose it's just a common practice, but like I said, a lot of people have their own sort of analyses as to how you should the alignment in slip and where players should be positioned or what have you. But I have found that even when the wicket is turning, you still don't move over, because when it's turning, sometimes the edges are small and it's thin edges, so it's going to go straighter. So you always have to be mindful of that, and don't feel because you don't have somebody to your right that you have to always move to your right. Position yourself rather to the right. You could stay where you are and move to your right in a reaction to the ball. Bishop again continuing. He has really put in a Herculean effort. He did so in the first innings, and I would imagine he's set for a similar thing today.
Yes, 6 wickets to him in the first innings, but 6 wickets to him in the first innings, 78 runs conceded, but a marathon spell of 33 overs consecutively, only separated by the luncheon interval, the tea interval, and of course the drinks break. But he bowled unchanged from that northern end.
And he's back at it again here. A little bit fuller this time. Remember when he started this morning, he was a little bit short. He got pulled through mid-wicket early for a 6. But he's a lot fuller now. And this time he's teasing him outside the off stump. But Jeremiah has to be mindful of the fact that he doesn't have the same timing that he had before the break. And the ball just seems to be a little bit quicker at the moment, as Bishop is probably just pushing it through.
And he was also very aggressive, Johan Jeremiah, trying to lead from in front. He's 60, not out of 67 deliveries, so a very high strike rate. Indeed, from him, he's looked to be as aggressive as possible. And Bishop might just try to use that against him here.
I would imagine that's the plan. Try to get him maybe to drive or cut at one outside that off stump. And but he does well. A quick adjustment on his part. And might have had a second run, but he didn't seem too keen on it.
Here's that young man, Johan Johnson. You never quite know when he's in the outfield. If he's injured, if he's picking up on injury, tumbles over, spends a minute or two on the ground. Certainly is a character out there.
93 without loss after 25 overs.
So we've completed the partial over left because of the break. Look at him tumble over there. Totally unnecessary. Could probably even do himself an injury.
He just likes to. We had somebody we used to call the fall guy. He is similar to the fall guy, always on the ground.
He is Mr. Lee Majors there.
Yes, always on the ground, no matter what. Tumbling, as you said, sometimes an easy take, but he has to roll and embellish it somehow. Yeah,
possible.
you know. I wonder if Tony Gray heard that big word.
That big word,
yep,
embellish.
Yep, embellish it, you know. That's how he was as a goalkeeper, you know. Yep.
Well, he's not trying to embellish the new hairstyle today.
Yeah, no. There isn't much hair there to embellish.
No, it's going to be Johan Jeremiah facing up to Jediah Blaze, who's immediately to him now gone around the wicket. There is still just the one slip in place. Just to give you the playing times sent to us by the match referee, Sir Michael Raghunath. We resumed at 12:32. We're going to play till 10 minutes after 3, at which point the tea interval would be taken. And tea, after that, we will resume at 3:30 and play until 5:41, weather permitting. And conditions permitting, in fact.
Yeah, you mentioned Blaze. Blaze is back over the wicket now. He started around the wicket. And but I don't think he did bowl too badly from around the wicket, but he obviously thinks maybe that this is he's probably a little more comfortable over the wicket.
Well, I'm not sure, as he's gone to the southern end, and we've seen a little more bounce from the southern end, and he's going to get that ball with his natural action to come into the left-hander from outside the off stump. But he has been getting some to go in the opposite direction to the right-hander, Evelyn. which means it'll go in the other direction towards this lone slip as the left-hander is on strike. So we'll see what the plan is here in terms of his line.
So he's taken off. He's removing that knee band he was wearing. And I saw him earlier when he was bowling from this end, pulling at it constantly. So it might just be annoying him a little bit.
Well, he's been in the wars. I don't know. I want to use the word loosely because it is a battle out there. But in the outfield, he's been patrolling the boundaries in the first innings on the second day as well. And he had a number of chases to do, a tumbling, took a catch in the outfield. The ball has been following him around in the outfield. He had to do some chasing, so might just be feeling the effects of it on his knee. But it's good to see that he's taken the strapping off, which means he's comfortable enough to bowl without it, as it might be restricting him in his bowling stride.
Yeah, sometimes those bands could be tighter, and you just need a little release. And that's one just going wide there. I'm not sure if it carried the hand, but he got a hand to it, but he couldn't stop it. And certainly at this stage of the game, you want them to take everything coming their way. And
they're coming off the edge.
a little disappointment, yeah.
Look at it here again. Going to the left of Joshua Bishop, and they took off for the single. A bit of confusion in the running. Concern about how far the ball went after Bishop stopped it. It was Rivaldo Clark pouncing on the throw, and shouts came to throw it down to the end that Evelyn was running at the striker's end, as it seemed he seemed to hesitate in the run. All's well that ends well. They do get the single.
I don't know why there was confusion. Maybe he couldn't see the ball. So that's probably why he was a little bit hesitant to run, Jeremiah.
Mr. Gray calls that a poor excuse. Hampered by his vision. Maybe the fielder still blocking how far the ball went after the partial stop.
That's unfortunately, it went right through him. It was a good shot, but I don't think it was deserving of 4 runs. He just seemed to come across, had everything covered, and just like that, Jagesa, the ball just went right through him.
Yeah, wet conditions. There's still a little slick out there with the rain falling intermittently, as well as interrupting play, and it's gone for 4 straight through the hands of young Justin Jagesa at cover. He's on the field. Try to tell you who's off the field at the moment. He was on the field earlier.
Is Spitman back off the field?
Well, he was on the field earlier for Rivaldo Clark, who made a stop at cover and just went to tend to his hand a little bit.
I think that Pittman is down at the...
Yeah, Pittman is at mid-off. Well, I'm not sure if it's O'Geese off the field, because he would be the man occupying the second slip if they had one. So it might just be that he is off the field. No reason at all not to have a second slip.
Especially with your quickest bowler operating and you're looking for a breakthrough. You want to give him support behind the bat. They do have the 2, short covers. 1 square and 1 short extra cover. Inside, certainly. And we see the ground staff getting at the ready, almost as if there's a little bit of rain in the air. At both ends, the ground staff seems a little agitated right now.
Yeah, the effort ball there from Blaze, just wide outside the some too wide to play a shot. End of the over. So we approach 100. It's 99 without loss after 26 overs, and 99 certainly represents a good opening stand from the pair, coming in with a deficit of 78 runs, and now actually going past that and almost getting to just 1 run short of 100.
Yeah, continuing to build here. I'm sure they must be thinking in terms of changing gears and really trying to up the scoring, up the tempo a little bit. And they'll probably have an eye on the weather as well. So you're probably in 2 minds right now. Should I just go guns a blazing, or should I just bat normal and wait until, if the rain is going to come, at least we'll still be there to come out after.
One of the factors on an overcast day, as Bishop resumes. There he is, left arm around the wicket, going across the left-hander. Not the traditional way you'd see the left-arm spinners, the slow left-arm spinners operate. There
Quick
he
up.
is. Is that a forward-backward defensive? It's a full pitch delivery, and it looks like a forward defensive shot in the end, but he was moving backward playing the shot.
Well, it's just what you were saying. He's trying to accommodate that arm ball. Here he is again on the back foot, almost predominantly playing him off the back foot now because he's not too happy. He's probably not sure how much purchase he's going to get off the wicket. So he's given himself a little bit of time. And that's probably why we've seen Bishop bowl a little bit quicker also, because he realizes that the batsman is almost playing exclusively. So the 100 is on the board. A big partnership between these two, 63 and 47. 63 and 33, rather. I like the way Evelyn is batting. He's very correct, almost to a fault. But he's playing a very important role here. He's keeping his end of the bargain and doing it very well. And it's have to hurry, but he does. This is better running from Jeremiah. No hesitation there.
That is Auguste on the field there at mid-wicket, doing the fielding. And coming back to the point about Evelyn, he's 34 off of 85 deliveries. He's faced more deliveries than Jeremiah, but he's been rock solid there in support.
Yeah, he's really supported his captain very well. And as a result of that, they put on 100 on the board. So there is the scorecard to indicate exactly what we're talking about.
There's his strike rate, 81 from Jeremiah, and Evelyn being more circumspect. The strike rate of 40, probably recognizing that his captain wants to take the leading role in being aggressive to try and get a score with the weather in mind. And they would have not anticipated the conditions of the smoke to delay the game as well, and perhaps the loss of overs. So he is cementing one end while his captain be more adventurous and attacking on the other.
Again, we want to encourage folks to please go on out and support the West Indies team. Get your tickets early and be a part of the action. Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and St. Kitts for the T20s. Should be a lot of fun. When was the last time you've been to a test match outside of Trinidad?
Never.
You've never been to a test match outside of Trinidad?
Couldn't get a sponsor.
Driven nicely. This could be a bit of a challenge, but he did it very well in the end. Getting across the Motara and getting down as well, because that could so easily have gone past him. And that was probably a more difficult take than the one that we saw going through a short while ago, the Auguste. But he covered up nicely.
Excellent work from the youngster there. The exuberance of youth on his side. And the impressive thing about it is not just that he's stopping it, he's getting it in both hands and springing back up to get that throw in as quickly as possible.
So I think they're just trying to make sure the side screen is in the correct position. Umpire getting a bit of a workout here. No, he's not signaling 4-6, but he's trying to ensure that the side screen is in the right position for the left-handed Jeremiah.
Nice line, nice length outside of the off-stump. Left alone this time by Jeremiah. We saw him early on in the innings. He was trying to go after those deliveries, and the bottom hand just taking over. He's trying to swat it through the covers. The ball was coming off the inside edge of the bat, this time opting to leave alone. Run rate of 3.73. So they are motoring on and a lead of 24.
And they've done it without much fuss or much bother. So they've seen it without any real fuss or bother. So it's 102 with Jeremiah on 63 now. So a nice bit of bounce and carry there. We're seeing the ball really climbing at this end. In fact, the bowlers are probably putting in a good effort. It remains 102 without loss.
So where do you forecast now that we've seen, use the code forecast very carefully now, this type of total? What type of total would they envisage now that they've gotten off to this good start? And we're after lunch now, so we are way on into the third day's play.
Well, we're in the middle session, and this is the session that kind of sets up everything for them. They did the hard yards early on, and this is one is in the air again, but it's safely into the gap, and that's 4 more. And this, as we're saying, so just you're getting hints that they're ready to really
Change gear,
change the gear and try and get as much runs on the board as quickly as possible, so that if the weather intervenes, at least you're going to be, at least you'll have some runs in the bank.
Timing that one quite well, and you could clearly see the captain has in his mind some type of total to set, either at the end of day 3 or whether they can take it into the fourth day, the morning session, and perhaps declare or just bat it out and put a total on the board and try and bowl out the West Indies Academy.
And teasing him outside that off stump again, see if he will go with the drive again. He hit it a little bit uppishly, and watch it, they put the shorter backward point shorter in. He's almost like a wide grilly, just almost unnoticed. He just kind of almost like if they brought him by stealth. He just heaved into that position there because the ball went in the air just a little bit away to his left. So he's actually now he's backing off a little bit. But I thought it would have brought him in almost into a catching position.
Well, it is Rivaldo Clark, and he's been exceptional in the outfield. Down the legs. Oh, excellent stop by the wicketkeeper.
And if he have a shy, and he did hit it, so I thought Bishop probably took a little while to get to the ball. From the time the wicketkeeper made the stop, he should have been really darting there to try and pick it up quickly. But he just seemed to relax. Look at how long it's taken him to get under there. In the meantime, the batsman was able to complete the single, and that ends the over as well. 107 without loss after 28.
And that was a more reactive effort than a proactive effort, particularly knowing that there are 2 helmets behind the wicketkeeper and the ball eluding the grasp of the wicketkeeper. You want to be on your toes, knowing that it could be heading in the direction of the helmet, and a 5 penalty run as a result. But he did hit the stumps down. Point to note, we've seen so many throws and misses.
It's refreshing to see somebody with a straight aim.
Good delivery there. Some bounce and a little bit of turn as well. Just squeezing him for room there, Johan Jeremiah, tucking him up. Mango season around the corner. Good to see them hitting some stumps.
Yep. Stifled appeal, but really going down leg. I don't think the bowler, I know I was too interested.
He has to be careful with that line. He seems to be aiming into middle and off. And if he only strays into the middle and leg, he could be worked into the onside for easy runs.
That's a good shot. That's glorious. I may not get to the boundary, but he's probably going to get a couple comfortably. And they will settle for that. Good fielding again by Ogist.
Yeah, now he's airing on the opposite side, giving room outside the off stump and punch through the gap. 69 now to Jeremiah. And the total keeps climbing.
Yep, they're starting to turn the scoreboard over quite nicely.
It's almost as if they've gone into ODI mode.
Yeah, because if you could get it up to 5 and over going forward, so it obviously means that they are thinking in terms of some kind of a total to set. Okay, he goes again, and this time he gets it into the gap, but he won't get the boundary.
And BK Joseph patrolling that deep mid-wicket boundary. Just the 1 run. If you're looking at it as today, if they're thinking of it as an ODI, we're still playing the 4-day, yes, and playing each ball on its merit. But in terms of if you have 50 overs to deal with today,
yeah, the situation of the game sort of dictates the approach right now. And another forward defensive, another dot ball. absorbed by Evelyn, but he wouldn't mind. 35 from 87. It's 110 without loss, which is probably uppermost in his mind.
Yeah, I think Evelyn would be happy that he sees his captain to 100, even if he doesn't get to 50, but he would ensure that they've not lost a wicket. And by keeping wickets intact, the deeper they go into the innings, it can afford them a little more risk coming down into the last hour and a half of the day's play to try and push more into a T20 mode and try and post a total over 250.
It will be interesting to see how well the West Indies Academy bowlers stand up to that type of pressure, because it's all well and good now that they're very watchful. It's another thing when they start to throw the bat all over the place and the ball starts flying to all parts. Then your concentration levels, but more importantly, your skill levels will be tested. But I admire Blaze because Blaze is keeping that line just outside the off stump predominantly, and he's asking the batsmen to, especially Jeremiah, to come out there. If you're gonna score, come out here and score.
Looking at this, in the 30th over, the score is 110. What is the lead we'll have to look at? 32-run lead.
It's glorious shot making there. Pitching up, over pitching, and getting the treatment. That's a very good shot again from Jeremiah. He continues to grow. He looks better and better.
If he keeps going like this, we'll certainly see almost a runner ball 100 if he does get there. We were admiring the stroke play of Teddy Bishop in the other innings, and this one here by the captain, trying to match the knock of the other captain, Teddy Bishop. Johan Jeremiah is trying to get his team in a very strong position. They can push that run rate. It's already 3.89.
Yeah, so nice cool conditions prevailing here at St. Augustine. And another effort ball there, but just a little too far, not able to entice Jeremiah.
You're just looking at that lead. See, we get another 50 overs today with a run rate just under 4. Get about 200 runs, between 180 or 200 runs. Take this total past 300. But then there's the Motara factor and the Bishop factor. We saw wickets start to tumble when Motara was introduced into the attack just around this time on the first day.
Yep, and I think the captain is kind of resisting the temptation to want to take him, to bring him on quickly. But he is in the bag, as we say, and he's somebody that he could introduce anytime. I don't think it will be too long before we see him.
There's been 6 overs from Blades today. 4 overs yesterday for him. So he's had 2 spells, initially from the northern end, and now he's on after the break, the luncheon break at the southern end. So just as he completes this spell, there is Nathan Edwards as well, might be the option initially to change at the southern end, and then Motara.
Yeah, but I feel he might go straight to Motara just to see what he's getting out of the wicket. Because we said we saw some bunks at this end. If he could get a couple to do exactly that, might make a world of difference as well.
With the added feature that Nathan Edwards is a similar in terms of left arm seamer. So we come to the end of the over, 114 after 30. But
Welcome back. As you just see again, go on out and purchase your tickets as soon as you possibly can. Don't miss out on this opportunity to support the West Indies and then see a powerful Australian side here in the Caribbean, as we say, live. Because it's one thing to watch them on television, but then you get a chance to see some of your favorite stars performing right in your backyard. So you don't want to miss out on that one. Back here, it's still 114 without loss.
Your 3 test matches, 5 T20s versus Australia, starting on June 25th. And the good news that kids under the age of 16 will be free for all test matches. Of course, they have to be accompanied by their adults, but it's 50% off on all the T20I matches.
For 16-year-olds, for kids under 16.
Kids under 16 and the seniors, senior citizens, 50% off as well. So it's a half-price deal. Take the kids to the cricket.
And if you have a fresh Gala Rashmi haircut like Tony Gray, what was your price of admission?
Well, if the haircut was free,
you have to pay full price.
You can't get 2 bites of the cherry. Can't have your cake and eat it. The tagline being West Indies full of energy. And definitely with all the kids turning out to the cricket, the ground will be full of energy. Turned into the onside.
Again, good cricket. Just looking for scoring opportunities and just rotating the strike. And I think he knows, Evelyn has worked out that he doesn't need to spend too many deliveries on strike. He could just nudge and run and leave the heavy lifting to his captain, Jeremiah. Did you anticipate both Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana would have lost on first innings in this round? Here they go again. They might get a second. Jeremiah is scampering. He's going back for the second run. And he'll get it too quite comfortably.
That's why we love this game. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. And to lose on first inning point as well, so missing out on that opportunity to add some points. Instead they're under the gun a bit.
Again, too much into the legs. This time, though, they're not keen on that second run to bring the over to an end. And at the end of it, it's 118 now without loss.
Yeah, just looking on at that Guyana game, they are 242 for 2. Raymond Perez 49. And unfortunately, that mode of dismissal, Machunando, run out by Hayden Walsh Jr., 66. Kevlon Anderson, he's still there on 78 with the captain Tevin Imlach on 41.
So all the potential candidates for West Indies captaincy beginning to put their hands up. If you give the selectors a lot to think about.
Certainly laying their claim.
Which is good to see. At least they recognize the moment. And
stepping up to the plate.
Yep, trying to take advantage of this moment in time.
And it's a good score for them as well, Guyana, after being dismissed for 193. Firstly posting 100 runs, now 242 for 2.
That gives them a lead now. They're just climbing into the ascendancy here. And because of the amount of wickets that they have in hand, they're putting themselves in an impregnable position.
Yeah, just about 60 runs or so in the lead.
Giving them something to work with, something to build.
And in the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium, the Windward Islands in their second innings, 290 for 6. Posting 186 in their first innings. Barbados replying with 198. And Kaveem Hodge, another dismissal. The mode run out on 99.
2 99s in this round already.
Alec Anthony is the captain, 78.
So again, all of the batsmen who you want to see making runs, they know the urgency, the moment, and they're responding to it, which is really good to see. Sometimes you wonder if complacency is setting in, but right now the names you're calling there and the kind of scores suggest that key players are stepping up to the plate now.
Yeah, the selector, Derek Sammy, he'd have a good headache.
Mm-hmm.
Hope he'll have the wisdom to make the right decision.
But that one kept low, and the second bounce did in. The wicketkeeper there, Tucker, just not able to stop it from going past him.
Well, if those are the names and those are the form of the players, is there really any wrong decision to make there for whoever he selects?
It depends on the report from people like Tigre and others.
Putting the big man on the spot.
When he puts pen to paper, you have to itemize areas of strength, areas of weakness, what he likes, what he don't like, what he's seen that gives him hope. All of that with a new haircut.
There's a reason he took the haircut.
to free up the brain.
To get the juices flowing. Speaking of moving and flowing, the side screen is being moved. You're not missing any cricket there. They're not directing the planes out there. It's just the side screen.
We're looking at the umpire doing some calisthenics.
And now they've gone too far. Have to make a U-turn and change runways.
And Evelyn with a very exaggerated wave of the hand.
It's almost like the leave alone.
Yeah, if he continues to do so, he might end up in Canada Hall.
Manual side screens here at the facility. 4 groundsmen taking on the task. 119 without loss.
Yeah, they're taking their time about setting this field. And the man at third man is being pushed a lot wider, almost to like a deep backward point on the boundary. He can't get to that. That one is going to race away for 4 runs. That's a good shot. Again, minimal risk, all timing.
Yeah, the epitome of ease again there. What a good looking cover drive. And Blades, we thought he might be changed, but he gets another over and full face of the bat. Cartwheeling there, Zogis, but he's nowhere near it. Races across the outfield.
And this is where the captain has to be a little proactive here. Teddy Bishop probably has to be thinking now in terms of a change to see if he could somehow separate these two. Everything he's tried so far hasn't worked, and but the option that he has up his sleeve, it may be time for him to play his hand and bring on the leg spinner.
The commentary captains called for a change, and we might be proven wrong.
Yeah, I would just like yesterday when I was saying I wanted to see Edmund bowl when at the time, because I just felt when he was bowling, he was the one that was probably the most accurate and could create the most problem. And what, he got a wicket in his first over,
First over,
of a
right.
new spell. So here is the same thing. I just feel he needs to try to read the situation here and try to be a little proactive and try and put some pressure on these two. He might go for runs, or he might take a couple quick wickets.
That's a good take from Bowen Tuckett, diving away down the leg side. A clean take by him. He's been very good all season. His West Indies Championship. Has the solitary slip with him. Have a look at this take here again. Using his legs, getting across, watching it all the way into the glove.
Yeah, that's part of the vagaries of wicket keeping is because you almost have to, because you're concentrating on every ball, you don't get a breather. So you always have to be on your P's and Q's, ready to move laterally or
There's
even forward if necessary.
going to be a change in strategy here. He goes around the wicket, changing the feel as well.
Actually, still operating from over the wicket, the left-hander, and just not able to get the bounce or get the sharp bounce that he probably was anticipating. That ends the over, and it just seems as if Joseph and Becky Joseph has gone down. I'm not sure why. He just seems to be in some discomfort.
You can hear the moans and shouts. He was just coming in. He was on the boundary feeling at backward square. And as he made his way up with the feeling change toward the umpire, you could see him holding the left hamstring there and moaning in some agony.
Probably cramping. He puts the cap to hide his face, but he's really in some discomfort, and so it looks like it's a cramp. Suppose they'll give him a little salt prune or salt tablet or something.
Well, the way he went down, first it seemed as though he was holding his shoulder. He did have that blow to the rib cage, and now he's holding his leg up in the air.
Yeah. But hey, I'm sure if they tell him time to bat, that pain just suddenly goes away for no good reason. Now the other leg is being stretched. So he's getting the full works here.
It's stretching a totally opposite direction to where the hamstring was being stretched. But that did seem like a hint of cramp there in the manner in which the physio was attending to him.
Yep, so it's 123 without loss. We do have a little break in proceedings here. That's because of this little injury timeout. So again, we were talking about the runs, and you have two Red Force batsmen at the top of the table, Jason Mohammed, 529, and De Silva, 465 now. Hamilton, 454. Anderson from Guyana, 452. And Drake's 422. So that's their top five batsmen. I don't think they get a purple cap for that, or orange hat or something. But
they may get a West Indies hat.
Well, that's the thing. If you get a maroon hat, that's even better. So we'll see what happens. Is it out of the realm of possibility that somebody like a Jason Mohammed could force his way back into West Indies contention?
It's a very difficult thing to analyze and to pontificate on, because there are a number of factors. But if you look at him bat and you look at him play, there is no sign that he is willing, that he's anywhere close to giving up the sport. It seems as though he could compete, and he's doing so at the highest level regionally. Can he take it the next step internationally? He certainly has the form to argue the case. But then again, on the other side of the coin, you have all of these youngsters as well, batting and challenging him in terms of the total amount of runs they have scored as well. I mean, Josh De Silva, he's on 465 runs. There's Jonathan Drake's on 422. And now Jamar Hamilton, he's gone up from 374 to be 454 runs. And counting, of course, there's the Kevlon Anderson, 452 runs. So it's game on as we resume. Short and pulled in the air. It's going to go all the way. 6 runs indicated by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. And Jeremiah is racing on. He certainly has his watch on and looking at the clock, because time is running out for them to post a good total, and he's been as aggressive as he can. As I welcome back Mr. Tony Gray.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Billy. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. Short delivery from Bishop. It's been very short in this particular innings. He's not bowled those full-length deliveries that we saw in the first innings. Perhaps a little jaded Remember that marathon spell of 33 straight overs, breaks in between, but he's bowled one or two really short deliveries.
I'm just wondering if he's not able to get back into a set rhythm because of all the interruptions we've had. Quick single to Clark. Can't prevent it, as swift as he is. 129, 130 without loss. And a good opening stand.
Yeah, the chemistry has been marvelous between these two batsmen. The running between the wickets, they've decided to be aggressive and go after the short deliveries. They've not allowed any of the short deliveries to go up begging. And it's been a really assertive type performance by both batsmen. It's well bowled. And I think that on a pitch like this, that is getting slower and slower, you have to really have control variation, flighted deliveries, pull back one or two, and bowl some faster ones. You can have extreme variation too, but it cannot be one-dimensional where pace is concerned. Well, bowl again. So he's flighting those types of deliveries.
We're just wondering as well at what point in time, we keep seeing this in this innings of the CCC, there is the option of Motara, and as I indicated in that first innings, yeah, Motara came on in that first innings on about the 43rd over and got the breakthrough. Daniel Williams, the wicket of Daniel Williams, and the 5th wicket fell.
Well, you've seen a process, and you saw that from the first innings. They wait a while for the ball to get a little older for Motara to come on. It's harder to grip for a wrist spinner, and because there was a slight drizzle, the outfield is a bit moist. So maybe that has influenced Teddy Bishop to not bowl Motara as yet.
Have a look at the batting lineup here. There is a lot of batting to come. The commentators, captains, getting together and effecting a change.
Yes, he's gonna present a different dimension, obviously, the wrist spinner, but he's not the conventional type wrist spinner, not the short wrist spinner. He bowls from a higher trajectory. His bowling arm, which is his right arm, closer to his head, so he will get more bounce and a little bit of turn. And that's all you need, really. Remember Anil Kumble, over 400 test wickets? The same sort of bowler Motara is.
Yes, compared to the great Shane Warne, more of a round arm.
That's right.
Coming from the side, able to do a lot more variations. But of course, one of the main weapons for Anil Kumble is the bounce.
I'm impressed with him since I've seen him at the under 17 level right here in Trinidad, central Trinidad, in Chenali Park. Always seem to have good control of the wrist spinner. Short delivery, talk too soon there.
It was a little bit lower trajectory though, so might have tried to push one through a little quicker. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
There's different frames of release. Spinners can do different things with their front arm, their bowling arm, their bodies, just to get that subtle variation that the batsman wouldn't have any clue of. It's well bowled. Excellent delivery. And you want your batsman to come forward. You want your batsman to be hitting down the ground and through cover.
Interestingly enough, he has 3 on the onside with a long one in place with the ball coming into the left-hander. There is one of the fielders there getting in on the action. If he beats that man there is protection in the deep with Johnson at deep mid-wicket and the long on that can come around in that of Pittman. But you want to stay away from that side of the pitch. Try to get him through the onside and try to get between that gap of bat and pad.
Yeah, the spinners need to target both sides of the bat, the inner portion of the bat and the outer portion of the bat. So you want to be turning the ball both ways, and we want to see the Googlies. Perhaps he wants to settle down first to bowl line and length, not more discipline, and then try different things. But the googlies should come into play. That's a good shot. Like the adjustment from front foot to back foot and covering the original line and playing with the movement away from him. That's excellent batting. 130 without loss as we will break now.
We're going to take a little bit of that little ad there. Welcome back here to the cricket. In fact, Motaro was bowling with 4 on the onside, 5 on the offside. The end of his over, 34 overs gone. And yes, you guessed it, Joshua Bishop is going to continue. 9 overs, 41 runs for him. The run rate currently stands at 3.88. So Evelyn on strike. Powerfully cut. Diving away there is O'Geese, but he can't hold it in. There is protection in Mbike on the boundary. Went down with some cramp. He's back up and running now.
I think the strategy has to be looked at by the fielding team. Obviously, the batting team will want to score quickly so that they can present a good total to defend at the latter stages of the game and perhaps tomorrow. But perhaps the fielding team need to play a little bit of one-day cricket and balance it off a little bit. And dot bowling, what I call dot bowling, bowl some maidens just to slow down the scoring rate and just to put some pressure on the batting.
The one man who's trying to put pressure
That's
with the
excellent.
batting is the captain. And he's certainly turning over the strike with regularity. He does have a high strike rate in this innings. He's very proactive indeed. And he set off trying to dispatch a few deliveries. Wasn't quite there, but he's gotten better and better as the innings progressed.
Well, seen it at the highest level of the game where West Indies cricket is concerned, Test match cricket, with Craig Brathwaite, the ability to score faster is his intent, first of all. And you see his technical work being improved a great deal. That's an outside edge away from the fielder at the slip area, not getting to the pitch of the ball and hanging his bat outside the off stump. But it was a slow delivery, an enticing type delivery. And he was going and pushing it at front foot, not to the pitch of the ball.
And the difference with the right-hander on strike, as they get a single down to Edwards at long off, because he's not going across the left-hander, bowling left arm around the wicket, he's able to get more wrist or more whip onto the ball and more turn to the right-hander, pitching it outside the off stump. End of the over, 35 gone, 135 without loss.
Talk about the hardships that Darren Sammy would have in picking this West Indies Test team for Australia. Australia, obviously the number 1 team in the world, and they've been that way for a while. So it's going to be very difficult for him. But he has the assistance of a new system. Obviously, the scouting is the foundation of that system. First of all, you have to see the talent. And it's not just emergent talent, but it's resurgent talent. By that, I mean that players who have been there for a while, you have to look at them too and see if they, are getting better. But as I said before, West Indian players, they take a little longer in this era to get better. You pointed out something to me.
But I was about to ask you, what are some of the criteria that the scout would have been empowered to look for?
Well, first of all, you have to look for the technical competence of the player from an early age. You have to look for the mindset of a player. We talk about game awareness skills. And game awareness skills could mean a lot of different things. The ability to divulge information in a physical sense out there, to work with your partners. It can be to game awareness skills where the opposition is concerned, what tactically the opposition is trying to do. It could be how you approach, situations,
Yep.
how you rotate strike, simple things like that, and how you deal with the pressures of consistent bowling other batsmen, as an example. So it's a number of different things. It's not just the physical things, it's not just the technical things. but the intrinsic strength that you show.
Is it a rating process? Do you assign them values to each criteria?
Well, the thing about this situation is that there is what you call depth charting. So you're going to have, for example, if you're looking at fast bowlers, you're going to have number one, next in line sort of thing. But you can expand the depth charting. It can be expansive in different areas. So, for example, you look at the chronological age of the fast bowler, or then you look at the injury age of the fast bowler. If he can perform with the old ball, the new ball, his physical fitness, very important, the skill factor. So you can expand when it comes to the depth charting in any aspect of the game. And I think it's a good thing to have data, documentation, research.
You mentioned a critical thing there, the injury age of a player, particularly fast bowlers, but now the amount of cricket being played, it goes across the board for all types of players.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it is hard work, test match cricket, or it's harder work in this era because you have the huge landscape of international cricket means that players are playing cricket more. So they have to be fitter and they travel more. So they have to be really fit. And there must be fitness work being done and specific fitness work being done. I think that when you look at the breaks, and I mentioned it earlier when Ruskin Mark was in the air, that it's important to have breaks so that players can continue to work on their fitness during the breaks and the technical aspect of the game because of the fact that, coaches do not really have the amount of time during the competition stage to work with players.
I'm going to ask you another question that may not quite be in your purview.
Test me.
We've been evaluating players and looked at the scouts, what they're looking for criteria. What about the coaches? Are coaches being evaluated? Are they being current in terms of training techniques and so on across the region?
I think they should be. And, we've had some courses in the recent past that try to educate the coaches in different aspects of coaching. There are different levels of, obviously, level 1, level 2, and level 3. I attended my level 3 course probably about 8 years ago in Barbados.
We're back here live after the drinks break.
Good bit of feeling.
So, good bit of information during the drinks break from Mr. Anthony Gray. So Motara continuing on. It's 135 in the first ball of the 36th over. Damel Evelyn, he's on 41.
Oh, that's
the misfield there, but there is protection for the leg spinner out in the deep end that of Pittman at long off. And it's going to bring the captain back into strike. He's on 87 of 108 deliveries. And a very good knock from him in terms of his attitude towards his batting today.
Yeah, he seems to be multidimensional in his approach to batting, which is good because he will be in situations if he goes to the highest level of the game where you will have to adjust his tempo. And he's done it marvelously well in this innings. That's a good shot. Excellent shot. You always talk about the sweep shots as being a combative shot to the spinners. We want to see more and more of that.
It's played in the right manner there because the leg spinner coming into the left-hander, so he's playing with the turn, hence the protection out in the deep at backward square. I didn't see the fielder out at backward square initially in the first over of Motara, but he is there in that of Nathan Edwards, and we're going to have another break here in play as the rains come down again. And this is why Johan Jeremiah has been batting the way he's been batting in anticipation of many more interruptions as the days goes on. Just to give you another statistics about the captain for the CCC, Johan Jeremiah, he started this round off with 271 runs with an average. His strike rate was 41.37 with an average of 30, but his strike rate has gone well into the 80s in this innings. So it's definitely a change in characteristics of his innings and this knock here today.
Yeah, the average is not good because he's better than that. He's been playing at this level for a while, and we know that he's competent to make more runs and have a better average. And you want players to be looking at their averages in different ways. You want fast bowlers, spinners to bring down their bowling average. The greats at the highest level of the game would average around 20, 21, 22. So Curtly Ambrose, the late Malcolm Marshall, early 20s. So Andy Roberts averaged 26, but if you look at that, Obviously, it's because he didn't have, for a long part of his career, the other, wicket takers to that degree. Remember,
To
he came
pair with.
before them. And then when they came, they shared around the wickets and the averages were better because one bowler put pressure on the batsman and the other bowler did the same.
Yeah, we're gonna just have a brief mention of the fixtures are out for the West Indies Breakout League, which will take place at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The first game is to be played on the 25th of April, starting at 2 p.m. Games will be at 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. in Taruba. And the first game bowls off with the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. And we say Rainforest as the rain is pouring down here now at the UE Spec facility. And they're going to take on Windward Islands Infernos. And the second game is going to be at 7 p.m. with the Trinidad and Tobago Legions versus the Barbados Pelicans. Are you looking forward to those encounters?
Yeah, I mean, more cricket is okay. What players do between those games, between those competitions, is the most important factor. We've heard Sir Andy Roberts reiterate this point time and time again, that players need to work on their own game. And it's good to have a competition like that. No doubt about it.
Yeah, so the news here from St. Augustine, and it doesn't look too good as the entire square is being covered.
I want to ask you about captaincy of the West Indies team for Australia.
Not quite
Your breaks in all the time, Belly.
qualified.
No, come on. Let's hear.
Ask away, Mr. Gray. I'm not sure I'll answer, but go ahead.
No, I'm asking your opinion about the captains. All right, I'll give you some options. 3 options to choose from based on what you've seen this year, based on what you know of the West Indies team. It's a young team. I mentioned it's a little bit of deja vu. They have talented players, but they need guidance. What are the qualities, first of all, that you're looking for? And give me 3 options.
Well, selecting the captain is one element of it. You have to select a balanced squad, and then you have to select a captain that can lead that type of squad. So, if the captain going to be involved, and I'm speaking to policy here now, is he going to be involved in the selection as well? Not the squad either. Maybe the squad as well, or the final 11. Who is going to have the final say in terms of that? And that might be something to consider as well when you're naming your captain, because it has to be somebody who is on board with that policy and not going to rebel against that policy.
Hmm?
And bearing that in mind, there are a number of names that come to mind across the Caribbean. They've been thrown around a lot. We've seen the Silver be a vice captain, Jason Holder, a former captain. There's, of course, Imlak, captain of a very successful Guyana team over the years, clearly showing his leading capabilities. There's even the name of Athenaeus being mentioned, a future star of the West Indies. And he's been given the responsibility batting high up in the order as well. So it's a tough choice, in my opinion.
I think that you have to look at, again, what is happening in general in West Indies cricket as it pertains to Test match cricket. Players are taking longer to develop. I don't think that we have the indirect system that we used to have. And by saying that, I must mention county cricket and league cricket. Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach, Jason Holder had a stint in county cricket. And those are the 3 players that can benefit from that type of system. The white ball system that we have is vastly different because some of our main players or impactful players are playing all over the world in different franchises. So they're getting that type of experience, that type of further education, and that type of avenue to play and be competitive against some of the best players in the world. But we don't have that a general sense because only 3 or 4 players play county cricket. We've seen the progress of Jaden Seals that way. So we have to be very careful of how we pick that side and what is happening in general sense. Our players are taking longer to develop. So you need not just a tactical captain out there. You need a mentor, somebody who will understand the intricacies of leadership, but somebody who will understand the importance of developing players. It's a little bit of deja vu. Clive Lloyd had a young team, a very talented team, but he was a father figure and a mentor and his disposition was like that, but in those eras, you had societal influences being younger players used to respect their elders. It's a different dynamic here in this era.
As well, leaders from that era, as you said, they was more seen as father figures. Now, in today's world, we've had captains and players with a lot more support systems in place. We have analysts, things that captains would have to sit in a room and talk about and work out on their own. Now we have analysts presenting a lot of data, a lot of information gathering. So it's easier for them to make choices statistically, as well as using their intuition combined with those statistics to arrive at a decision. But getting back to your captaincy point, who do you see, Mr. Gray?
But before, let me expound on that point. Are the players now better developed, better prepared than they were years ago?
Well, you'll have to ask that question to someone who is
No,
more
you're
at the
breaking all the time.
forefront.
You're running away from the question.
Because not having all of the information, that somebody who is seated in a more a closer role to the players and has access to that type of information,
Yeah.
because you can develop the evidence empirically, and you have to have the data to do that.
Well, in my
Not
opinion,
just the results.
it's indicative of what we need to have a resurgence of West Indies cricket when we marry the two, right? So, for example, there are principles of success from years ago that afforded us that level of success of 15 years of dominance that we need to look back and learn from and re-implement, maybe in a modern way, along with the modern systems that we have now. So I talked about, for example, the selection of the team. I think that some of the systems of the past were pertinent to our development. And the system that we have now, scouting systems, depth chart systems, is a good system. So if we marry these things, we'll bring about the success that we need. But in my opinion, having played in that era of dominance for a little bit, and now having coached and been a selector in this era, the players in the past era were better developed in a more comprehensive way. But people look at technology, people look at computers and that sort of thing. If the human being is not developed, then the strength or the potency of the use of technology is non-existent, really.
One of the factors there as well, in terms of the players of yesteryear, the time between test matches, the time to recovery, the time to train was also a broader window for them to work on weaknesses and so on. But now with the amount of cricket being played, and then players are playing across formats, different types of techniques, different type of strategies, structures to their game that they have to envelop and try and change modes. For instance, we mentioned we've taken a break on the 4-day tournament, and we've had a T20 festival here in Trinidad and Tobago, and some of the very players that are playing in the 4-day competition showed up in that tournament as well, and we saw them be very successful in that tournament. Now they have to come and switch mindsets back into this form, and none so more than Mbike Joseph. He was very savage in the T20 league, but we saw him play a different type of innings here. And to speak to another point on that too, there is a place, in my opinion, and I'll be bold in suggesting this now. I haven't stated anything really emphatically, but you can use some of the strategies in T20 cricket and incorporate into the longer version of the game, not just in the fielding aspect, but in the batting aspect as well. And we've seen it in the test matches as well, in terms of shot selection. There comes a point in the game where you want a motor run and post a total, and you have the luxury of time on your side, and you can post a strong total and be aggressive and give yourself more time to bowl an opposition out.
But you're talking about different scenarios, which is right. You have different scenarios. But in the red ball game, for example, in this 4-day tournament, all those scenarios are covered by the 4-day game or the test match game, because you have moments in the 4-day game or the test match game where you have to be aggressive. So we had Sir Vivian Richards, Gordon Greenidge, always looking for runs, Desmond Haynes, and they played in different scenarios, and that's why they were so good, because they were comprehensively developed. playing cricket in England, for example, in not just the 3-day games or the 4-day games, but the 40-over games, NatWest Trophy. So they were comprehensively developed. But from an earlier age, we have to understand that we got contracts in England because we were ready. And England took us further where development is concerned. But we have to look at what happened before we reached to England. Because we wouldn't have gotten contracts if we were not good enough before we reached to England. So it's not just England. England was the perfect finishing school.
You raise another very important point there as well, in terms of where our cricket reached a certain point, and to progress that, we had to gain that international exposure and experience in different conditions. And England was really the testing ground to weed out the talent to see who would be more superior.
Yeah, I know I sound different when I say it's a spiritual thing. I think that God has given us West Indies cricket because everything went well. It was perfect, stage by stage. What we did as little children then was develop critical thinking, games, and, physical strength and that sort of thing. And then what we did at the under 15 level, we were supposed to do. We were multidimensional when it comes to different sports. And then we
played all the sports as well.
All the sports and critical thinking games. And then we went to England. Remember, the Shell Shield was really competitive. It was like test matches against Australia.
Which is another reason why you saw large crowds coming out to watch
right.
it, because you had that talent on display. You're not missing anything here, but you can see that the covers are coming off. The umpires are out in the middle. It's still overcast here, but there's no rain at the moment, so the covers are being taken out. And just to let you know, the score is 137. We're in the 36th over. And we'll just take a pause here and resume after the rain delay.
to welcome you back here to the Sir Frank Royal Enclosure on the campus of the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine. Good news is that Tony Gray has a haircut and the cricket is about to resume. Yeah, so you got two for the price of one in that. And but it must be said that the conditions have improved to when we were last here because, no pun intended, with the weather, because the rains wasn't a heavy shower or anything, but it just was strong enough to drive the players off the field. The good news is that that it stopped, and the skies, while it might still be a little bit overcast to our left, which is the danger area, it's clear enough, and the clouds are high enough to permit play to continue. So the CCC, after making 238 in their first innings, are well poised on 137 without loss. So we anticipate that they will go beyond that 238. Tony Gray, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Ruskin. Good afternoon to listeners and viewers.
And but I was trying to clear my mind what type of score they might know. The weather, if you factor in the weather, now it's difficult to determine which score might actually, what total might actually work and when you're going to get that total. Let's look at Mutar as he continues here. And it really is dependent on, I suppose these two will have to continue and how long they continue the way they do it, the way they're going, and then how the other batsmen kind of square up when they come to the crease. Because if they lose quick wickets, it could really change everything for them dramatically.
Well, I think that they might have some changes to the order just to be a little bit more vibrant, but these two have been going well. And what has been impressive is that they have the ability to refocus after all these interruptions. It's not easy, but they seem to get into stride very, very quickly.
Yeah, and that is not an easy thing to do. So we'll see how they produce, how they go from this point, and hopefully get the same type of total that I would have been hoping for. But like you said, it may require a little jigging of the batting order, and I'll ask you a little bit about that in a moment, because they batted Jeremiah and Evelyn, Powell, Paris, Corbin, Williams, Graves, Jordan, Edwards, Holder, and Edmund. Right? Who would you like to see come next? You still bring in Kieran Powell?
Yeah.
If you lose the right-hander, do you still bring Powell?
No, I go with ability and experience. I don't go with right arm, left arm combination. I go with quality, and Powell has to come at number 3, and because he can play an explosive hand.
What about Paris?
Paris also, he's played a lot of CPL cricket.
But what about Kyle Corbin?
He's much more of a structured batsman, so I will put Paris and tell him to not be foolish in the way he approaches his innings, but to be a little freer. I'm looking at perhaps they had a chance at 250, 275.
By this evening, you want to probably have about 250 by this evening. And if you need another 70 runs or two, you probably bat for the first hour tomorrow.
Yeah, because this pitch is not going to crack up. No signs that it's going to crack up. You're not seeing prodigious turn at all. Obviously, the atmospheric conditions have remained gloomy, cloudy, so it's not going to really crack up.
Pittman is back and just taking a little jog through, probably not happy. And Big Strong now, they're persistent with their quicker bowlers as well.
Yeah, I mean, this could be applied to Ruskin. He
slowed down the game.
Slowed down the game, and he stopped his first run-up. Well, I hope that they don't overdo it, because it doesn't look good.
But he probably, well, remember, he's bowling from this end for the first time in this innings. So he probably just needed to get a feel for what the underfooting is like. And down the leg side he goes. But he does have good rhythm, and it would be interesting to see how, now, some athletes, they just have it, the way they move.
Genetically.
How he approaches the crease, how he sets up, that whole, when he gathers and pick up to deliver. Some bowlers have it naturally, others have to work at it. in a lot of ways until they get it, like we say, like in the back of their mind, they could do it in the dark, kind of thing. But some bowlers, some people have it quite naturally. They run up and the delivery stride and the action and everything kind of comes naturally to them.
Yeah, you mentioned Shannon Gabriel. Ooh. I mean, what people saw with him playing Test match cricket or one-day international games is a vast improvement from where he started at. I mean, it's the worst run-up that I saw at 17 years old, when he was 17 years old. But he had that wonderful delivery stride and obviously the physical strength to be a fast bowler. But he had to work a lot on his run-up, and you still didn't see the consistent fluency of his run-up at the latter stages of his career.
But even now, last night I think he sent down in a very good spell of bowling. He had like about 3 or 4 no balls. So that problem persists throughout his career, and it's still with him. And it's just something that players have to work on. And when you realize, look, this is something you want to do. You want to bowl fast. You want to be good at this, and you realize, look, the run up is so important to everything you do at the crease. How did you work out your run up? How did
I
you
mean, the distance.
determine not just the distance, yes, but the whole approach from the start to the crease?
Mhm.
What did you do? Was it technique? What technique you use? How did you come at 20 paces, 15 paces, a mile, half a mile, whatever it was you used to run?
Well, the thing about it, first of all, I used to look at Michael Holding. I used to look at Sir Richard Hadley. I used to look at Dennis Lilly, the great Dennis Lilly.
And
Oh,
scooped it up in the air, and again, he just lobbed it there. But again, it didn't go very far. Now, there was a forward short leg, and they took him out. They put him backward. No. And would you believe it's almost like if he can't catch a break here, because he had the man under the bat there with the helmet. He moved him and he went backwards. In fact, the captain positioned himself slightly backward there, almost like a leg gully, and the ball went just in front of him there. If the man, the bat pad was there, he might have accepted a dolly of a catch.
well, they're not going to target him consistently outside the off-stump. They have a man in a leg, gully leg, slip position, sort of it looks like Mutara or the
That's the
captain.
captain, that's
Yeah,
Teddy Bishop. Yeah.
yeah, it's similar in the way they're built. But this has been employed. So I think they'll try some short deliveries, and they should have a man in front of the bat on the body of the batsman. And I think that is not a bad ploy at all, because he's not getting inside the line of the ball to evade the short deliveries. And when he's pulling, he might not be in the right position. That's well played.
Yeah, quick adjustment, and it's going to get 4 runs. Nobody's going to cut that off. He just used the pace of Pittman there to work against him, and cashes in here with a nice boundary. He goes into the 90s now. He's up to 92.
Lovely hands, soft hands, being on the back foot, allowing the ball to come to him first of all, and then riding the bounce nicely to keep the ball on the floor. Now, you asked me a question about run-ups, or my run-up. I used to do short sprints and then recuperation in the big Arangwes ground very early in the morning, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, to better my rhythm and that sort of thing. And then I used to do run-throughs. All right. So I would lengthen my run up, and when I feel comfortable, I will stop at that. I bowl at 22 paces. But you have to do it as an individual. It is not what you see out there. You have to feel comfortable to have the right run up to get into your delivery stride and bowl as fast as possible. But, alignment has to be good also. Well played.
Yep.
Notching that ball, looking for 2. And they will get 2 excellent aggressive running between the wickets.
Should get a third one.
Yeah.
Because the ball actually stopped. And the man at deep backward square had to come all the way, Pittman had to come a long way to his right And the ball didn't have the pace to get to the boundary, so he had to run. In the meantime, they rotated around for 3 runs.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good enough feeling. I think that he had to be a little bit more aggressive towards the ball. The fielder, Pittman, I know that he's been bowling and probably a little jaded. This is the second time around that he's bowling. He bowled in the first innings just for 3 overs. But remember, this batsman is batting against spin, and it wouldn't have the pace on the ball to get to the boundary. So needs to be positively aggressive to the ball on the field and send a message to the batsman that they're not going to get easy trees.
So I'm not quite sure.
What's a joke out there?
Yeah, this is not them laughing matter. This is serious business. So, but somebody obviously said something hilarious, and that has everybody in the stitches. And we'll see. It might be something somebody shouted from outside that has everybody so bemused.
Yeah, he's trying to mix up his pace. Mutara is doing well. He might not get the ripping type of deliveries off the pitch because he's rolling 1 or 2. As I said before, he doesn't take the bowling arm, which is his right arm, away from his head to get the real angle to get that ball to rip into or away from the batsman.
And he's going to suffer here. This might very well have the legs to come for 4. In fact, it will get to the boundary. And big effort put in there by Edwards, but he can't get to it. And that's 4 good-looking runs there for him. So he is racing through the 90s. Now he's up to 96.
Not seeing anybody with a piece of rag there. The outfield really moist after the rain fell. Sprinkling of rain, not
I think
too
the
heavy.
umpire has it. The umpire has it. I think the umpire even offered it to Mutara, but he turned it down. But he doesn't have the ball as yet. So I think the square leg umpire also has a rag. So he's handing it over now to that. It looked like that was Bishop, so that he could relay it, a dry ball that is, back to the bowler. And there's an appeal for it. Might have been pitching outside of leg stump. And umpire consistently throughout his game have been very difficult. It's been almost impossible to get an LBW decision from them, and he has to be absolutely certain that it's going to be any doubt at all. The benefit goes to the batsman. Kept a little bit low.
Yeah, it's so important that umpires are efficient at this level. Let's see that again. That vociferous appeal. And he's choosing the right ball, going down the leg side to paddle sweep that one. He wasn't going aggressive at it. That's a good delivery again.
And that's good.
Nope.
There wouldn't be a 4. There's a man out there, but they could get a second. He's actually turning blindly, and his partner, Evelyn, didn't seem too keen on going back for the second run. In fact, he was happy with the single. So 151 on the board now as the combined campuses and colleges continue to build their lead here with their captain Jeremiah 1 shot away from 100. He's on 97.
Yeah, it's been excellent partnership batting. We've seen everything here. The ability to refocus, the ability to run well between the wickets, the ability to pick up the bar deliveries, some short deliveries. I think that when you look at it, the recuperation time of the West Indies Academy team might not have been too great. They're young players, they're still developing physically. So you're getting much more bad deliveries and not as consistent bowling. Now you have to take into account the outfield too. And Mutara might not be able to grip the ball properly because of the dampness of the ball, and it's getting a little soft. So he might not get that bounce that he got early on.
Pittman. And he too is not getting the bunk. You get the impression that Pittman is almost striding on his toes when he's running up. You look at his feet placement, it's almost like he's running on his toes when he starts his approach. When he gets to the wicket, he come but as a result of that, sometimes he chops his run. He shortens his stride. He doesn't stop. he still goes through and deliver, which could be a bad thing, because if your body not aligned properly, you could do damage to yourself. So that's why they always encourage kids to, if you're not comfortable, pull out of it and start it. Look at him. Look at how he runs. He looks like if he's running on his toes. And that's going. That could be a couple here. So you go to 99 now. So he's one away. And they might actually steal an extra. No, they won't.
Yeah, the thing with him is that, I think that he needs to use his arms a little bit more, a forward movement of his arms to keep aligned and to help him with rhythm towards the wicket. Now, the thing with it is that, he's a little bit tired. He's walking back, not with the same type of positive momentum. His head is lowered here now, so he might not be very confident here. He's just trying. He's trying to motivate himself out there. But you're right in talking about it. The run-up affects what happens when he releases the ball. I'm thinking that he's going a little too wide of the stumps. Needs to stay straighter and bowl at the stumps.
This could be it. No, he won't get it there. And again, good captaincy. He brought the man from on the boundary at deep point, to a orthodox point position, and cut off the prospects of an easy single.
Remember what happened at Teddy Bishop yesterday? They slowed down the game. They made some field changes and eventually got out on 99. Played to a point position straight into the player's hands. So maybe they should just stop his run up there, and try to slow down the game a little bit to create more anxiety, because he's going to be anxious to get to the century. That would be his first this year.
That's a maiden 100.
Yeah.
It'll be his maiden 100.
Oh, maiden 100 at first class cricket.
Yep. So this is a big moment for him. And we already had somebody else who got out on 99 in the other game. So Kavem Hodge.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having somebody like Billy. He has stats going through his ears.
Mm-hmm. So will he be the third one to go on 99, or will he get over the line, which is what we all want to see? But the 99 seems to be in vogue. And not this time. That's glorious. What a way to bring up 100 and to bring up a maiden 100 as well. And you could see his teammate also celebrating, as they know how big a moment this is for him. 11 fours and 3 sixes. What a way to bring up 100, and certainly a proud moment for this 124 balls.
Well, I like it. I like it for many different reasons. He played very well. It was a captain's knock, and he has to go on from here, because the real goal is a team goal, but that individual goal of getting a century must be really pleasing for him, because he's worked hard over the years, not in this particular game or not in this particular tournament, but he's worked hard over the years. And you can tell that he's a real team man. He's loved by his teammates because of the reaction of Evelyn.
Yep, Evelyn was celebrating.
It's well played.
And they're going to steal a quick single here as well. This is good running and good understanding. Again, sometimes it doesn't even require a call. You just look up, just eye contact, and you're off and running. But when you have big guys like Tony Gray, you have no choice but to run. So that's the end of the over 158 for no loss, with 100 to the young man, brilliant 100 indeed, to the captain. And you have to celebrate Johan Jeremiah. I'm sure his family, his friends, they must all be proud of him.
He's a nice guy too, very intelligent.
This was the moment when he brought up his 100. And now, Tony Gray, how does he approach the rest of this innings?
Well, the same way. I mean, he's been scoring freely. He might want to be a little bit more aggressive. We'll use the word aggressive, because he's been positive. So he has to take on the bowlers. Now, he got to advance down the wicket, change lengths too, and perhaps move laterally, just to change lines, so he can play those types of roles. We've seen it. It's just to increase his scoring a little bit more, so he can be slightly more risky.
We'll see what the approach is, but certainly it has to be about scoring runs and maybe scoring them quickly. And he is going to get a couple more here. They might get more than the 2, or they'll settle for 2 runs in the end. So this is where the West Indies Academy has to be careful, because they don't want the game to get away from them. It could get away from them quickly. It just takes a couple overs, a couple of ragged overs, and then, everything turns old mass and hard to pull it back in.
I think you have to look at your bowling options, the bowlers who can be frugal in nature, who can slow down the game, who can put pressure on the batsman, and who can increase or magnify the risk that they will have of getting out. So you got to look at your bowling options. Good, well played.
Yeah, and it's so incumbent, it's so important that they keep the energy levels up. You cannot afford to dip in the field. That's a sure sign of a defeatist attitude, and that could really permeate through the team quickly. The next thing you know, you're batting and nobody could bat properly, because everything else, the whole energy level goes, and then you can't get it back. And you want to know, well, you're trying, but you just can't get it back. And that's why it's so important to stay on top of teams. When you have them in a position, you don't let them get out of that position. You try to, as we say, bury them. Don't just wound them, but bury them. But I don't mean that in a literal sense. But what I'm really saying is, when you get your foot on their neck, don't take it off.
I know. Go for the juggler.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, when it's in the air and there's an appeal, what did it hit? Not out, says the umpire. And it seemed to hit the pad and spoon to first slip. And everybody's kind of looking around. They're looking at the umpire. He's probably the most attractive man out there right now. But he doesn't respond.
The question is, what are they appealing for? The LBW
I
or
think they're appealing for catch, because it's spoon to slip. So that's why they were appealing, thinking it might have come off the back of the bat, probably.
And that's normally what happens when you get your first class century. Your focus after can dip a bit, and the intensity levels can dip. So he's got to refocus after this monumental performance. That's a good shot. Well fielded. But the point that you raise after, it's the end of the
It's
over.
the end of the over. It's 160, or 61 rather, for no loss, with 107 to Benjamin and 47 to Evelyn.
Yeah, I like that point, because they say that what builds team unity on the field is really the fielding, the diving around, the brilliant catches and that sort of thing, and the intensity level. Now, this is a fantastic experience for the young players from the West Indies Academy team, because they have to learn, and most times you learn through adversity and times of predicament and tough periods. This is a tough period for them, and they will have to pick up the pieces and show good positive body language. But this is exactly what you want for the young players to fight through and learn to play through these situations.
So the thing about it, though, is because of, if you look at where they are on the table, it meant that they would have gone through periods like this before.
Right.
And now it's how they manage that, how they manage the emotion. Don't let it overwhelm you. Like I was telling you earlier, the defeatist attitude, it's hard to get out of it. Winning is a habit. Losing can also become a habit if you're not careful. So you want to always be on an even keel. You don't want to get too high or too low. You just kind of stay in that level, so that if things go left, you could adjust and counter and bring it back on course, and not have it affect you in a negative sense. So that's a good driving. And
that's a brilliant catch.
He was really just reaching for that delivery. And that is the end of that. He was reaching way out in front. Mutara takes the catch. And that is the end of Jeremiah's beautiful innings. He goes for 107. And finally, the breakthrough. Pittman gets his reward.
Well, that's an excellent catch. A very good delivery. The right line, the right length, encouraging that drive. And it looked good, but it was in the air, away from Mutara. Took a two-handed catch. Brilliant bit of feeling, good athleticism. And he threw back the ball nonchalantly because he's expected to take that catch. Excellent fielding.
Yeah, this is good. And again, this should do their confidence a world of good because even though they struggled all day, they went the breaks probably work in their favor as well because it's not like they've been there every minute for the last 2.5 hours or so. So they've gotten opportunities to go off, come back on, talk, discuss, plan, adjust those plans and what have you. And now that they're back out here and they're getting a wicket now. Now they're thinking, if I get one, I should get two, or could get two. And if I get two, probably I can get three. And that's probably the kind of the mindset they have to develop now is let's go from here. Let's see if we could get 2, 3 quick wickets. And then who knows what is going to happen. It will put the pressure back on CCC now to rethink strategy.
And remember what happened in the first innings, a capitulation of CCC's innings. So they must put back their minds, the fielding team, what happened in the first innings and try to repeat. You're right there, Ruskin. But this is so very beneficial to them, for them to fight back, because it's not only about when things are going well, it's when things are going not so well. Now, the question, this system of having West Indies Academy, is it feasible to put somebody of experience on the field with the players so they can learn from that experienced players, or leave the youths to handle themselves?
Well, I suppose it can work both ways. Now you can have that experience in the dressing room, and because to me that is where they're probably going to have their biggest impact is in the dressing room with them when they're in the nets, when they're working on specifics. That experienced person can be there. Now, if you feel you have somebody who has shown the level of maturity and has good communication skills, good leadership qualities, and is still a very active contributor, then yeah, put them on the field. And this is that man, Kieran Powell, not at all afraid to get on with things here. And just like that, he's off the mark with a maximum.
Yeah, well, Powell has faced really fantastic fast bowlers, so this wouldn't trouble him. Although he just came to the wicket, a short delivery, a sluggish delivery, stood up. He's a tall man, and he played it well towards the mid-wicket area. But the point you brought, the same point I'll make about Powell. He's been brought into the CCC team because of his experience to lend assistance to the younger players. Once he's fit enough, once he's motivated enough to play, because you had Brook last year, but you want a senior player to be able to converse with the younger players, to talk about the different circumstances of the game, but also to be motivated to play and to contribute in a meaningful way.
Well, the thing is, with Shamar Brooks, remember, we all have different communication styles. And I think it's ironically you point to Kieran Powell and Shamar Brooks, but they're both kind of quiet type personalities. They're not, they don't remonstrate on the field or anything like that. But is that quiet confidence that they have that could work? Because remember, again, it's youth you're dealing with, it's young men you're dealing with. You don't want to break them down. You really want to build them up. And sometimes just a kind word might might mean more to them than anything else. So it certainly is. You have to pick the right people to do a particular job, and it's a crucial job because if these guys get turned off, you lose them.
I've been impressed with your points, Ruskin Mark. You probably
Appointing?
went for a haircut.
Yeah, tomorrow probably, or Sunday or Sunday.
No, it's a valid point. You look for two here.
Kieran Powell should have been running for a second, but he switched off a long time ago and decided one was enough.
Yeah, the I remember talking to Sandy Roberts just recently and talking about the way we converse with the youngsters in this day and age and the way we used to converse years ago. I think that the communication part of it has to be looked at, because to transfer knowledge, you have to understand how these guys take in
Could
knowledge,
receive it. Yeah.
receive knowledge, because they're vastly different, you know. So years ago, it was black and white. All right, were more forthright in the way we went about things.
Now it's more shades of grey.
Oh,
Beautifully, that's
whoa!
in a row here now. And that's
Oh.
well done. He removed both openers now. He goes for 47, Evelyn. That's a good innings on his part. It's 168 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant bowling by Pittman. He's worked extremely hard. It's great to see him on the park, first of all, because he bowled just 3 overs in the first innings, came off because of a toothache. But now there's no ache, there's no pains, it's just pure pace. And what a good delivery. Full of length delivery, playing across the line of the ball. His head wasn't in the right position. He should have been looking to play that ball down the wicket, on drive the ball. But look at the joy, look at the celebration there. It's been absolutely brilliant.
I think it might have brushed the pad as well on the way through and then onto the stump. But it was really a beautiful delivery that it's almost like the bat spun in his hand again. Now look at it. He's very well crouched. Now he's up. Now look at it here. Look at where the ball is going. Ball cut back in nicely, hit the pad, and then onto the off and middle stumps. But the result is the same. You have to go, and we enjoyed the knock, but head to the pavilion. 47 to him. A very, very good innings from Damel Evelyn. He supported his captain very well. They put on 161 for the first innings, and for the first wicket, and in the first innings, they also put on 43. See, that delivery that got back a long way. Yeah, he was playing the original line, and that ball came back at him, and it came back fiercely as well. Sakiri Paris is the new batsman.
Yeah,
Two new batsmen at the crease.
Yeah, you look at Pittman. I'm happy for him because he's worked extremely hard to get wickets. He's not been expensive in the context of the game. What CCC was trying to do was to capture runs quickly, but he didn't allow that. He's gone for 42, got 2 wickets. It's really running in there. It has encouraged him, those wickets, to really bend his back even more now. So that's the end of the over and the end of the 41st over.
Certainly it is, and it's 168 for 2. So as we welcome you back here, really the game has changed slightly here now because of the exploits of Pittman. He's really put in a Herculean effort here for his team. He bowled a long spell this morning from the southern end, and he's back now after lunch, bowling from the top end, and seems to be a little more comfortable, although he did bowl very well from that end, and he's getting wickets from this end. So this should be interesting here. How does Kieran Powell now approach this innings? Does he stay positive, or does he try to consolidate?
I think that he has to keep the momentum going, the run scoring momentum, and not be too distracted by the fall of those 2 wickets. He's got good enough experience and he's positive. He's got enough shots, an array of shots, to put pressure on these bowlers. So he's got to have a positive mindset. I don't think that he'll be looking for too many singles.
Gonna have to hurry here, but he does. He ran a quick one. It was fielded initially and but it ran away from him, pushed it. He went goalkeeper style and pushed it away from himself, their blades, and then he had to pick himself up and chase after it. But they got the single eventually, so Powell inches on by 1. And you look, he put in the dive, stopped it, and then had to scamper after it.
Yeah, it's a good working of the
Were
ball
you
off the front
were
foot.
you a diver in the field?
Yeah,
You were a diver?
yeah. Brought the goalkeeping sort of attitude into my fielding. That's why Sir Vivian Richards said, "Go and slip." I just love feeling too. I loved feeling. I still love feeling because I test these UTT players with my catching ability in the slip area. Still have my hand-eye coordination abilities going. And I still love the game. You want to be active too as a coach.
So do you take a knock every now and again?
No, not really.
So you don't like batting?
I like batting, but softball cricket, I love that.
So you're afraid of the corkball?
Well, you gotta be smart, Ruskin Mark. You gotta be smart. You got young fast bowlers coming up against you.
That's something new to you?
Yeah, you gotta be smart, Ruskin. You getting injured at this point in time of my life is not a good thing. It takes longer to recuperate now.
Oh, there you go.
At this age, yeah.
Certainly do. So a good over again from that man Mutara. After taking that brilliant catch earlier, he's back with the ball here now, trying to see if he could prize out a wicket or two himself. But at the moment, Pittman is the man, 170 for 2, and Blades not for 55 so far. But Pittman is the one who has really caught the eye here now. The lead is 92, the 170 for 2. And I'm sure by the end, if we don't have any more interruptions, you would think we still have about another 30 minutes, 35 minutes or so, I think, before we go to the tea break. Actually, we play until 3:10, so it's 40 minutes, roughly. And so from this point, if these bowlers can keep taking wickets, who knows, this game could change drastically.
Well, the other thing, too, is to assess as a batting side at this point in time, having lost 2 wickets, what the ball is doing, what the pitch is doing, to know what type or level of risk to take. I mean, you're right in saying that because of what happened in the first innings, the team capitulated, so they cannot afford to take chances. They don't want to lose this game playing wild cricket, so they have to play smart cricket from here on.
It's another snorter of a delivery, and really just climbed up at him. Paris just kind of took it, he just rode with it, and wasn't able to avoid it, but it certainly climbed on him, and it climbed steeply as well. That's good effort. And again, you see the movement. When the ball hit, it's coming down one line, but by the time it got to the batsman, it's down another line. So it followed him.
Yeah, Paris gives me the impression that he's so laid back, doesn't move with any degree of pace. Just came to the wicket. You have a young fast bowler, but that's a good shot.
Yeah. Easy peasy, as they say. And no third man. And they will leak runs down there all the time.
Yeah, but sometimes he can be so laid back. But that's a good shot. Short delivery, wide delivery, and hitting on top of the bounce. But really great timing there. But sometimes, to me, I mean, like, for example, the way he got out in the first innings, to me, I was off air and you said that, or Billy said that he was unlucky, but I didn't think so. I thought he lost focus, the energy levels wasn't there. And he doesn't seem to me that he has the type of energy that you expect coming to the wicket initially. Maybe he gets into a better space where energy is concerned, but that's well bowled. But there should be a batter in place. I don't think that it's moving well.
Batsman, yeah, it's a new batsman, and you already seen him
sluggish.
Not only that, you already seen him sort of flinch at the short ball. and Paris is still new to the crease, and you have Pittman, who is really set to pull the choke here now. So give him every opportunity. He's, as you say, he's dipping into the red right now. He's getting up there. So you've given it everything, and you want to take advantage of that. You know, yeah, this is what you want. And you want to give him that encouragement. Put the bat pad in there and tell him, don't be afraid to use the short ball. See how they react to it. You know, because you have a man at square leg, you have the fine leg, you have the square leg, you have a midweek. Take the square leg out and put him in that bat pad position there under a helmet and say, if you're name man, play that pull shot.
Yeah,
You know,
I don't think that he's going to go for the pull shot because he's not in rhythm yet. He's not moving his feet across to the off stump, and he's not trying to get inside the line of the ball. He's just trying to work the ball through the onside. But he has got to be careful, and this has been an excellent clover. Even the bad ball that was wideish of the off stump wasn't bad at all because you wanted him to go at the batsman or the batsman go at the ball, which was pitch wideish, but he played it well in the end. The score now 174 for the loss of 2 over 43 overs.
again, 2 for 46 to Kelvin Pittman. He's been the wicket taker for the West Indies Academy, and I'm sure they're happy with that. Now they're probably looking to see if they could pinch a couple more before the tea interval. And Kieran Powell, I'm sure, will be trying to deny him that. He's on 8. And Paris, who's at the non-strikers and is on 5. And, this could be an interesting period here.
It's well played. Forcing shot off the back foot. It's lovely to see sometimes with Powell's batting. Remember that 50 that he scored against South Africa. Took on Rabada and company.
As you say, Rabada, so he went back to South Africa for personal reasons. He's left the IPL. Just sad because he's such a good bowler. And there goes Paris. Again, not wasting any time at all to make his intentions very clear.
Yeah, that's a good shot by Paris. He's getting under that ball. He's a tall man, his flight to delivery, and playing that front leg nicely. Slock sweeping, and Slock is sweeping with great intent and achieving what he set out his mind to achieve, 6 runs.
Well, the ball has gone under the cover, and this could be interesting. Here, just to try to locate exactly where it is, and like a true Trini out in the deep, he's found it with relative ease. I get the impression he's done that before. You pick up the line where the ball goes, but if it goes under the cover, you're like, where? How do you move all of this stuff to get to the ball?
Well played.
Yeah, they have to be, and I think too, Matara probably, he's been bowling for a couple overs now. He needs to probably start tweaking it a little bit now. See if he can't encourage them to come down the wicket to make that shot again, but just beat him on the way down.
Well, he's not getting a degree of turn to trouble them at all. So if the ball is flighted, they have a lot of confidence in getting to the ball. And they've shown him that once they get to the ball, they can hit it at anywhere on the outfield. So
throw it wider.
He's got to throw it wide or something. There's a slip in place for both batsmen.
Yeah, tease them with it.
Or for Powell, there's no googlies yet. That's well played.
And he can bowl the googly, so he probably just has to choose the right time, the most opportune time to deliver one when he least expects it. So the lead is 101. So at 179.
So what you want to from your wrist spinner or a spinner is for him to have subtle variation at the crease too. The score
179 for the loss of 2 wickets. The lead is 101 at this stage. So it certainly is a great opportunity for them. Combined campuses and colleges lead by 101 run. Paris is 9. Powell is on 9. And Kevin Pittman, 2 for 46, is the man of the moment here for the CCC, for the West Indies Academy. CCC, though, they got a splendid 100 from their captain, Johan Jeremiah. They also got 107. They got 47 from Damel Evelyn. But Pittman has been able to price both of them out. And now they're looking at, is it a new ball? Is it that the ball is foggy now? It's probably too damp because it's only 44 overs old, this ball.
Might be when it went under the covers there, the southern end.
Wet.
Yeah.
Oh, that should help the
bowling team.
You feel, because they might get a ball that might be slightly harder. I don't think it's an exact science that you get a ball 44 overs old, you get another one 44 overs. What you look at is to see a kind of similarity in terms of condition. And if one is soggy and one is firm, and but the appearance, is similar, then you might actually hit the jackpot here. Pittman might get a harder ball.
Also, the grip for the spinner, the other end, with a drier ball, get more control, more bounce.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, they are working on it now, so you always want to shine one side, see if you get any kind of movement out of it. One side shiny, one side damp or scuffed, and try and see if you can get it to shake, move around in the air. I'm a bit surprised that they pulled Pittman out of the attack. I really thought that he was the one who was giving them what they want. And like I say, because of the state of the game, as I welcome back Billy, because of the state of the game, you want him to keep going.
He's the guy that got the breakthrough as well. He has some rhythm going in. Had a head of steam, but it's going to be Nathan Edwards. So just 4 overs from him for 25 runs. Proved expensive when he bowled early on in his first spell.
Again, a careless shot there from Paris. He just seemed to stick the bat out there, and the ball hit the bat. And luckily for him, it went between him and the wicketkeeper, and in the air, I might add, and it just ended up to a short, fine leg.
Remember how he got out in the first innings? Inside edge, bouncing in front of the stump and over the stump. Similar to the dismissal, but off of the spinner, he got it onto the front pad and hit the front pad and rolled back onto the stump.
Yeah, it's like, and again, it's just careless because the bat was so far from the pad.
A bit lackluster.
When you're now starting an innings, that's the time you want to be, at your tightest in terms of your defensive posture, and even with your shot making, you want to be so precise. But he just seemed so relaxed. He just sort of hung the bat out there and almost paid the ultimate price.
You're also fresh to the crease, so your concentration should be at its peak. Report coming in from the match referee. Change of ball because the ball just got a bit out of shape, couldn't quite go through the gauge.
Yeah. And, I was just saying, who knows, maybe I might get a new ball, a nice harder ball there to do a little something. See if I can't surprise the batsman with a little extra bounce.
Could that be the reason as well with the ball change? Harder, you get a little bit of shine because Edward has shown the ability to swing the ball, not quite to the pace of Pittman, but his strength and forte being that of moving the ball around.
Kieran Powell again with his very sort of upright stance, sort of plays the ball very late, plays it very close to his body. So you always feel as if you're hurrying him. But that's the way he plays. He plays from in the crease. He doesn't go very far sometimes. He just sort of plays where
Just
he's
under his
standing.
eyes.
Yeah, plays right there.
Not
I
an
used to admire
outstretched.
Alvin Kalicharan that way. Alvin Kalicharan played the ball very late. His head was almost always over the ball, like that. Until, of course, when he started to cut and pull. Dennis Lilly could tell you about that. When Kalicharan really tore into him. And the fans were just jumping with every shot. And they might get a couple here. Again, Karen Powell is just settling for one. And not seemingly too hurry to get on with things.
With 4 runs on over. The inning so far, 182 for 2. The lead over 100, 103. 104 the lead. So motoring on. It's just about 2:45. Just about 20 minutes or so until the lunch period, until the tea period.
Yeah, so
Look
we're going back. We're going back to lunch now.
It
would
was
like that.
good.
FTA would love that.
It's just about, say, 20 overs, maybe 30, between 20 and 30 overs possible in the day's play.
Yeah, that completes the over there, as it's 182. 45 completed, 182 for 2.
Can get, say, about 30 overs in with the spinners operating at a run rate of just around 4 runs on over. Gives a total of about 150 runs. Added to that lead of 104, puts them in the vicinity between 250, 260 runs at the end of the day's play, possibly.
Yeah, and you figure at some point somebody's going to, probably come and try and play a blinder, even if they don't stick around long, but they might score a quick 40, a quick fire 40, 50 runs. And that could make all the difference, because not only does it add to the total, but it could demoralize the fielding team.
And it might even give them more time if they get to a set total beforehand,
declaration,
because they might just want to think about giving them about 9 overs or so, or 5 overs or so to face this afternoon.
And Powell, sensing that he might want to get at Mutara here, using his feet when he realized he wasn't exactly where he wanted to be. He played but you don't chip to play defensively. You chip down to attack. And but again, playing from the crease, he's such a master at that. Sometimes he doesn't really go very far. He just plays in that little circle, whether it's leg stump, middle stump, or off stump. He's right there. Once it's close to his legs, he's very adept at that. It's when you kind of get him to reach, sometimes where he ends up in problems. Quicker delivery, but
Harris just losing his shape somewhat, trying to hit with too much power. Perhaps not keeping his eyes on the delivery as well. So delivery, he could have gotten some runs off of short down the leg side, looking to hit it for 6.
And missed out. This time he's again unable to get it through. Good bit of fielding, although it might have been a painful stop.
He got a blow to the hand and was off the field in the first hour of play. You could see some heavy bandaging on that arm. Came back onto the field. And then struck on that hand again there with that powerful cover drive from Barrett's, feeling the pain.
Yep, it probably just reminded him, Rivaldo Clark, that he's not 100% with his hands, but they're good enough that he could be out there battling for his team, and it's just good to see.
He's in the firing line there, just hoping that it's not a split in any webbing or anything of that type of nature.
If it was that, I don't think they'd have him back
On the
out
field,
there at this point, because that could be it's very uncomfortable, and two, it could be dangerous for him. And you always put the person first more than anything else. Did he take off the strap in there just now? I just
Well,
heard you
still there.
talking
Yeah,
about.
he was just holding on to it.
Yeah,
And they'll probably just have to be cautious with him because he is in the firing line
yep,
for the
yeah.
leg spinner, and most deliveries on a good length would be played out to him. So if he does have that, he's still holding on to it. So might just want to move him to another area of the field for temporarily.
Support batsman on 11, 183 for 2. The lead is 105. So since the departure of those two, Jeremiah for 107 and Evelyn for 47, has been a little bit painstaking. They haven't really been able to hit the accelerator button just yet.
Might just be cognizant of the tea interval. Still a few overs away from that. Normally around this time of the day, the sun is out in all its glory.
Yeah, this is the brightest it has been all day in terms of the sunlight or brightness, because I'm not really seeing the sun. It's somewhere there. It's just obscured to some degree by some heavy clouds. As Tony Gray would say, English conditions, a little bit of wind blowing across the ground.
Pleasant.
Yep.
There
Good.
is a sweeper on the offside and on the onside on the boundary.
Again, Paris just a little bit sort of nonchalant as he plays that one that comes off the inner portion of his bat. Not really instilling confidence at the moment, Paris. It just seems out of sorts to some degree. I don't know why.
Your bowler Nathan Edward just in conversation with Teddy Bishop. Not sure quite what the conversation is. Think he's just asking for a full slip or so.
He should always be bowling with a first slip as a fast bowler.
Particularly if balls are coming off inside edges and outside edge, fast outside edges.
What he has is a second slip. I don't even think want to call him a gully. But is that in Becky Joseph
Yes,
there?
so he came up from fine leg with the switch to
So
the left hander.
he just walked into that position.
See, I'll just stand here for now. He probably just thought,
Quick single, and they're going to get it too. I think the bowler and the fielder got in each other's way. Motara was charging in, and but so too was Edwards, and they sort of got in each other's way there, and denied them a chance. Neither one got a chance at the run out.
typically the bowler would shadow it and the fielder would come in, or vice versa. They were both intent on getting there.
Look at it again, and you had to leave this for Motara,
Of course.
no matter what. But he was in Motara's way, it kind of threw him off. You can see him, and immediately he's looking at him to tell him,
Probably tell him throw it over my head.
well, that's the thing. If he picked it up and he might have hit him.
Is that why he's asking for the slip? Bishop is in there, but not in a full slip position.
Yeah.
More like a second slip. Curious?
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of these hybrid fields where, they kind of go away from the conventional field placings and they tweak everything. And the slip coding is one of those areas where we see a lot of
Experimentation.
Yeah, you either have a second slip, no first slip, or you have an in-between slip, and sometimes they stagger them. You have a 1.5, 2.5, 3.5 sometimes.
And they're being suckered in by the batsman. Someone just dabbing it down to third man. One went for 4, so he's trying to plug a gap and take a catch. Oh, that's an excellent take from Bowen Tucker there. It was short from Nathan Edward and climbed over the head of the tall Paris. What a good take.
Yeah, you look like Tigre there, boy. You went high, took that one.
Called no ball by the umpire.
Yeah, well over his head there.
It was that high. To get that type of bounce out of the middle of the pitch from the northern end as well.
It came out of nowhere too, because although Pittman did produce one or two lifters, and he caused some discomfort for Paris, but none were that high. So Edwards doing his bit here now to get the batsman attention. So far, so good. I think he's striving for a wicket here. I think a wicket will do him a world of good.
Yeah, he's attacking the stumps of Paris whilst trying to maintain conventional field, barring that first slip, the second slip position, because there is 5 on the onside, 4 on the offside, and he's bowling wicket to wicket.
And they're going to get a comfortable single. So they have to plug those gaps. They can't just allow the batsman to just, block and run, as they say, and pinch off singles so easily. 187 for 188 rather for 2 at the end of over number 47. And of course, 13 to Paris and 13 to Paul. So Bakke is still 188 for the loss of 2 wickets. CCC batting in their second innings as they now enjoy a nice lead here. Too easy. Way too easy.
And you saw with Nathan Edwards is over. Anything that was dropped in front of the bat or on the onside, he himself was running and chasing it down, trying to prevent that single and that rotation of strike. So much so he almost cannoned into Motara and then again on the offside. So he's been agitated by the batsman turning over the strike and taking singles to him.
They have to decide on the distances that they're away from the bat, and also the field placings. They have to be a little tighter.
As we would say in minor league cricket. This one played Badong to long on. We say have one in and one out. So have one man in close, perhaps the cover fielder just a little bit shorter in, and the mid wicket a little bit closer in, and the point in a traditional position, just to cut off those singles.
So something has to give here. You cannot just allow them to just rotate strike because they're just turning over the score.
Yeah, and there's no point in having the sweepers out on the boundary, but they're still getting a single close in the 30-yard area. So you can get a couple of them in to cut that single off. And if it does go past him, it's one anyway and a protection in the deep.
Yeah, so you can't have everybody back.
Because it's very irritating to bowlers having to bowl at different batsmen, particularly left-hand, right-hand combinations, as well as looking at their figures. No bowler likes to go for runs. Even though it's singles, you can still get up to 4, 5, or even 6 singles in an over.
And it adds up because when you look at the stat sheet, they say, "Ooh, he bowled 10 overs, but he conceded 40 runs and no big set of hitting, Yes.
Yeah, the partnership up to 23 over 43 deliveries. So the rotation of strike working in their favor. 4 runs on over is the current run rate. 3.99 to be exact.
Oh, yeah, that's well played because he knew there's a man square and he had to hit it fine.
A bit premeditated. Anything that is being pitched on that line, Powell knows that he can have a go to sweep. There is protection in the deep. So you're not trying to hit it too hard, but trying to get it as fine as possible to pick up a couple.
193 for 2. So they're approaching the 200 mark. And that would represent a lead of 122 runs. Good bowling from Motara. They're a little quicker as that ends the over. And it's 193 for 2 at the end of it.
14 to Powell, 15 to Paris. And seems as though the strategy right now is just a rotation of strike, trying to maintain that 4 runs and over without too much bother. Without too much risk either. We haven't seen any aerial shots. We saw Powell just chip down the wicket once to Motara, but he stayed in his crease trying to navigate through these overs of spin from Motara as well as Nathan Edwards on the opposite end.
Yeah, they're just going about their business here. I think they're trying to bat the West Indies Academy out of the game. If they can post a big total and put it in such a way only one team could win the game, so to speak.
We did mention a number like 300 runs this morning at the start of play.
So this is, I suppose, all part of what the thinking must be in the dressing room. You know, this is what we want. These are the targets we're setting. At tea time, we want to have X. You know, by the close of play, we want to have Y. You know, and then we will make an assessment one way or the other. If you get, like if we were saying, if you get a big flood of runs in a hurry, and as you say, maybe we give them a little 8 or 9 overs in the drag, see how they keep up. Remember, we have a cutoff time, a very unique one at 5:41. So plenty of time.
You're going to look for two here. Mike Joseph on the long leg boundary coming around. Easy two for Paris.
And you could just see the wicketkeeper threatening to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end, and Kieran Powell is telling him, "Go ahead, have a shy." You know, he might have been standing outside of his crease, but he wasn't far from it.
Cat and mouse, which one being the cat? Just looking on the onside, Mutar is a fraction bit closer in, trying to prevent that single.
Yeah, but on the offside, they still have that big gaping hole square the wicket on the offside.
Not fully committed to the shot there either is Paris. He's been out of sorts looking at the crease there. He's not middling a lot. Some coming off the inside edge or so.
He may be thinking in terms of playing through to the interval, to the T interval, and maybe then come back and see if he could, you know, get on with things a little bit more.
Yeah, fanning at one there. Half shot from Bowen, tucking nothing off the glove, nothing off the bat. He's looking at the toe end, and if I were him and a half appeal goes up, I wouldn't be looking at the bat.
wouldn't be looking at the bat. In fact, I would check him up pads and everything.
Different type of cricket, the umpire say, "Are you looking at your bat?" and then send you.
And then the ball pass close to the glove, to the top half of the bat. He's looking at the toe of the bat. And it might be something that was there from before, and he only just remembered.
He has no toe guard.
It's a quiet period here after those two quick wickets. This pair, they've kind of shut the door on them to some degree.
Yeah, there was an example there of you dropping it into the onside, and because Motara was in closer, there was not even a thought of a run. Previously, he was sitting a little deep, and they would have taken off for the single. So he's working on the onside. See if you try to work it on the offside now to try and get that rotation of strike. Only 2 runs in the over.
So far, with just the one legitimate delivery left. So he's not in a hurry at all. It remains 195 for 2 after 49 overs. The lead is 117 now. 196 for 2. 17 to Paris. Powell is on 14. And we have some other games that are taking place right now.
Yeah, the Windward Islands. 186 in their first innings, 316 in their second innings.
Good delivery to end the over. Well, actually, it was a no ball the previous delivery. That's why the over didn't end. And he's able to come back with a nice delivery this time around. So 196 for 2 after 49.
Yeah, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 316 runs in their second innings. So we said Naveem Hodge run out on 99. Alec Athene 78. Descartes 50. And the wickets in that innings for Ramon Simmons, 4 wickets for him. And in reply, Barbados have lost a wicket, 22 for 1. They've lost the wicket of the captain, Craig Brathwaite, 1 for 2. Jonathan Drakes is there on 4 alongside Shane Mosley on 16.
Yeah, so Barbados, I'm sure they need a win here just to restore confidence. That defeat to Trinidad and Tobago was probably a shot, a real jolt to their system. They probably want to put things right the rest of the way. You know, when you lose badly like that in a game, you want to play that opposition again so quickly, as soon as possible.
So 304 runs Barbados would require.
So another easy single. Good effort to try to cut it off from Matara, but couldn't do it. These two have added 30 already in 53 deliveries. And no real alarms. They're just going about the business of accumulating runs.
So in the other game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Guyana are currently in their second innings, 326 for 3. 100 to Kevlon Anderson. Tevin Imlach is not out on 82. And the other not out batsman is Kemal Savory. He's on 20. So a good comeback there in the second innings from Guyana after having been dismissed for 193.
Cricket delivery, but well played in the end. It's good, smart cricket there from Matara.
So the lead, just about 212 runs, Guyana.
That's a good lead because their bowling attack could defend that. But I'm sure they want to add on probably 100 more and see if they can, because you have 100 already, and you have another batsman eyeing another 100. So
and Kimo Paul to come as well.
Yeah, so
Kevin Sinclair is also there.
They could score quickly. So while Imlach would probably just play on merit and take his time to get his 100, he knows he has the insurance of those big hitters at their back. It's 199 for 2 now, 16 to Powell, and Paris is on 18, 50 overs completed. The lead is 121.
And in that game, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed picking up 5 wickets for 91. He's in a good form with the ball. Niall Smith 3 for 62.
So some decent scores around the region. In fact, you've come to expect that now at this latter stage where the batsmen have come to terms somewhat with the conditions and with the bowlers. They can measure bowlers now a little bit better than they might have earlier in the season. It's been a long slug for them. That's well played. That's nicely played from Powell again, but not interested in more than just one.
200 comes up, 200 for 2 after 50 overs. 4 runs and over. Lead of 121. So excellent going here from the CCC in the second innings.
When you can get 200 and you only lost 2 wickets, it says volumes about your batting.
Good take down the leg side again from Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah, the 2 wicketkeepers have had to do a lot of tidying up, more particularly against the faster bowlers. They've had to dive and stretch and even stretch to just to deny scoring opportunities or buys or leg buys, as the case may be. They've been really called upon to be supermen behind the stumps. That's a good bounce, and very, very well done by the young man who is moving smartly out there, still giving it 110%.
Good backing up as well. Shy at the stumps. The call of no from Powell at the non-strikers end was a good call. Could have been in some trouble had they taken off for the single there. And in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force encounter against the Jamaica Scorpions, Jamaica batting in their second innings, 99 for 4. 4 wickets taken. 2 to Shannon Gabriel from last night.
Another attempted hook shot that goes over the keeper's head, and it goes over the batsman's shoulder, over the head. It goes for four wides rather, signaled by the umpire.
Anything that goes over the head of Paris is going to be difficult to take for Bowen Tuckett. Needless to say, it was also down the leg side, to be fair to him. He had to go a long way across, but he certainly wasn't going to hold that one in.
And let me just tell you that, Billy, that Nicholas Paul was the fastest qualifier in the flying 200s for the men's sprint event. And Jacine Phillips was fourth fastest, 9.641 for Paul and 9.849 for Jacine Phillips. This time he is pulling well, and is going to get 4 runs. He kept it away from the man at square leg, who's slightly forward, and played it well. Short ball, trying to get it up. He got it up to a decent height, but again, Paris is fairly tall, so he's able to climb on top of it and execute a good pull shot.
It was a better line delivery in terms of the short pitch being outside the off stump, only targeting on the line of the off stump, so he had to fetch it a bit, but still got it in front of square, just barely. And he was brave enough to pitch another short one in after bowling the one down the leg side that went for 4 wides.
And just to go back to that championships for you, the Panamericano, the man who defeated Paul in the Karen is also through, Quintero from Colombia. And Kevin Quintero is a very talented rider. I think he's actually rode here in Trinidad and Tobago before, during like our Easter Grand Prix and stuff like that. And of course, Christian Ortega is also in the mix. So this could be a very interesting sprint event later on. I expect Nicholas Paul, if he cannot get gold, at least to be on the podium. And he's already been on the podium. He won the gold medal in the team sprint with Jacine. And he also picked up a silver medal in the Karen event. So he's in line for another medal this time around. Two-time Olympian, has a very promising future. And again, screwing at it and still not able to get it where he wants to. We've seen that time and again. He just kind of knocks his thigh as if to say, "Shucks, I should have played that through the offside." When it ended up going down to final. And that will be the T interval. So 210 for 2, with 17 to Powell, 23 to Paris, and they've certainly batted themselves into a strong position, but there's still work to do.
Yeah, and that's it here for this time. We're taking a late tea interval due to all the stops and starts we've had. We're going to resume at 3:30. We'll take a break for now.
Who you would train, Jude?
Welcome back. Here we are at the campus of the University of the West Indies here in St. Augustine, the Sir Frank Worrell Field at the UE Spec facility. And the umpires are out. The players are making their way back onto the field. It's 210 for 2. 51 overs gone. And the batsman out. There in the middle, Kieran Powell, 17 of 24. Shaqiri Paris, he's on 23 of 42. And the lead so far by the combined campuses and colleges is 132 with a current run rate of 4.12. So welcome in commentary here with me, Mr. Tony Gray.
Yes, good afternoon to you again, Billy. Good afternoon to our listeners. Very interesting game at the moment. I think that CCC has done very well here, just to lose 2 wickets and to get to a score of 210, but a sizable lead, and they would want to expand on this lead. I would think perhaps 275 at the end of the day, because it can happen. They scored quickly enough, and with 8 batsmen in hand, I think that they should be looking to really be positive and at least get to 250 or 275 at the end of the day.
The close of play today, because of the interruptions that we've had, is scheduled to be at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Of course, that is going to be light permitting, and we've gone off yesterday. We went off around 5:25 or so due to bad light. Didn't quite get in the number of overs. He's going to resume here with Joshua Bishop. He's changed ends. And bowling from the southern end for the first time in this game. He's bowled 10 overs thus far, 44 runs conceded. And a change of ends for him.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Obviously, he was not as penetrative or not as frugal from the northern end. So I think it's a good thing. This is the first time he's bowling from the southern end. And you recognize that the southern end, there's additional bong. So let's see if it will work for him. But it's a worthwhile change.
We are suggesting as well, perhaps with the many interruptions that we got, that he couldn't quite get into a rhythm bowling from that end. Just paddling it around the corner. We see Powell playing that shot a couple times in this innings. He's going to come for 2. Nathan Edwards down at the backward square boundary has to come around. Excellent throw, but can't prevent the 2. Powell goes up to 19. Lead 135. Just about maybe we are guessing 35 overs depending on the over rate left in the day's play.
You remember, these guys are accustomed playing T20 cricket, Powell included, and they will look to be a lot more savage. So this is a scenario that requires that type of approach.
And more work in the deep. There's Johnson out there, as well as Edward. It's going to be Johnson to come around. Going to get 1 run.
It's really smart batting by Powell. He's not trying to slog sweep the ball. He's not trying to be aggressive. That backward point position or backward square position too. He's just paddled the ball wrong. There's a vacant area down to fine leg. So he's utilized that area quite well. And obviously the protection on the boundary. So he's got to be very careful that he doesn't play the ball oppositely. But he's decided to just work the ball around.
Yeah, this one's going to go down to the boundary for 4 runs there. A very fine sweep indeed. It's going to be 4 runs there to Paris. It'll bring up the 50-run partnership off of 69 deliveries. And they've been going quite well, the pair, since coming to the crease. Another boundary to them. They haven't hit the ball in the air. It's been along the ground, but they've been rotating strike with the odd boundary. And a 50 partnership coming up.
Yeah, the shot selection has been ideal. Picking up the line and playing inside the line, playing with the movement of the balls. Shot selection has been ideal between these 2 batsmen.
So
it's a quiet moment now. It's a quiet moment. You want to see the academy team restart with some vibrancy, but they are walking about very quietly. Pittman will continue. What a wonderful spell of fast bowling. It's been slightly expensive, but the effort has been there.
Well, the run rate is 4.19. And Kelvin Pittman in particular, he's been at an economy rate of 3.82. You see a summary of the game there thus far. And just a rough calculation, if we do get that 2.5 hours in, give an estimate of 35 overs. Full shot attempt down the leg side. Good take by Bowen Tuckett. And Pittman immediately starts with a short pitch ball angled into the body of Powell. A lot of bounce being extracted out of the middle of the wicket on the third day.
Yeah, he's pounding the ball into the turf. He's just restarted another spell, and he's put in great effort. Ball very old. The pitch is not a fast pitch by any means, but the effort has been really, really good from Pittman.
We've seen a couple short balls from Edward as well. Come back to that. Loud appeal, just pitching outside the leg stump, perhaps struck in line, but height may be the question as well. Powell, a tall man, looks like it was impacted above the knee roll.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Pittman, bowling at the stumps. Powell a little slow to react to the ball, but it might be going down the leg side. Let's have a look. Good delivery. Powell looking to initially advance forward, but stayed on his crease. I think that probably height is the issue there.
Yeah, above the knee roll, the impact. Did seem to pitch in line from the replay, but of course it's a bit skewed. Short again down the leg side. Yeah, just coming back to that point, Edward as well bowled a couple short pitch deliveries from this end just before the tea interval and got some considerable lift, so much so one went over the head of the wicketkeeper Bowen Tuckett. And just to give you a guide as to what is over the head of Bowen Tuckett, it also went over the head of Paris as well. Just to justify the fact that he couldn't quite reach it and it went for 4 wides. Turned into the onside. Protection is there. Otara out in the deep. They get one, but the young man is quick to it and a good throw as well, keeping them to 1, 219 for 2. So we're looking at 35 overs here, Mr. Gray, and the current run rate over 4 runs and over. Let's be 4.15 to be exact. Let's be conservative with an estimate of 4 runs per over at 35 overs. Gives you a total of 140 runs. You just add that to the current total and, of course, take the lead away. You're looking at that figure you call 272. Spot on, Mr. Gray.
I didn't need to do the maths to calculate that type of score. Just look at the batsmen, the pitch, the wear and tear of the faster bowlers, the youngsters out there. They would not be consistent. They will be tired, and they will give
half shot there, going past the outside edge. They just bounced in front of the wicketkeeper as he took it. Half shot from Pittman.
Well, wicketkeeper didn't respond to the appeal of the bowler, and you usually see the wicketkeepers respond if there's an outside edge. But Pittman really running in, and look at that again.
Paris obliging the appeal by going after it.
See, he's concerned about the bounce, in my opinion. Well taken there by the wicketkeeper.
It went into the glove straight away, yeah. But the open bat face of Paris, luckily, one might say, not getting the edge. Not a short ball. He bowled quite a few in this over.
So I think the ploy is
signal wide.
Bowl short deliveries, and the umpire might recognize that, because with no slip in place, it's a little bit of one-day cricket here now. And it's more of a defensive ploy by Pittman and his captain. Not a bad effort, because you want to stop the boundary deliveries. They're more protective on the boundary, and that ball too high.
Call wide on height over the head of the batsman, Paris. Tall individual. So he is getting a lot of bounce out of the wicket.
It's well bowled.
It's good that he's challenging with some short pitch bowling since he's getting the lift. He's trying to exploit it, keep the batsman honest on the back foot and bowling the final delivery, pitching up to him. 220 now. The lead 142, 53 overs gone.
Yeah, the element of surprise is what you need from your bowlers. Sometimes you would have a general ploy against a specific batsman and try to exploit the weakness of that batsman. But you need to be also flexible and bowl those Yorkers, those direct type of deliveries.
Well, in combination with those Yorkers, it's also a tool to keep the run rate down, to bowl a couple short pitch deliveries. And the batsmen haven't been looking to go after too many in terms of being aggressive, to go after the bowling. So they're probably just letting a few of them go. And we saw that in that over from Pittman.
You have some combative shots again, the short delivery. The uppercut overslip, there's no slip in place either. So it's less risky.
Yeah, we've made a lot of comments about that uppercut shot when leaving alone, batsman just leaning back and dropping the hands. But now they have the option of going with it. Spinner is on. They have the option of just lifting it over the keeper, dabbing it down to third man.
We talk about the wear and tear of different spells on the fast bowlers, but it can also happen for the spinners. The wrist spinners have a lot of energy going into their deliveries. The finger spinners also. Remember that spell in the first innings? Joshua Bishop bowled a lengthy spell, 33 overs straight. Might have affected him. Doesn't seem like he's really ringing the ball. That's a short delivery, cut away. It's going towards the boundary, and it will get to the boundary. Square of the wicket, slightly fine of the man at that point boundary.
Johnson coming around there. Once the shot was played, it was clear he wasn't going to get around. And yeah, just a lethargic delivery there from Bishop, going over with the arm short and wide, just asking to be put away. There is Jagisar there being adjusted at backward point. The slip backward point, sweeper on the boundary, cover long off on the offside, as well as an extra cover. And on the onside is a mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square on the boundary for the bowling of the left-arm spinner. A better delivery there. 5 runs already in the over. So they're going to maintain that run rate of over 4.
I think it's a good strategy to go after Bishop because he's a guy that once he settles down, he will bowl consistently well. So they have not allowed him to settle down. Here you go again, looking for the single, but no response from Paris. Howell wanted a single.
Yeah, and he's coming around in the cover. It was played just to the left of the man at cover. It was a risk, would have been a risky single.
So I'll play it again. So Bishop in this innings have gone for 57 off of 12 overs. Very expensive. Not normally his type of return.
It hasn't been quite the same effort in the second innings. 225, partnership now 57. And Paris's contribution to the partnership of 57 is 32. Have a look at the bowling cards. Bowling card, just Jariah Blade, 61 dot balls, the most economical. Nathan Edwards, just the 8 overs from him, going over 5 runs and over. Pittman is the man with the 2 wickets. He's going to continue from the northern end. 2 for 48. Looking to dig it in short again to the tall Kieran Powell. Stabs it onto the onside.
Yeah, he can play those lateral shots, but he's mindful of the field placing, protection on the onside, protecting that boundary. So he's controlling himself not to play the pull or hook shot. I think that's a good, intelligent, experienced batting by Powell.
It just has 12 runs contribution in the partnership.
It's well bowled. He's put in some real effort today. Has just gone for 49 runs, got 2 important wickets. The way it looks is that you're not going to get from the bowling unit everybody performing well on one day, but you want at least 3 bowlers, 4 bowlers. If you use 6 bowlers, you know that it's highly unlikely, it's a rarity that everybody's going to perform well on one day. So you've seen Pittman today, you saw Joshua Bishop yesterday or day before yesterday, and well bowled again.
And Pittman more so because he didn't get to perform in the first day with just the 3 overs. So he would want to put his hand up here in this innings and come and do the majority of the work. He'd want the ball in his hand, put that performance in to get his team closer over the line. They're right now on the back foot.
Yeah, Powell having a word with Edward, and perhaps and the umpire.
Just wondering if he's talking about overrates here. Short, and he pulls it into the ground in front of him, almost on his own toe. They do get the single, but a curious display from Paris. Doesn't seem as if he's all in here.
That's the problem with him. Those types of shots demand energy, quick movement, and keeping his eyes on the ball, but he didn't do any of those things. And, you can use the pace of the ball as a guy that times the ball, but if you go in at an aggressive shot, there must be quick movement. And there was less lazy there, lethargic effort from him, although he is on 33 off of 56 deliveries.
Yeah, I was just about to say, not quite himself with the bat, but one important feature of batsmen around the area, around the region, particularly in international cricket, not being lackluster or lazy, but if they're out of form, they still manage to get runs and post a score, and that is the discipline and the professionalism that they have at the higher level.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of times these batsmen can run out of form. Virat Kohli, for example, wasn't in the best of form, but he worked hard, went back to play domestic cricket in India. That's something that was mandated.
Wasn't too successful, though. On the leg side, turned into the onside. Easy single. Rivaldo Clark has a shy at the non-strikers end, just to try and catch Powell out. Made his ground, keeping everybody on their toes.
Yeah, that's brilliant fielding because you have to be aware. You have to try to force the batsman who does not want to take those quick runs to get to the other end, take him out of his lethargic comfort zone. But look at this bit of fielding, throwing at the stumps, and Powell had to hustle there. This is excellent feeling.
And he's quite aware as well, Clark, that Powell is not running everything hard because comfortable singles are there. Even Bowen Tuckett was threatening to throw down the stumps at one end and being taunted by Powell. But Clark is not even going to wait to be taunted. He's going to have a shy at the stumps and keep it active out there. Try to keep everybody in it out in the field. And it's good to see from active people in the field. They tend to keep a type of vibrancy up and energy levels up. Full of energy, as they would say.
The other reason why they are very protective, they're looking for the second here and will get the second. Now, Powell, as I mentioned, definitely need to come out of his comfort zone because of the team goal of you suggested 272, 275. I suggested 275, but he's got to come out of his comfort zone of looking for the boundaries. The strategy out there from the West Indies Academy is not to give him the boundaries. You've got to look for those ones and twos and maybe threes because there's a lot of real estate out there.
And they're in a very good position as well, very healthy position that they could try to be a little more assertive in their stroke play as well as the running. Being back where he just might have been forward. It's a trick the spinner tends to pull, try to get the batsman going back and pushing him back, and then floating one up with that he can't quite reach.
Well played, working the ball, timing the ball, looking for the second, and he will get the second. Easy second run too. And this is excellent gap finding, showing that he can work the ball off the front foot and off the back foot too, using that height nicely.
There's been a type of nonchalant innings here from Kieran Powell, working the ball into the gaps. He's 26 now from 37. Healthy strike rate. just around 70 or so. Now, that might be the type of delivery, if they were looking to push for runs, that he could have a go at, float it up outside the off stump. They try to hit it straight back over the head. The mid-off is close in. There's no long off. There is a long on. So perhaps we might see that type of aggression later on.
I was about to say, there you go again, putting the ball in such an angle away from the fieldsman. I was about to say that I've not seen the ball drift away from the left-hander or the right-hander. So we've seen, I think, Bishop trying to turn the ball but not drift the ball. Akil Hussein is excellent at drifting the ball. The end of this over, the 56th over, the score is 233 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And bearing that in mind, as a batter, you know there isn't much there in these few overs that Bishop has bowled thus far. You might want to think that you can try to go after him a little bit.
Yes, a degree of turn. He's not getting the ball to turn. It's a soft ball. It's a spongy ball. And the hardness has gone. And then the seam would be soft too. So he's not getting the ball to grip and turn. This pitch still remains a very good batting pitch. And you could come down the wicket. Powell could use his height. And I feel that you might see that happening just now.
And particularly as well, as Pittman is not really offering anything up to the drive. He's been shorter more often than not. I mean, he hasn't really pitched anything up the drive. There's been a few angled into the pads.
Yeah, years ago, the element of surprise, the Yorkers, of course, those guys used to bowl 90, 92 miles an hour. And they were more direct. No, real over planning. It's just about pace, movement, and direct at the stumps to bring in all the modes of dismissal into play. LBW, caught in slip, really ultra aggressive at times. That's well bowled.
And that's a very good delivery. They're pushing him on the back foot. This is one of the deliveries that he did pitch up right on cue. Just to be cantankerous.
You have a nice atmosphere out there. You expect no smoke.
That's a relief.
No signs of rain. So it's a nice, fresh atmosphere for the players to show their talents in.
Fine tickle. There's going to be a chase there. Blades is it down there, tumbling around. You can't prevent it. Joshua Bishop, in fact, down on the boundary. He's gone for 4. 4 runs to Powell.
Yeah, excellent batting. Leg glancing that ball, using the pace nicely. And you can see the back foot movement. And you can see the adjustment from his head from outside the off stump to close to the line of the ball. But poor feeling. I think he was asleep initially and then tried to get to the ball. Got to stay focused out there.
And the fact that he is patrolling the boundary might suggest not all is well. He's usually one for the gully or point position. The left-hander. And a little out of sorts with the ball. Not a short ball angled into the pad. Just easy runs there now.
Well, the reason why they have so many fielders upon the boundary is to curtail the boundaries. But you want the better fieldsmen on the boundaries. You want them to be able to throw the ball, get to the ball quickly. And that was not good feeling by Bishop. It's not really about, well, it's about taking wickets to stop the scoring rate, but it's really about containing batsmen. And because the batsmen are looking for quick runs at the end, so sort of a cat and mouse game.
And one of the methods to taking wickets is building pressure on dot balls. And it's far too easy now to turn the strike over. It's around the wicket now into the pads. Not a realistic appeal. We just look at Paris Day and the mannerisms. Struck on the tie pad with that one.
It's very difficult to get an LBW.
Think he would have missed out on some runs there?
Coming around the wicket. Yeah, I mean, again, you saw his batting partner use the pace of the ball, leg glance the ball. I just think that Paris doesn't have that level of focus and energy out there. So he misses out on a bad delivery that was angled into his pads.
This one going across him on the offside. They're going to look for two. Clara there, through to the non-strikers, and he was quick in, just as quick as was the single. End of the over, 239 after 57, 34 to Powell, and 34 to Paris as well.
Paris is predominantly an off-sided player. He doesn't play well through the onside unless the ball is really short. He can pull the ball. But he's predominantly focused on playing through the offside because his positioning is such that he's freer through the offside. But when the ball is aimed at Midland leg, he's cramped for room.
And of course, one of the methods of trying to curtail the run scoring is to set the field on one side of the wicket and bowl on that side of the wicket, predominantly outside the off stump, maintain that line, and just maybe have 5 on the offside or even 6. If you can hold that line and hold a good length, a good defensive short of a length, and try and limit the scoring. Right now, they're really bowling both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, and that's a fair point because in my day, I mean, the late Ranjan Anand, captain in 1985, he would say, listen, Tony, I'm giving you 3 and 1 to start with. A fine leg in place. A lot of bowlers now start without a fine leg. I think it's a wrong thing. I think that you need to settle down first, make sure that you have control, get your line and length going, and then you could take out a fine leg. But they're very proactive in trying to bowl without a fine leg.
Bishop is back. 62 runs conceded in his 13 overs. He won't be happy with that.
The other thing about being a wicket taker is that when you're not getting wickets, you will over try and present the batsman with some boundary deliveries. So he's got to calm himself. Not every day he will bowl and get wickets. He's got to tighten up things for his team.
And that is one of the features that you tend to admire with some of the slow left-arm bowlers. The one thing you could look at is their economy rate and see that they are very miserly. And that is what sometimes bring the wickets as well. Yeah, misfield there, and is going to go for 4. Cut down to the man there, Nathan Edward, at backward point, and it goes through him and into the boundary for 4. And that's the 4 runs for the over. So they maintain the run rate as well. Should not have been a boundary.
No, that man at the backward point is expected to be very good at judging the bounce and the movement. He was saying that it swung away from him or turned away from him at the last moment. No excuses.
It's on his left side as well, the left-hander. You do get that backspin, that top spin on the ball, rather, with that type of a cut shot, but you have to be able to anticipate it fielding in that position. And now he's going to employ a second man in that area. An adjustment in the sweeper on the boundary. Going to deep cover.
Yeah, the tightening of the inner field on the offside. As I mentioned, he likes to play through the offside. If he has to play against the good length deliveries through the onside, he might want to play through the line of the ball, but this is good gap finding again. So it's key to finding the gaps by using the face of the bat. How much runs in that over?
Yep, that's 5 runs in the over. So he's just increasing the run rate. That's a 4.21, 244 for 2, 58 overs gone. And we've seen a number of the overs now going for over 4 runs and over.
Yeah, the question is the bowling options. Who do you bowl now? Not to stop runs from scoring, but to take a wicket because these guys seem very easy. Powell with all his experience and Paris doing well. And again, they're developing a useful partnership towards the goal of getting to 272 at the end of the day's play.
And the other strategy might be in terms of trying to keep the runs down is keep changing the bowlers. You don't want the batters getting accustomed to a particular bowler, a particular line. Pulled away. There is MBK Joseph down at long at fine leg. And it's gone for 4. It's gone through his hands for 4. So complacency setting in the field And a casual pull shot from a short delivery. Pittman bowling around the wicket, dug it in short again. He's been doing that persistently. And an easy pull around shot, helping it around the corner really is Paris, knowing that a man is there. Just have a look at this, Mr. Gray.
No, that's not good feeling at all. We've seen some holes being started on the fielding of the academy team. I've seen a backward point misfield just now, and that one was easy down to fine leg. It was the widest fine leg, but he got to the ball and should have not allowed that ball to go into the boundary. So the fast bowler working very hard. He's pounding in. He's trying his very best, and he's not being supported by his fielders.
Short again, down the leg side. Not attempting the pull, just deciding to leave this one alone. He's gotten the 4 runs in the over already, but there's not a lot of vocals out there in support of the bowler.
Well, the thing about it, I asked Ruskin Mark about a senior player out there to help the youngsters in this sort of scenario where they have gone quiet. They're not trying to make things happen. They're waiting for things to happen. And this is what you
Feeling the
don't,
energy,
you
Mr.
don't want
Gray.
to see. So this is where a senior player will come in and verbalize things, verbalize encouragement to have them going again.
I'm not quite sure what the thinking is here because it's angled, it's around the wicket, it's pitching outside the leg stump. A number of them have been short and also pitching outside the leg stump for that delivery there. You're not going to get an LBW.
Well, he's playing for the man that is in a leg gully position. Obviously, with that short ball, they recognize that he doesn't get inside the line of the ball. So sometimes he's cramped for room, and the man in that leg gully position can take the catch. But it's not a ploy that I like because you want to bring all the modes of dismissal into play, and he should be bowling over the wicket because he can still slant the ball into Paris's body by bowling over the wicket.
But it's a low percentage strategy, really. And again, Powell, the throw coming in from all the way down at third man. As Powell just ambling in, so a direct throw at the stump. The wicketkeeper wasn't there. The backup was with Jagasa on the field. And I think it would have been really close to hitting the stumps. And he was not grounded just yet. 249 for 5 runs in the over so far. The dead ball is going to be signaled as Powell pulls out of it. Much to the agitation of Pittman, but there is a fielding change. And BK Joseph just walking around. He was shifted to long leg. He's gone back to fine leg. And Teddy Bishop has moved around from that short fine leg position. Oh, that's going to be another wide, very short, dug into the middle of the pitch, but so wide and so high.
Well, Teddy Bishop, the senior player out there, he's played one international one-day game for the West Indies team, and I think that was in Australia. He has to come out of his natural type demeanor. I don't know him personally, but he seems to be that way. And sometimes captains need to verbalize things and and be a little more harsh on the players to wake them up a little bit. Craig Braffett, for example, never really seemed to come out of his natural quiet type demeanor. Now, he's not introverted. He can't be as a West Indian captain, having to deal with the media and everything and having to have discussions. But in situations like this, you really want a senior player or the captain to say, hey, guys, let's wake up again and let's keep going because it's quiet there. And the fast bowler who's been really working hard, he needs help and encouragement out there to keep going.
Yeah, you could hear a pin drop as the 250 comes up on the board. 82-run partnership. That wide delivery bringing up the 250. Down the leg side again. Just have to be careful of running onto the middle of the pitch there as well. Is the end of the over eventually. And they've gotten 6 runs in that over, 250 for 2 after 58, 172-run lead as the run rate climbs as well now to 4.25.
You're looking at what's going on here with the field inside. They're a little lethargic. Is that going to transfer into their batting? because it's going to be the last innings of the match and the fourth day. So are they going to have the focus and the energy levels to go and try to win the game, or if they can't, draw the game based on what we've seen here on the field?
I'll also tell you what it translates to will be a slow over rate. We've been almost an hour after, beg your pardon, it's about 35 minutes past the tea interval. We've got 9 overs in that time. And the spinner has been on.
And because of the atmospheric conditions, it's a little gloomy now. You don't expect all these overs to be bowled in the space of time that you suggested with the additional half an hour. It's going to get dark very quickly, at least about
5:30.
5:15. Yeah.
It's the time we went off the field yesterday. The rains did come as well. If they can get 2 spinners on, they'll increase the over rate. I'm not sure they want to do that, however. Slower delivery. No pace at all with it. Have to find some momentum to put into that shot. Couldn't. He's on 44 off of 69 deliveries. Off the outside edge. It goes past Nathan Edwards there. 2 of them stationed there. And it's gone for 4. 2 of them stationed there behind point. And it's gone for 4, bisecting both of them off the outside edge. He will go to 48. And Joshua Bishop is not amused at all with that. Having set the field for it, but bisecting the gut and frustrating for Bishop.
Yeah, that's well played, opening the face of the bat. Here's where you have these batsmen who can do just that and play through the offside. Should have gotten to that very quickly. Signs of tiredness, in my opinion. He's bowled some overs, Edwards, and he's quicker along the ground, but he should have gotten to that one. So, again, you've seen easy runs being allowed here by the academy team.
Well, he's bowled the least amount of overs out of anybody. He's started a spell of 4 overs. Nathan Edwards, he's up to 8 overs now. And that's the 50 for Skip. With that shot there from Paris, brings up his 50 off of 72, and he's been motoring on. His strike rate is 69.44. And although he's not looked too comfortable, he has gotten the runs on the board.
I think that you have to look at what happened before Paris and Paula got together. Obviously, the partnership between Jeremiah and Evelyn had a lot to do with what's happening now with the tired nature of the academy team. Batted very well. Remember, the strike rate of Jeremiah was a lot better. And because of it, the fielders had to run consistently to retrieve the ball, stop the ball from the boundary. The singles were there. So it is having a telling effect now on the fielding side. And this is where the batsmen at the wicket now can capitalize on what transpired before.
Yeah, just 8 overs bowled from Nathan Edwards today, but he's gone for 5.75. His total figures are 8 overs, 46 runs and no wickets. You very well see the bowling change. Yes, it is going to be Jediah Blades to replace Pittman. Pittman had a really lackluster last over with a couple short pitch deliveries called for a wide and angling almost all the way off the pitch. So he's going to be replaced by Jediah Blades. There's 12 overs thus far. 35 runs conceded as I welcome back Ruskin Mark into the commentary.
Thank you very much. A nice lead, though, 178 runs. So I think things are going according to plan for CCC. They have an attack now that looks a little bit jaded.
A lot of deliveries angled into the legs. This time from Blades as he starts. 1 run to Powell. He goes on the 35. 50 runs to Shaqiri Paris.
Good half century by him. Not his best. He certainly hasn't, as they say, he started shakily and he's continued in that vein throughout. He still doesn't middle the ball as well as he did, like, say, in the first inning, for example. But the idea is just to stick around. And the key, though, is that they've been running well between the wickets. They've been milking the singles repeatedly. It would be interesting to see how many singles that Kieran Powell has in his 35, because they've really taken quite a few singles, and he's not noted for, or as if he has a great appreciation for running singles.
Well, his strike rate is 74. Oh,
And
there's an edge on that, yeah.
that too might run down to the boundary for 4 runs. Or did it? It just stopped inside, and would you believe it? They only got 2 runs. It looked for a moment like it was going to go for a boundary.
Yeah, BK Joseph lurking down there at fine leg, got around in front of the side screen, got the throw in and limited them to 2.
And then he goes bouncing back to his position. I'm not sure if somebody's saying something to him from the opposing team or something.
Well, I don't know if they distracted him when he did misfield that one and went for 4. He certainly would have collected some Kong there on the boundary.
So it's a crucial time for the West Indies Academy. They have to try to stay in the game. That's what they're playing for right now, because this lead is looming large at the moment, and it could get larger before it's all said and done. It's already 181, and factor this in: if they don't bat as well as they did in the first innings, 181, anything in excess of 250.
It's going to be difficult.
It's going to be difficult for them to get.
As a matter of fact, on a normal basis on a 4th-day wicket, another short ball.
Yeah,
Batting on a 4th-day wicket to chase 250. Not as easy as it sounds. But the wicket has played very well up until now, on the 3rd day, late afternoon.
Yeah, it's kind of gone to bed a little bit. And but the bowlers, to their credit, are still trying to kind of bring it to life. They've put in quite a bit of effort, as we've seen with a number of short balls. Now they're going to bring the helmet on to maybe put the forward short leg in. They probably should have done this a long time ago. And
well, Jediah Blades has the ball. Pittman was bowling those short pitch deliveries. Nathan Edward as well. But the one bowler who can demand a forward short leg or a man under the bat would be Jediah Blades with his bowling, because he is a little bit more consistent in terms of direction, in terms of length. It's just encouraging MBK Joseph to go closer.
I don't think MBK wants to. You almost have to push him. Probably should call the umpire and tell push him forward a meter or 2.
And it's turned away from him down to Bishop, who has put himself down at fine leg to replace MBK Joseph. They've been toying with that position, a short fine leg, a short backward square, now a man in front of the bat, and it's all been short, angled into the body.
Yeah, it will be interesting if he goes around the wicket to the right-hander in particular and angle it into him and see if he is comfortable.
Well, now he's gone onto the onside for the left-hander, and as well, Jediah Blaze has decided to go left arm around the wicket. So it is going to be a body line attack. The fine leg goes finer, and the backward square moves a couple paces to his left. And Blaze is sending him around, and he's waving his hands at him. Just wonder if MBK Joseph is behind the umpire to make 3 behind square. That is the hesitation. Into the body and over the head of Bowen Tuckett, and that is going to be 4. And will it be wides? Yes, it is.
And again, you see the effort that he's putting into those deliveries. You know he wants to get it up about head height, but he's hitting it so short that it's just climbing, and it continues to climb past the batsman.
Yeah, and they've gotten a lot of bonks on the 3rd day off of this wicket. And you had to be a Junior Murray to be able to hold that one in, or a Courtney Brown, because certainly Bowen Tuckett is going to be challenged, or Tony Gray as well, with big hands. May not even need the wicket-keeping gloves to hold that one in.
Now, he's run from a cork ball now, so he would need the gloves.
Short and pulled, but doesn't make the connection he wanted. Comes more off the glove and doesn't go anywhere really. It's the end of the over. 265 for 2 after 61.
So as we welcome you back, it's 265 for 2. We haven't missed anything. But again, we want to encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity to get your tickets early to support West Indies cricket and see not just your home stars, but see a powerful Australian team as they try to exact revenge for that defeat when Shamar Joseph burst onto the scene.
Sir Frank Worrell Trophy up for grabs. We are at the Sir Frank Worrell Field here in St. Augustine in Trinidad and Tobago. 265 for 2. The lead 187. And the bowling change is going to be, Rivaldo Clark? We haven't seen him in the game thus far, but he has the ball in his hand, the off spinner.
Yeah, they're probably going to give him an opportunity to bring his arm over, see if he can't change things a little bit, maybe surprise one or two of these batsmen and see if they can't get a wicket. That's what they need, and they need these wickets urgently at the moment. Right now, the game is just sort of meandering, and it's meandering away from them. So they need to try to pull things back here just that little bit.
Immediately past the outside edge. Interesting to see how much turn he got there. As far as just flailed at it, he's on 53.
If you got any turn at all.
It's just 4 wickets this year's tournament for Rivaldo Clark, bowling in 3 of the games thus far. That's not going to be given out. That one is too high. Clark coming on with the ball is certainly providing some banter out there.
And yeah, there's a lot of chatter going on right now. Almost after every delivery, you hear a little scream.
In the air, just to the left of Clark, who tumbles over, not trying to catch it, but after the fact.
Thinking if he should have been in that position, that is probably the effort he would have had to do. But how to put in a dive.
It's quite the character, the number 29. Have a look at this dive after the fact. It's in the air. One run to the total.
Yeah, so close, but yet so far. Powell now, who's inched on to 35.
Having a Hall and Oates moment there. So close, yet so far.
Yep, it's been that kind of a day for the academy players. And they've bowled well at times. They've beaten the bat. They just haven't had the luck.
Faster one day outside of the Houston. The partnership is 98 of 128 deliveries at the end of the over. It's 266 for 2. 62 overs gone.
Yeah, the players are heading off.
Drinks.
They're going to get some drinks, but they're not seeing the drinks coming on to them. It's almost as if they're having the drinks inside.
Everything just set in slow motion.
It's like they're probably saying, come here, come to the edge of the boundary. It's almost like they're forbidden to cross the line. But eventually, they probably got the phone call and they'll make their way out. So 266 for 2, 54 to Paris, and Powell is on 35. We'll take a break and come back in a short while. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, the players are back out in the middle after a little bit of a sort of a delayed reaction to that water break. But all's well that ends well. The ground staff came out. They did their due diligence. The players got a chance to fraternize near the boundary. And now it's time to get back to action. We have about an hour or so left, whether or the lights permitting. The conditions are not the brightest even now. So we'll see what it's like when we get to like 5, 5:10, 5:15 thereabouts and see what happens. But I'm happy to say that it's good conditions here. It's not sunny, it's not bright and sunny, it's not hot, it's not humid, it's nice and cool. And it really paints a good picture for the players out there for them to really see if they could crank it up one last time.
Again, persisting with a short delivery with Jediah Blaze, resuming from the northern end. But when Tuckett chases it down, still going to get a run. And the lead 189. And the current run rate stands at 4.29. And really an innings built on. And the captain set the pace 107 to Johan Jeremiah of 131 balls with an impressive strike rate of 82. And well supported by Damel Evelyn, who unfortunately couldn't get to his 50. He was bowled by Pittman for 47. And Kyron Powell is out there on 35, and Shaqiri Paris bringing up his 50. He's on 54. And they've been motoring along 287 for 2. And he's pulled onto the stumps.
It's happened time and again. And the short ball worked because, again, Kieran Powell, who is a compulsive hooker, and they probably felt he was going to go for the pull shot. He did, and he goes for 35 from 50 deliveries.
Yeah, and very unfortunate indeed. As well, 1 run short of a 100-run partnership between these two. Paris on 55 and now Powell. He'd be disappointed with it. But that line and strategy of bowling short to try and reduce the scoring rate and make the batsmen uncomfortable, initially now by Blades, and it comes off the elbow, in fact, playing too early Powell, and off the elbow into the middle stump, and jubilation from the players of the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, that little break worked for them. They're able to pick up a wicket now. They've been longing for some kind of success. As you said, a 99-run partnership kind of kept them at bay without really setting the place alight. They somehow were able to accumulate runs and do it with such ease that it probably became very worrying for Eddie Bishop and his crew. But there's something to smile about.
And just about 22 overs and 99 runs in that partnership, close to 5 runs and over from the pair. So although we haven't seen too many flashy shots, still managing a run rate of around 5 runs and over in the partnership.
Which is excellent. And that's because of the running between the wickets. They really milked the bowling. Once they weren't making attacking shots, somehow they found ways to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Plus, Aiden and how many misfields we had down at fine leg? We had about 2 or 3. And then how many wides that went for
boundaries, yeah.
You know, so they all sort of aided and abetted.
13 wides in all. And a couple of them going for 4s. In fact, probably 3 of them, if I recall correctly. So it would have been 13 runs, so it would have been about 10 runs.
Wides,
a couple wides,
from the 4 balls.
From the 4 balls, correct. And they're going to maintain the bat pad. So it's going to be the same line of attack. It's the first wicket of the innings for Jediah Bleed. He has 1 for 45 now in his 14th over.
Kyle Corbin is the new man at the wicket. I'm sure he's hoping for a good score here. I'm sure he would like to settle in as quickly as possible and build on the 48 he made in the first innings.
He would have been disappointed as well getting out short of 50.
So his Blade's going to assist with the short pitch bowling. That's so good. Welcome to the crease. Out here, we are playing a different type of cricket right now.
I'll keep the ball in my half. See if you can get some runs.
Yep. If you just learn how to buff and weave. Go down low. That's the song.
Yeah. He would have been disappointed in that first inning. It was really a soft dismissal being out, driving to Motara at cover on 48.
The Yorker, I would imagine, would probably come somewhere. When? There's another one. Yes. And the line is good. This is what is so impressive about this. He's keeping the batsman ducking and weaving, trying to get out of harm's way. And but it's really a persistent body line.
As I say,
Check.
Blades has a lot better control in his line and length, bowling these short deliveries as compared to Pittman.
And now he's going around the wicket. I don't know why, because he just bowled two beautiful deliveries to the right-hander from that blind spot and from just outside of the peripheral vision there. But now he is opted to go around the wicket. So we'll see if is that bit. But I really wish he had persisted from over the wicket, because I think he has Corbin probably a little bit uneasy, a little bit uncomfortable.
What a delivery.
Here we go.
Gotten some bounce out of the middle of the wicket, and this is day 3. And head groundsman Ramnath Prasad, he'd be very impressed with the type of bounce that these bowlers are getting out of the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, what the Aussies say, it's toes and chin. That's what they mean. So when they hear them say toes and chin, it's Yorkers and bumpers. That's about it.
Some violin chin music he played out there, taking him off his feet, leaping in the air. Haven't seen that in a long time at regional level.
And more so on this wicket. This is... Yeah.
Brett Lee and Brian Lara notably mentioned on a 5th-day wicket with an old ball.
This is Blaze and Corbin.
Oh, this one. Spongy bounce on this one. A signal wide by the umpire, adding to the extras. 14 wides.
That's tennis bounce there. And bit too short. But again, you have to applaud his effort. And just the change in philosophy of Teddy Bishop and the crew. They've just decided, look, we're going to bump these guys out. You know, we're not going to just let them continue to just milk the ball. If they're going to play the pull shot, let them play the pull shot. And if they can't, well, let them wear it.
Yeah, the token 1 delivery pitched up. Stroked out the cover.
Yeah, the end of a good over, a pretty interesting over at that. He got the wicket, and he got Corbin's attention as well. 268 for 3.
And we did mention earlier, you want to try and keep the scoring down. One way to do it is with the short pitch delivery. And this over from Blades is one of the few overs that has not gone for over 4 runs and over, mainly because of the loss of wicket from that short delivery to Powell.
So Paris is on 55, and he probably would have been saying to himself, thank goodness I was down at this end here. And he got a first-hand view of what was happening at the other end. Good vantage point.
It's a lot more difficult for the taller batters to get out of the way of short pitch deliveries. It's going to be Rivaldo Clark to continue. Short and pull the way into the onside. Some work to do in the deep. Motara out there cleans it up. Just 1 run.
Yeah, so this could be relief for Corbin, because he probably might think nothing that Clark bowls is going to climb helmet height. So he may very well decide he could maybe have a go at him, have a dip, see if he can score quickly. The field is nicely spread out, so he has a great opportunity to quickly get into stride here. He has a long off and a point on the boundary, plus a man at cover and a slip. That's the offside field. So there's plenty of acreage out there to work with. And he has to be careful. Clark doesn't spin the ball all the time. It doesn't turn much.
Just wondering, now that we've seen the bowling repertoire of this team, you think they're missing just a bowling all-rounder, medium fast bowling all-rounder?
Well, I suppose any team would want a good all-round cricketer, whether it's a spinning all-rounder or a seaming all-rounder. I mean, think of the great all-rounders: Kapil Dev, Imran Khan, Ian Botham, Richard Hadley, Jack Callis, Bernard Julian, any number of good all-round cricketers who can do something for you with the ball when you need it, and then still come and make a big contribution with the bat and in the field as well. Most of them are outstanding fielders. And of course, I didn't call the current England captain, who's also an excellent all-round cricketer, except he's been injured so much, it's you kind of forget him. And even Flintoff, who was before him. Yeah, you had Sean Pollock as well as another one. And it's funny enough, the West Indies haven't had quote-unquote out-and-out all-rounders per se, but what they've had bowlers or batsmen who could bowl a little bit, and in Maine, and they have done a good job for the West Indies over time. Viv Richards used to bowl big spells at critical times. Larry Jones, Carl Hooper, others. So it's been we've had people to fill in those regards. 270 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yes, Larry Gomes was able to pitch in. Why I asked the question, Rivaldo Clark is a part-time spinner. He comes in to bat at number 4. There is Joshua Bishop and Zishan Mutara as the spinners in the team. And the seamers, Pittman, Blades,
Edwards.
and Edward.
Mm-hmm.
I think just short one medium pacer.
But remember, the thing is, right, you've tried all of them. And, so you want to maybe just to change things. And to his credit, Clark has done a decent job. He's kept things relatively quiet. So, and it may come because he probably bowls a lot in practice or in the net, so they know he's capable. And so they hand him the ball, see if you can get me a wicket or keep the runs down, or both. There's another one that
very close to a wide.
But I'm impressed that he's able to get the ball up that high. Yeah. Because
and consistently so, the fast bowlers from this end.
We've seen a lot of bowlers. Yeah, we've seen a lot of bowlers pong it in the pitch and it doesn't even get up to waist height. He's getting it over their heads. And that is what is making it dangerous for the batsman, because you're not quite sure which one is going to get the tennis bounce or which one is probably going to just get the
pure ball bounce.
Yeah.
Going to get one off strike. McKenny Clark started off the season alongside Michael Palmer in the team, and McKenny Clark has returned, and Nathan Edward coming into the lineup as well. Because Mavindra Dindyal as well, offering up some spin. But Clark and Palmer were out-and-out strike bowlers, fast bowlers. Johan Lane would have been the other option with the ball.
And this one is in the air. Did it hit the glove on the way through? He's out. There it works again. And certainly the disconcerting bounce he's generating good bounce. He still has some pace. And the fight is what did Paris in there. He probably thought he could just ride it and let it go, but it seemed to follow him. He goes for 56, 271 now for 4.
You know, we've been saying Paris, it's more difficult for the taller batsmen to get out of the way of these short pitch deliveries. And this one angled in from around the wicket, high up, striking him on the left glove. Popped it up high up in the air, and Bowen Tuckett does the duty behind the stumps, running around, taking a very comfortable catch indeed. And he has to go reluctantly so.
It's a good running catch by him. I suppose to work in his favor. The ball kind of wrapped up in the air. It didn't like fly off the glove and go down. It kind of spent enough time in the air to allow him to run under it and take a good running catch. So 271 now for 4.
He couldn't get the hands out of the way. He tried to play the rising delivery, uncomfortable angle, coming in at him from the left-hander around the wicket, striking him on the glove. He's gone for 56, and a good knock in the end, you have to say.
Yeah, it was, but he never really, got into third gear.
Into
When I call it that. He was operating in second gear a lot, and that's because he played hit the inside edge quite a bit, and so he never really got the flow that I'm sure he would have expected. He struck 1 or 2, of course, lusty blows. That is to be expected, and you'd say, well, yes, he will get going from now, and right on that glove, and certainly because you see he was breaking and not really trying to get out of the way by taking the bat away. He was just kind of trying to defend himself.
Couldn't change gear. Probably needs to consult Mr. Gray to have a transmission.
Yeah, he need an oil change. Yeah.
Daniel Williams at the crease, the left-hander. Went for 5 in the first innings. Down the leg side. And what was impressive about the delivery, not just the bounce, was the line of the delivery coming at the batsman. And Blades has been very effective with his short pitch bowling, being at the batsman.
Yeah, he hasn't gone away from it. They know the short ball is coming. It's can you play it when he delivers it? And I think in a lot of times that's what made the West Indian fast bowlers over the years in the glory days so dangerous, because you knew they were going to bump you, but you still couldn't get out of the way. And then when they did their stuff, you had to react to it. And a lot of times batsmen were found wanting because they'd never seen a 4-prong pace attack operate in such a manner where everybody was aiming at your head.
To put it bluntly.
Yeah. Was it Justin Langer who said one time, he said, I am convinced the West Indian bowlers try to kill you first and then get you out after. And that's exactly what he meant. It's almost as if they were aiming at your head to, eliminate you. And if that didn't work, well, then we'll try to get you out after. So
backlash of a groveling comment.
Yeah, There's another one, and that should be the encouragement for the captain to maybe put another fielder close in, because you're not sure where the ball is going to end up, as these batsmen just fend, all of them flinching and going. This is a great spell. 271 for 4 at the end of it.
And 1 run in the over, again pegging the run rate back, and the way to do it, he's taken his 2nd wicket in the inning so far. Have a look at this delivery here. Mr. Gray, you've been proud of that delivery.
Again, playing it with one hand, and probably that is what saved him there. He didn't go further. If he had kept the bottom hand on it, it probably would have hit and probably spoon somewhere, but real uncomfortable for the new batsman, Daniel Williams.
I'm reminded of Michael Hussey. He knows it's coming and he just get out of the way. Duck. Robin Smith, very adept at playing short pitch going. He can get under the line of the short pitch bowling. Take the couple blows that will come, but drop your hands. Get your glove out of the way. Just releasing the bottom hand there that time, Williams. But it does indicate that you can't have another man in front of the bat on the offside.
Yeah, you could. You could afford to put another close-in catcher. The umpires are still trying to make sure that the side screen is correct. And you remember was it Brian Close who wore about 8 or 9 body blows? He basically had the evidence. Yeah, he had the evidence to prove that he was in a war. And when he took off the shirt and he saw all the spots, there's a treatment now that they put
Yes, Clipping.
the cupping. Well, he invented cupping.
He was an advertisement for
Yeah,
Ionics.
he was way ahead of his time. But that was the kind of the, how should I say, that was the attitude of the West Indian bowlers, and that was the response that batsmen had. They didn't catch up to that approach to cricket
And
then.
to his credit, he stood up and tried to play the ferocity of Michael Holding. 8 blows, I think it was, he suffered on the torso.
Yep, that was at the
And
over.
no helmet as well.
Yep. It was a placid wicket, and but he took the pitch out of the equation. It was just raw pace, and not just raw pace, but a kind of determination and a steel that he had there that he was not going to be denied. This wicket was not going to affect him, and he just really just let it rip. And as they say in local parlance, who ain't dead, badly wounded. Ooh, reaching for that one there. Yep. Rivaldo Clark, he's not doing a bad job. In fact, he's proven to be the ideal foil at the other end.
194, the lead now. The total 272, 65 overs. The run rate has started to come down now. 4.15. It's still above 4. It's been a good spell from Clark as well into his third over, just conceding 4 runs. Interesting there. Mbike Joseph is on his knees in what has to be described as a short gully position, but he's actually kneeling down and being told to sit up by the umpire, Kelman Taulesa.
And I don't know if the umpires ever seen a baseball catcher. A lot of baseball catchers actually lie on the ground. They just move their hands wherever the ball is.
Gonna get a single and get off the mark here. Daniel Williams. Significant as well, that single, is that he's going to be on strike. Troubled in the last delivery by Jediah Blaze, but he's going to have to face him again.
I'll be saying right now, why did I take this single? 273 for 4 at the end of the over. And that lead just continues to tick along.
And you can see the effect of that wicket as well on the other end with Rivaldo Clark just conceding 5 runs off of his 3 overs. As it gets a tad bit gloomy here, approaching the 5 o'clock hour. It is still slightly overcast, but the clouds are high up. The sun has not been with us for most of the day.
So now the side screen has to be moved again. So we're going to have a little delay. I don't think Blaze would mind that too much. He gets another minute or two to pull in some air, fill his lungs, and get ready to unleash once more.
But there is a leg slip in place and a man moving around from fine leg to long leg. Short, down the legs. Excellent take there from Bowen Tuckett.
That one took off again. And Williams didn't know much about that. He was jumping and ducking all at the same time.
Bowen Tuckett might just want to be a goalkeeper in another life because the amount of balls he's had to leap into the air and stop from going over his head. A few have escaped him, but really, you had to be excessively tall. Maybe a Curtly Ambrose to haul those in.
Why are you going quite Antigua? We have our goalkeeper right here. Yeah. We have our specialist goalkeeper.
Well played this time from Kyle Corbin. He's been out there for 9 deliveries, 10 deliveries now on 3. And there's another good example of how to play that short pitch bowling, opting to duck under it.
Yeah, you have to keep your eyes on it. Even when you're ducking, you still need to keep your eyes on it and ensure that it goes where you think it's going. Because a lot of times you could turn the head and just duck and it follows you.
That periscope bat still up in the air slightly. Didn't quite get it out of the way.
So the batsman is asking the umpire to make sure the side screen is in place. So he wants to make sure that he could get a good sight of the ball as early as possible.
And that's to the right-hander. There's a left-hander at the other end. So we might just be in for some more work here from the groundsman with the side screen. And a rare delivery pitched up. 2 for 47. He's picked up his 7th wicket and it's been a good return spell, curbing initially the run rate that was really getting out of control. It got to about 4.3 runs and over, and he's just pegged it back. But the lead is still 196.
Yeah, which is a good, healthy lead to have at this stage. But I'm sure they would have wanted to be, 230, 240. But they've been pegged back here by a brilliant strategy and a good execution by Blades.
Just signal wide by the umpire.
And you have to cater for that. And I'm trying to picture the last time I saw this type of bowling would have been what? Neil Wagner from New Zealand. He always, almost as if he was born to bowl short. He didn't give them any respite at all. He was accurate with it.
He once bowled a spell, a very long spell with an injury. Was his webbing in his between his toes?
Yep, he was injured. Yep.
Oh, good delivery there. And well played, it must be said. Dropping the hands this time and leaning out of the way as it goes across him. And now demonstrating what he absolutely shouldn't do.
And look at where that ball is actually passing over the leg stump. So as a batsman who's probably batting in the middle and leg, you're right in harm's way. So you have to make a decision one way or the other. Am I going to play or not play? Am I going to duck or am I going to hook? But you have to make a decision and do it quickly.
Creating some hesitancy there as well to one pitch short of a leg. Not quite sure if to go back. Looking for the short one, and that is what it can do. And he struck on the glove, rapped on it as he almost just leaned forward into that delivery. He's calling for a change of gloves now, but might just be for the spray as well, as that one cannoned into the glove of the right hand.
Yeah, that hurts, It hurts. Sometimes it hurts more when you take off the glove. So sometimes you're probably better off just leaving the glove on.
As it is compressed in the glove, sometimes it doesn't hurt as much. Immediately you pull the glove off and it starts to get swollen. Well played.
He had to reach for that one, but he played it well in the end. Congrats to him. And that just shows you that is a delivery. He didn't have to play it. He could have easily ducked under it like he did the others and allow it to go through. But they're so zeroed in right now. He has them. It's almost like he's in their heads at the moment that they're playing at stuff that they don't even need to really play at. But he played it well, to his credit, and kept it out nicely. So Corbin inches on by one more to 4. And Williams is on 1. It's 276 for 4 at the end of that over. And I think Corbin, it looks as if Blades is going to walk straight off the field. And it's a pity, though, because he deserves a thunderous round of applause. Because this has been a Herculean effort on his part.
A very miserly spell indeed. Just 2 runs in that last over, and he did manage to bring that run rate down by 0.5 of the current run rate.
Yeah, you look in the dressing room there, his teammates and his coaches are giving him a little round of applause there. He's so deserving of that. I think he's also deserving now of a warm bath, a sauna maybe.
A cup of tea as well.
I would not that don't ask Tony Gray to get him tea because T Gray might just get the tea for himself. Gonna have
Mickey
to
Joseph,
hurry.
yeah, with
Yep.
the pads on.
So combined campuses and colleges inching along nicely. 276 for 4 now. The lead is 199. And again, reaching for one outside that off them there and just getting it past their second slip of the gully fields one. So Williams living dangerously there, playing at a delivery again that he doesn't really need to play at. Luckily for him, he got it away from the man at gully, and Becky Joseph. There is a deep backward square leg. There is a mid wicket and a mid on. And then there's a slip, a gully, a backward point on the boundary. There's a long off wide, and there's a short cover. And I think they may have to get a bowler to bowl at this top end. So it might be Edward. Bring him back, and somebody's going to have to take over. I don't know if he's going to call on Pittman again and tell him, bend your back here for about half an hour. See what you could get out of the wicket as well. But with Blades off the field, obviously, that might be a big relief for CCC. You really instill fear into the batsmen who faced him.
Yeah, he did send the alarm bells off with that line of attack, short pitch bowling. Sent a couple batsmen back to the dressing room, and then he retreated to the dressing room himself. The end of the over, 279 for 4, 68 overs gone.
So 279 for 4, 68 overs completed. And Williams and Corbin 3 and 5 respectively. The umpires have their light meters with them, so they're probably going to do a check here just to see.
Quick update on the score in that Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica game. Jamaica being dismissed for 187 off of 52 overs. Brandon King 89 runs to him. Javel Glenn 22. Aldine Thomas, the wicketkeeper, 22, and Abijay Mansingh 27. The wicket takers in the innings. Brian Charles 4 wickets for 82 runs. Carey Pear 3 for 43. Shannon Gabriel just the 2 wickets from overnight. And with that total, the Trinidad and Tobago team having to get 387. A mammoth task, mammoth total really to overhaul.
It is, and the downside for Trinidad and Tobago is that they're going to be batting in the, well, I don't want to call it, they'll be there with the artificial light. They'll be basically batting with the artificial light here this evening for the better part of the rest of today's play.
And they will be without Kamil Pooran as well. He's gone for 4. Minley taking a wicket already. It's 1 for 7. And a batter short as well, Yannick Correa. Well, I won't say a batter short. He did bat with that injury in the first innings, but couldn't manage to go through for singles. Hobbled across for a couple of them, but for the most part, not able to run between the wickets. The umpires still have the light meter out there and having a close look. It's just 5 o'clock here in St. Augustine.
So the umpires are doing it at both ends, so just to make sure that they get the same reading or as close to the same reading as possible. But they seem to be okay with whatever the meters are spitting out right now. They'll continue at least for a bit. And we did say that based on the weather conditions, by 5:15, it may change. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, another way to keep the run rate
Well, it
down.
looks as if they're going off. I'm not quite sure why, but it seems as if they called play for the day. Well, they are actually walking off, so unless it gets brighter.
Well, they would have had a reading yesterday when they went off.
Similar to this time, so they'll probably do another reading and compare that, I suppose, whatever the reading was yesterday and compare it to this. So it's 279 for 4 at the moment.
$279 for 468 overs gone, and the lead now over 201 run. And we were looking at perhaps the possibility of a declaration depending on what the CCC posted. We were anticipating that we would have gotten most of the overs in. That hasn't been the case here. And certainly 201 runs isn't enough for them to declare. And if play is called for the day, based on the light meter reading, we do have the option of going till 6 o'clock. And should the light improve with this cloud cover moving
Bishop,
along, Bishop is just ushering the clouds away.
Not Bishop, that's actually O'Geese trying to see if we could convince the umpires that we could probably play on umps. We played in worse lights than this, and we'll see what happens. But whether or not they've taken the players off the field, that's for sure. Whether it's permanently, at least for the rest of the day, we may have to wait and see. But again, because of the lighting, they have opted to take the. So bad light has, in fact, at least for the moment. So we'll see. So we will wait to see. So we do have an hour to play with. So whether or not they will do that, we just have to wait and see. So 103 for Tevin Imlach, 101 for Kevlon Anderson, 66 to Matthew Nandu. Kevin Sinclair made 31. I'm just looking at Tevin Imlach's 100. 213 balls, 1 4, 2 6s.
381 for 4. Guyana, in reply to the Leeward Islands 335 after being dismissed for 193. And it was being said by Mr. Gray that Guyana can come back in this game, and the pressure is certainly on in that game.
Yeah, because they have a bowling attack that can do some damage. So we just have to wait and see. So, folks, this is the situation here. We're having a bit of a holding pattern right now, and just trying to see if the conditions improve enough to convince the umpires to bring the players back out. As it stands right now, it's 279 for 4. That's a lead of 201 on the part of the CCC. They would probably be hoping to probably add another 40, 50 runs by the close of play, or at least that's what they would have liked. Whether they get that opportunity, we just have to wait and see. Originally, they said the cutoff time was 5:41.
And then there was another delay, 25 minutes.
So whether or not they push the closing time further back is left to be seen, maybe up until 6 o'clock. So we'll see if they do in fact exercise that option, or if they call play for the day and maybe start earlier tomorrow, maybe a half an hour earlier, see if they can make up some of the lost time. So we just have to wait and see what is the final decision here. But right now, the CCC are the ones who are in the ascendancy they enjoy a lead of 201, and it was built primarily on a splendid 107 from their captain, Johan Jeremiah, and 100 from 124 deliveries, 11 fours and 3 sixes. Compare that to Imla's 103 with 1 4 and 2 sixes. And then you had Daniel Evelyn with a brilliant 47. Both of them fall into one. And then you had Kieran Powell, who made 35. He fell to Blades. And again, the short ball working on that occasion. He basically pulled it onto his stumps. And Takiri Paris, who made a 56. And like I said, probably didn't get out of second gear. It wasn't his most fluent of innings, but he registered a half century to go along with a score in the 40s in the first inning. So he's had a good game with the bat. But Blades again doing the business there, producing a snorter that hit the glove, and wicketkeeper Tuckett ran around and took the catch. So those are the 4 wickets to fall. Corbin is not out on 5. Williams is not out on 3. And the CCC, after they resumed on 35 without loss this morning, have made their way, despite the interruptions, to a goodish score of 279 for 4 at the moment. They enjoy a lead of 201. We look at the umpires in the distance. They are just posing in front of their enclosure there, probably taking a look to see if the conditions will improve at all. And they're trying to. The good thing is that we have a local umpire, so he may have an idea of what the weather situation is in this part of the country. So he would probably advise his colleague that yes, they might be able to come back out, or no, they may not be able to come back out. Whatever it is, but as it stands right now, it's probably a little bit of an anticlimactic end to the day's play.
Yeah, we were very much looking forward to a T20 type situation coming into the last hour of the day's play with the extended time until 6 o'clock, especially as the first wicket partnership put on 161 runs with a very good strike rate, a very attacking Johan Jeremiah getting to his 100 with a strike rate of over 80. And he was well supported by Evelyn, as you said. Pity he couldn't go on to get a 50, but batted solidly there to assist his captain in getting to that 161 partnership. And then we had another very good partnership there between Powell and Paris that almost took them to a 100-run partnership, falling just 1 run short of that target. But all in all, a good total of 279 with a healthy run rate of 4.1. And we're just going to have to lose some overs again, and they'll have to do a recalculation of how much overs would be played tomorrow if we do have an early start. Just give you the bowling card in the meantime. Jediah Blades, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 49 runs, and 2 wickets. And his last 4 overs, he came back in that last spell, getting that 2 wickets and reducing the run rate that was up to about 4.3 runs an over. Nathan Edwards hasn't been used as much, just the 5 overs today. 8 overs in total, 46 runs, no wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 63 runs, 2 wickets, and he's the one that started after the tea interval to pitch those balls short into the middle of the wicket and extract that bounce and create some pressure. Joshua Bishop, 15 overs, 73, not a good outing as he had in the first innings, picking up 6 wickets. Zishan Mortara, 9 overs, 31 runs, and Rivaldo Clark doing the business with Jediah Blades, creating pressure at the opposite end, 4 overs and just 8 runs for him. And with that is the scorecard. As we wait and see what the decision will be, we'll take a short break here and join you back with the decision.
welcome back here. And unfortunately, it's not good news for you because the play has just been called at about 5:34 this evening. The umpires took the players off at about 5 o'clock. They made one inspection, then they made a second, and then they decided, after discussing it with the two camps, that there will be no further play here today. So the lead remains at 201. It's 279 for 4 at the moment, with Corbin on 5 and Williams on 3. They will resume tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. The umpires have decided that they'll have a start half an hour earlier to try to make up for some of the lost time for today. So just 68 overs are completed. And remember, some of that started last evening when they closed on 35 for no loss from 9 overs. So that is the situation here. The CCC still in a strong position, 201. The dynamic has changed a little bit because they may very well have to come out to bat for a little bit, maybe have a go, and then see if they could tack on another 50, 60 runs in double quick time, and then release their bowlers and see if they could bowl out the West Indies Academy in 2 sessions and a bit. But all of that is for tomorrow. This is where we're going to say goodbye for this evening and hope you could join us tomorrow from 9:30 or just before 9:30 tomorrow morning.